Are you ready, Robin? Gamer tag or Wi-Fi router name?
Goodbye, Sixers. Probably gamer tag.
And it is! It's a Warzone player. There you go, you got one right.
That's good.
Brian, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Is this a gamer tag of a 2026 EWC player or my ATM pin code?
ATM pin code?
Actually, no, this is a gamer tag of a Crossfire player. My ATM pin is actually 211.
Okay, nice. I need a code after that.
Gamer tag or CAPTCHA spelling prompt?
Gamer tag?
It is a gamer tag, but just for fun, can you please tell me how many traffic lights are in this photo?
Well, I'd say 1, but maybe the CAPTCHA wants me to say like 8.
I don't know, AI is a anomaly to me, an enigma. I will never understand it. There we go. All right, a gamer tag or a off-brand stomach medicine?
Gamer tag not too good, so off-brand.
Incorrect. It is actually a gamer tag for MLBB.
Yeah, it's a nice gamer tag. I wanted to say it. Nice gamer tag.
Gamer tag or someone who fell asleep on their keyboard?
Oh my god. Probably a gamer tag.
There is a similar PUBG player, but they only have 9 Ds in their name, and this is 10.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't know that. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Maybe next time. Gamer tag or file type?
Firewall type. Yes, yes, yes.
Wrong. PUBG player.
Yeah, same as I said before. They probably fall asleep also.
Okay, this is our last one. Finally, gamer tag or SoundCloud rapper?
Youngster. I think that's a gamer tag.
It is a gamer tag for Counter-Strike 2. Robin, you did it. And for that, you get this amazing prize.
Oh my god. Banana? That's amazing.
Have you ever seen one of those before?
Probably in my dreams.
I get a lot of points, I think.
You got an okay amount of points, but unfortunately, not enough points to claim a prize.
Oh my god. I'm gonna try again, I guess.
Best of luck, brother. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Obly. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can-can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can-can instructor.
Hi, bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, wait, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side of the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes, yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah?
I know, right?
Careful, not Liam.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, no, that's-
If I go all out, I would definitely, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split right now.
Just try, yeah.
Oh my
Use your
god.
hands.
I think you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't. My foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
Guys, I'm
Believe.
out of breath. I'm out of breath.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Hey, yes, je banane. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for the
low,
tire-bouchon. And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks. High kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kicks. And
We gotta sync up, I believe.
Okay. Okay.
One, two.
And now, towards the end. Get ready for
All right.
the spin.
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone!
Hey there guys, it's Kalaris at the Esports World Cup, and we have an opportunity here to test all of our players to be able to identify some keen plays from some past tournaments. Today we're going to have Luke 12 and Cowboy joining me here. How are you boys doing? Doing okay?
Doing well, yeah.
Doing good, doing good.
How are you feeling about your chances here to figure out some of these plays?
Not good about that.
Yeah, not too good, not too good.
Not too good. All right, well, let's roll the first clip and see if they can identify a play from the past. Okay, we're on Miramar. A crash. Which teams or players may be in this clip?
Kenji and T.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a correct answer straight away
I know-
from Luke 12.
I know this clip, I can't remember who.
Oh, yeah, I see the
did
Genji
it?
logo now.
There you go, Genji and PE, the hold, 2v4. Okay, that's 1-0. Let's move on to the next clip. Actually, I can see on the leaderboard why this might be easy to
Yeah.
identify.
It's Twisted and
Twisted and someone not doing well.
Genji
I
again.
think Genji again, almost.
I'll give you a few more seconds. You're right with one team, obviously.
Hanto is the
Arrow?
second team.
I don't know.
No, I think in the end this one is Twisted versus All Gamers Global, actually. AGAL. Next one's yours, okay?
Yeah.
You've got this next one.
Oh,
Team Liquid.
Wait,
I got it.
he did it!
I did it.
He did it!
All right, Luke, what happened here? You can tell it.
I think we almost throw
Well, what's happening right there?
some chaos.
You know what's funny?
Genji?
Genji, yeah.
What player is that?
I don't know. Some bullshit's happening.
You know what's funny? Is that actually, yes, of course, it is Liquid versus Genji, and it is described as Liquid BRDM Chaos
Yeah.
versus Genji. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, let's move on to the next clip.
Team Liquid.
That's us.
Who are you shooting at? Let's see who that is. Ooh,
Bolt
look
player.
at that shot.
Who's the Bolt? It's T5.
Guys, you're amazing.
I think we're camping T5 right now.
Out of North George?
Yeah. You can,
Purdy Headshot versus T5.
Oh yeah, I remember
Pretty
this.
hit
Yeah.
There you go.
The Bolt guy.
All right, the final clip. Let's run it. Also might be quite difficult. From 2023, Game is 8.
This Pixel.
Oh, I remember this
Pixel
clip. Yeah, it's...
I don't know the teams. The Pixel's the guy that clutched,
Pixel,
right?
Yeah, it's
That is
Pixel
correct.
clutched it. I remember this.
But you don't remember who he's against?
SSG?
Nope.
No? FF?
Nope.
Oh, I have no clue.
It was E Arena, but hey, you got
Arena,
Pixel. It's
yeah.
pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did
a lot
amazing.
better than I
Well
did, yeah.
played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke.
Yeah,
thank you very
so
much,
for having
Cowboy.
us.
Thoughts on TPP? Who wants to go first?
I can go.
He loves
TPP King.
so-
I mean, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
But TPP.
I mean, I would say, okay.
Here
Full honest. Full honest.
Here we go.
Full honest. The reason why I enjoy TPP more than FPP is because of other people not liking the TPP as much as FPP. Because they put less hours,
Okay.
I can see people grinding less. So that makes me more motivated and liking it more than FPP. But at the end of the day, I think it's the same thing. I think in competitive, it's not big of a difference. Yes, playstyle is like different.
Yeah.
But I still think it's the same thing. If you get the mechanics down of TPP, if you get down mechanics of FPP, I think at the end of the day, it's like same thing, in my opinion.
This guy has a devious smile.
He does. Well, the thing is that I kind of feel like it's one of the reasons why people caught up with you guys quite a lot, because I feel like you guys had such a good grasp of FPP. TPP has been a little bit difficult for you to adapt to. I know the teams have kind of caught up in that regard, and now everything is relatively even for the top team. What's your opinion?
I mean, for me, it's incomparable, TPP to FPP.
Yeah.
FPP was the best for esports. It was the most competitive stuff, and of course, our results for me in FPP mattered a lot.
Of course.
So I think that Nixie said the good thing about grinding the game. It was much more fun to grind the game, and I knew that in FPP we were the best. In TPP, a bit harder. For many players, it's like a whole challenge to like reconstruction of everything, of a play style. I think there is many similarities, but overall, TPP is a different game for me and for our team. I like FPP more, but as for now, I just have to basically grind the TPP.
Yeah.
Try my best, but I mean, we're big boys. We don't care too much of all this stuff. We just play the game, enjoy our lives, and if we win one day, maybe we're gonna win PGC exactly in TPP. Who knows? That's just mentality. We just play and try to enjoy the game.
And you, I mean, there's not been any third places recently, and I'm not happy about that.
No, it's obviously a huge change. I don't think it's as big as I thought it was when the TPP first came around. I think that it's obviously a lot, but it's not game changing. It's not we were good then and we can't be good anymore, But it just feels like we're getting beat down with so many changes that it's just it doesn't matter anymore. It feels so random nowadays with the holes, the circle settings, BRDMs, panzers, mortars, TPP, pickaxe. I mean, it just seems like there's just so much going on that I don't even care about one little change anymore, It's TPP, it's whatever, who cares?
I think terrain change is way bigger than TPP.
Actually,
I agree.
I also agree on it, and I also agree that it feels like there is so many changes in such a short time. You can't even understand where you have to focus on. Is it actually TPP, or actually it's more about digging holes, or whatever stuff? Or now, if you are edge team, maybe you need to reconsider how you approach the game, how fast you have to play. Maybe change loose balls or change the way how you should play between first, second circles. There's so many stuff to think about, to change as a team. So it's pretty hard.
Yeah. When the constructible terrain came out, I was actually a big fan of it, because we were we can always come up with something. We can be be smarter than the other. It's another layer that we can be smarter than the other people. But
that's fair.
But now it's just so much things happening. I don't even remember that I can mortar myself in the middle.
Right.
Because it's just oh, there's red zone holes there. How can we kill them? And at the end of the day, it's just, I don't know. It's so much things happening at the same time nowadays. So
for example, it's you see a team mortaring a hole, you're we're smarter than them, let's take it before them, right?
Yeah.
So they mortar a hole for you, you take it in front of them, you're getting inted by another team that's already thinking about taking the same hole.
BRDM flying in.
And then a BRDM flies in, and then a mortar comes, and then you look at the map and there's a red zone on you, and you're just what is going on?
There's a lot.
There's so much. And then you start smoking yourselves, and then you have 4 blue zones on top of yourself by another team that's already third-partying you, and you're just well, I don't know what's happening.
Don't worry. Now somebody's going to drive through that smoke.
And it's going to be gone.
Hey, Kyle Harris here at the Esports World Cup 2026, and this time we have got Himas, we've got Solozzi, we've got Delwyn, we've got Destroy. We're ready to go. So let's roll the first clip, guys, and you've got to guess who the players or teams are. First clip.
Phải không bạn không? Là team tôi chết á, bị clash.
Delwyn might know.
Bedo clash đúng không? Đúng không? TE.
TE?
Yeah.
Versus?
Gen Z.
Gen G?
Gen Z. NT.
1-0 for AGAL. Well done, well done. Second clip.
Cái này tôi nhớ luôn. Tôi với Tài. AG and Cheated Mind.
2 for 2. Oh, well done, boys. Let's go clip 3.
Liquid ai á? Liquid là Vi. Đúng không? Tình.
TE.
TE nào đây? Hồi nãy T-Fit vừa hiện lên tôi vừa thấy. Falcon. Đó đây.
TE Falcons is correct. One more team.
Navi này. Navi Falcon 7 gì ạ? 7
TE Falcons Navi.
17.
No, you were right. Navi Falcons TE. 3 for 3. Amazing. Oh. Okay, clip 4. Liquid versus
Gen
Z.
Yeah.
4 for 4. Amazing. Okay, one more.
Cái logo này.
Liquid versus T5. T5. 5 for 5. Oh my God, AGAL, so good. Okay, number 6.
I bet one blue. Punsen and blue.
Yes. Oh my, wow. Okay. 6 for 6. Guys, amazing result. 6 before this. Well done. That was AGAL. Thank you very much, guys, here, as you were able to guess so many right.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
สวัสดีครับทุกคนนะฮะวันนี้ใครภาคน้ำภาคครับน้ำกับโฟกครับน้ำกับโฟกภาคครับ
Bonjour et bienvenue. Welcome everybody for the French lesson. I am with the Virtus Pro players. How are you doing, guys?
Good.
Are you ready for some French lesson?
Yeah.
Okay, so the game is kind of easy. I have some sentence here. You kind of know the sentence in English, of course, and I'm gonna tell you some sentence in French. You have to repeat it the most perfectly you can, and then you have to choose what did you just say in French, because we are here at EWC Paris. Okay, so here we go for the first. Retour au lobby.
Au retour.
Yes.
Au lobby.
Perfect. You did it well. Oh, perfect. You did it well. Okay, which one it is?
It's obvious this one.
Yeah, obviously it was the easiest one. I'm a cool professor, of course. Il y a un ennemi derrière le rocher.
Derrière le rocher.
Your turn. Il y a un ennemi derrière le rocher. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good. You have a 10 on 10. Which one it is?
Has to be the top one.
You think it's the top one?
Yeah, this or this, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to guess. Make a guess.
50-50.
You go for this one?
This one.
Indeed, there is an enemy behind the rock. On a châté avec la zone. On a châté avec la zone. On a châté avec la zone. Which one it is?
It is la zone.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. You take this one? Top right?
Yeah.
And yes, it is. Yeah. So basically, I said we get really lucky with the zone.
โดนแรก6 โมงครับโดนแรก6 โมง
Il y a, it's always there is. Okay. Il y a un serpent. Oh, nice. That is good. Dans l'herbe.
Dans l'herbe.
Yeah. Il y a un serpent dans l'herbe.
Il y a un serpent.
Dans l'herbe.
Dans l'herbe.
Okay, which one it is?
This one, no?
It's not this one. You know why? Because
it's this one.
Yeah, because which word is for snake? Serpent.
Yeah.
Victoire.
Serpent.
Poulet au dîner.
Poulet.
Exactly what it is.
ดูกำลังชอบ
It's a victory. Chicken for dinner. Poulet is chicken.
Poulet
is dinner. You guys are doing pretty good. And now,
chicken.
the most important part. I hope you will not choke it because there is so many possibilities
ภาษา
right
ฝรั่ง
now.
ภาษาฝรั่ง
So
เศส
which one it is? Which sentence you gonna guess? Il y a un ennemi derrière l'arbre.
L'arbre.
What is
ภาษาฝรั่งเศสนะ
Oh no, it's not this one. You have a second guess if you want. Oh, in the middle, you think? Oh, nice go. Indeed, there is an enemy behind the tree. Il y a un ennemi derrière l'arbre. Mesdames et messieurs, c'était votre leçon de français. Ladies and gentlemen, it was your lesson on French. Congratulations, you actually won the beret, guys. This is for you. You don't have to. Yeah. Perfect. Bienvenue et bonne chance. pour la compétition. Goodbye, guys. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Au revoir.
Was built to move.
Au revoir.
Not trapped at a
Au revoir.
desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
เกมแรกให้ใครอ่ะ
It's time your chair.
ไม่รู้ว่าแมปเปลี่ยนเปล่านะวันเนี้ย
This is secret
วันนี้ไม่รู้แมปเปลี่ยนเปล่าอาจจะเป็นมิราม่า2ก็ได้ใครจะไปรู้
ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir au moment la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop de pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'arrive. Je coupe la ligne, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard. Je suis déjà
yeah.
Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
มาแล้ว eSport World Cup 2026
Welcome back to PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026. I'm the 7WG, and today we're
ฟัง
doing
ดังข้างเดียว
something
วะ
that a lot of these teams have to do if they want to become champions, and that is climb to
สอง
the
ข้างละ
top.
เมื่อกี้ข้างเดียว
And now that I see it, that
เฮ้ย
is
สวยว่ะ
quite a feat because my goodness, I need to start working out. What am I doing with my life? For these teams, it won't be easy. They will have to go through hardships. They will have to go through bad rotations at times, even unlucky stuff. But they just have to keep going to make it to the top.
โอ้ทีมงานบนอีก
Sometimes instead of taking the easy road, you have to take the hard path.
อ้าวไปในทางที่ยากครับ
Sometimes these teams might want to take a match off
วัน
and
นี้
just
ดู
rest
หล่อ
a
เหมือน
little
หนุ่ม
bit.
ปารีส
But if you want to reach the top, you got to stay consistent.
โอ้สวยจัด
And by putting in all that hard work and going through adversity, they'll be able to reach the top.
to reach the top สวยจัดแต่เมืองแน่นมาก
ที่สวยหรือสาวสวยครับ 55
ไม่ไอที่มันสวย ถ้าสาวสวยต้องไปโฟก
And it's time we start that journey to see which
มาแล้ว
team is going to end up making it to the top and become champions of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC26. If this location looks familiar, it's because it was in a part of the movie called Inception. But I'm joined by none other than Godspeed and Toffee's the 7WG. As you can see, we're outside. We can feel the wind on our hair.
Why did you laugh, by the way?
Oh, yeah, we can definitely feel that wind.
Listen. Okay, today in makeup, they're like, oh, what do you? I was like, you know what? Let's try to keep it natural, not too much product. That was a big mistake. As you can see, it's windy.
Toffees, how are you feeling?
ลมแรง
I'm glad you said it to be right. I thought the Inception bridge was because it was a train bridge on a car bridge over a boat crossing, but you meant movie. That makes way more sense.
You lost.
Inception is like a thing within a thing within a thing.
Yeah, am I sleeping right now? What's going on? But something that is going to be happening here on the finals is that we do have a new format, especially when we end up going towards the final day. So why not? Let's send it over to the Ginger Hulk to explain Smash Rule.
Yeah, we're going to smash everything down here for the next 3 days, of course, as we have tried to do this in the past. I'm joined by Paperthin as well to get everything kind of explained for you. But now, officially, we are actually going to be doing the Smash Roll, so tell me about it.
Yeah, okay, so the first 2 days are just going to be normal. We have 6 games per day. You try to accumulate as many points as possible. It's after the second day where things get interesting. So whoever has the top amount of points, it doesn't matter what team it is. Let's say it's 100 points that the top team has, right? That means that we set a point threshold at 10 plus whatever that final score is. So if it's 100 points, it's 110 points going into the second day. So that threshold is what you have to meet to get the win. Now, you don't you have to also get a chicken dinner to win. Now, the caveat here is that you have to get the point threshold in a game and then get a win after that. Yeah. Right. So you can't just like be the top team, win the first game of the day and win. That's not possible. You have to get above that point threshold and then go through and win. Well, I guess you could do it, but it's not super likely.
And if there is no smash during those 6 games, at the end of those 6 games on day number 3, then it's the normal leaderboard. Whoever is able to be at the top there will be the winner. And there's some dynamics to this, right? Of course, with the smash rule, technically, if someone does breach that, other teams might be looking for other teams to make sure that they don't actually make that smash occur. But that said, a lot of these players, I think they're just going to stick to their own game and see how it goes. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be a few instances of, oops, we can't let that team win. We have to go and target them in like late game situations or something like that. But I think overall it's going to be pretty stock standard to start. And then once things kind of start to boil down and simmer at the end of these games, that's where you might see some teams like, oh, we can't let XYZ team win because they're gonna win the championship if we let it.
I like these headphones. I might steal them from Matchroom and cast again. No, I'm joking. All right, we're going to head over to the STC Rewind with the boys here to tell you everything about the things that happened last time.
Hello, it's Avenger here with Matchroom. We're here with STC Rewind to talk about what happened in the 3 days of groups and what happened especially yesterday, because we had 16 teams advance to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely nuts. Whenever you look at it, there was so many twists and turns and how we kind of ended up everything. I mean, the last game came down to somebody that's just kind of swimming in the ocean, trying to qualify last second, and got denied. But for me, it's the standard.
ว่ายน้ำ
You've got teams
ทัวร์
like
พูดถึงช็อตว่ายน้ำกัน
champion from last year had to play with their coach, subbing in and playing. The Tab played great, had a phenomenal run,
รีแคปในรอบของทุกสเตจ
and then what happens?
I think the big thing is we need as many games as possible on Lou for him to get ready for the finals, right? Because sure, the Tab
เขาอยากเล่นเป็นเซนหน้างานเนี่ย
differently to what we normally see, and
เขาอยากเล่นเป็นเซนหน้างานครับว่าหน้างานมันมีอะไรบ้างเว้ยที่แบบไม่ใช่โต๊ะอย่างเดียวเข้าใจป่ะเขาอยากบอกว่านำเสนอหน้างานไงว่าในมุมต่างๆมันมีที่เดินอีกเยอะอะไรอย่างเงี้ยในงานเพราะถ้าคุณนั่งแต่โต๊ะอย่างเดียวใช่ป่ะมันก็ไม่เห็นอะไรเลยเว้ย
8 of the teams we sent home, half of them from China. We talked about the Chinese superpower coming in, and it's just 17 gaming left in the finals.
I mean, a little bit of defense for JD Gaming.
ภาพชอบหมุนเว้ยรายการเนี่ยชอบควง
Team Liquid playing the villain role, really stepping into it, trying to make sure that they can secure better drop spots for themselves. Most notably, that North George situation that they've been having to contest has just been being a problem. So instead, kind of deny the problem. If it presents itself and the opportunity is there, take it. And we've talked about that for years. It's great to see Team Liquid really step into and get that because when we look at Team Liquid on the club championship, it's getting pretty dicey right now. They may need those points.
Absolutely. And we also have to talk about Myth and T1 that did absolutely amazing. They beat last year's record of most points in the group, especially with Myth fragging out Kiss. What a standout player so far this year and here at Esports World Cup.
I mean, Kiss is playing great, but Heather's just been popping people, dude. He's been ruining squads. Like, that thing he did with the BRDM onto Falcons was just nasty, and what ended up happening to him was crazy. Other side of that, though, Shadow.
T1.
Dark Horse coming in, barely squeaking in last second, as they didn't even get a play on the last day of the group stage. They just had to sit back and watch, and in that last game where it was everybody striving to get those couple of points to qualify, they squeak it through.
I would have loved to have
จีนหายไป
those guys on that last game. They must have been
เปโล 4am เปโล 4am JDG หาย3ทีม
AGL is also in here. Full
จีนหาย
sense,
3
our PTC champions from last year could come in and make waves here, but so far, yeah, it's just been a big story of, you know, Twisted, Falcons, Myth, and now T1. And I was most impressed with T1. I feel like they actually have a chance at this one.
There's so much going on at this event. It is just going to be 3 more days of action. We've gotten into the finals, 2 days of that before we hit the full grand finals, and it is going to be absolutely nuts. 8 keys have been crushed, but 15 dreams can still also be denied as there can only be one winner, and we've got 3 days to figure it out.
Thank you guys for that recap as we have just been enjoying this beautiful weather here in Paris. And you know what, Toffees, let me just use your real quick. By the way, if you're tuning in to the live stream, make sure you use that hashtag EWC. Take a quick screenshot.
อย่าบอกหงายนะถ้าหงายไปได้ดังนะ
Thank you. Now use that hashtag EWC, hashtag EWC2026. But as we heard them talk, I mean, there's some teams that definitely ended up performing that we'll get a chance to talk about them. One team especially that
พลิกไปนี่เรียบร้อยเลยหงายไปนี่5เลย5ตึง
We saw Heather being able to pop off. And then on the flip side, we saw Twisted Minds slow down in a big way.
มา5เลยเหรอจีนมา5เลยเหรอวะ
Yeah, I mean, Shrimzy said it himself. He said maybe you guys should just kind of put the tab back in because literally you didn't get to do much. In fact, he just swam basically all day. So I think, again, coming into the finals, I think it's great that Lou was actually able to be here. It sucks when you're not able to play with your full roster. So I expect, we did talk about it, Steve. They probably start slow. They didn't start too slow in groups. We'll see if they start slow in the finals.
And as we see them right now in 4th place on the overalls, they ended up with a solid 92 points. Navi, though, Navi was pretty consistent on both days.
มา5เข้า1ใช่ครับใน119 แต้มเว้ย119 แต้ม
stepping up, but again, Lou showed up late. I expect him to be back up and running probably by today, if not by tomorrow. They look good. I also loved the fact that like T1 was doing so well, like you said, up there in second.
Yeah, that squad, Heather, and then after that, it was other players also being able to step it out. We'll get a chance to talk about players because definitely we have to highlight some outstanding plays. But from all those squads too, we got to talk about Falcons because Falcons, remember, they started off slow. Then on the final match that they had of the second day, they were able to kind of just relieve some pressure off their shoulders.
I mean, how long have we watched the Falcons? This is kind of what happens. They either have a stellar start or they kind of struggle a little bit, and then they eventually get their footing, though. That's the thing about the Falcons. They'll always get their footing, and this time it was just at the right time where they can skyrocket their points.
A Falcon's a big bird. It takes time to gather momentum. You also heard in that interview before the show started, Shrimzy saying they're struggling with kind of the chaos of PUBG right now. And I do think that means that sometimes it takes them a day or two to get their head in the right space for this level of competition. So I expect them to maybe start slow on game 1 or 2, but get rolling pretty quickly.
For that squad, I'm going to be looking forward to Tig just performing. And I'm not going to be putting Falcons as my predictions. But talking about predictions, I think Kalari's got some predictions.
Oh yeah, we do. We've got loads for the EWC Play app as well. You can go over there and fill in who you think is going to be top 5 for every single game, and that will contribute towards your points to get yourself some good prizes. There's $300,000 on the line, so you've got an opportunity at some of that as well. Talking to you, Paper Thin, about this, who are your predictions here? For the 3 days, who do you think is going to do it? Who's going to take it all? Where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that Myth looks like the best team in the world right now. They've got multiple PGS wins this year. The way they're playing, there seems to be very little flaw in their game. So I think that's an easy pick, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. For my money, looking at second place, T1, it's an interesting notion that we see here, and I would absolutely put them on some of my predictions because they're in a situation where I think if they'd have peaked and had all of these second places at any other time when Myth hadn't looked as insane as they do right now, T1 could have probably won 2 or 3 championships here or there. But unfortunately, it's not quite gone their way. Second place again in groups 2, Myth. You've got to get this monkey off your back somehow.
Yeah, and Heather needs to keep playing the way he's been playing. Like, he has been such an instrumental part of that. The other teams I want to look at are probably like 3 of the big EMEA powerhouse teams, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, all very capable. I know it pains me to say it, but all very capable of winning a tournament. So I think if you've got those 3, any of those 3 in there, you're doing just fine.
No Falcons?
Okay, well, everybody's going to go for Falcons. I want to go a little bit off script. We know the Falcons are good. It's fine.
All right, well, we're done here. It's time to get everything rolling here as we move on here for more EWC.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Paper Thing, as we're still out here. And now we got somebody new with us, none other than Lace. Thanks, Lace, for joining us. We've been talking about the Sony stories of the day, and I feel like coming into this first day of the finals, the Sony story of the day has to be Myth, that was able to perform so great on their first day, and also T1 because T1 showed up big time yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Myth's just come out of winning the PGS Circuit 2. And that was only a couple of weeks ago. And then their first year at EWC.
ใครอยากได้ก่อ2เปล่าใครอยากได้ก่อ2เปล่าใครอยากได้ก่อ2เปล่าถ้าอยากได้ก่อ2ไปบ้านนี้ฮะ
They might even be our next EWC champions here today, but let me tell you what differs to them to T1. So for example, their conversion in high eliminations to wins is about 51 points from their placement, and their total KP was 68.
วันนี้ไม่ได้พากครับวันนี้ไม่ได้พากโอ้ยให้ผมพากทุกวันเลยเหรอใจเย็นนะผมพากทุกวันไม่ไหวครับคอระเบิดฮะไปบ้านนี้เลยนี่ใครอยากได้ก่อ2ไปบ้านนี้ครับอยากได้ก่อ2ไปบ้านนู้นเลย
something to be said for T1's kill rate, however, because I do think one of the challenges our players are facing in the current meta is how fast it shifts and changes, and you can't always guarantee that placement equals perfection, right? 17 who starts
มันหมุนบ่อยอะ
time really struggled to find those points the other last 2 days. So I do think there's something to be said for T1's ability to find frags when there's nothing else to be found.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Maybe their one counter to Myth's ability to sort of convert.
เซอร์ไพรส์ไหมเหรอผมว่าไม่ควรได้ไปนะเซอร์ไพรส์ครับเซอร์ไพรส์แต่แบบเอาจริงๆนะชาโดไม่ควรได้ไป
switch their focus from being aggressive and just win. But it's easier said than done, to be completely honest. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because sometimes teams change their strategies a little bit too much when they do hit that mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of the first times we're really seeing this go into play in terms of how are these last games on the final day, because that's the way it's going to work, right? We had 10 to the winning to the team in the front. At the end of day 2, you have 6 games trying to make that move and get the win, or we end at that extra 6. That means these teams are kind of inexperienced in how do we stop a smash, how do we make a smash work, and so I am interested to see the evolution of the teams adjusting to this new sort of style of play that day 3 is going to bring. And I also think it means you have to start strong on day 1. You can't be trailing, because if a team hits that smash cutoff and they're 30 or 40 points ahead going into day 3, I don't know that you can catch them.
You might not be able to catch it, especially depending on how Myth decides to start the day. I know on day 2 during groups they decided to slow down, which was okay with them.
มาแล้ว
One thing that we also need to keep an eye on is just those superstars finally showing up. We saw it happen with Tick for Falcons, especially
ครับ there we go
one of their groups, and we also saw it happen with T1 Heather.
Yeah, we sure did. Honestly, it's T1 Heather and also Kiss from Myth have basically been overtaking each other in kills.
Shadow อ่ะ
just their solo placement. So these
Shadow แบบเอียงวะ
power players for their squads are really showcasing what they can do. Obviously, you know, with the rest of the team here, but yeah, we need to watch Heather again going into these sort of this final stage, because like you were sort of touching on, it is kind of a race to get the most amount of eliminations, but that was my worry, is Heather and T1 converting that into the win as of Myth. So Myth is Kiss, who was I think about 24 eliminations of the group stages, and that is like obviously then better converted for their win rate as well. So it's going to be amazing watching these two players.
I would just leave you with this small thought. Beware of 3 and 4. Tig and Tonvu both have world championships under their belt.
เสื้อนาวีขายเสื้อมิดขาวทองนะขาวทอง
He wants to prove that doesn't exist. So these are 2 guys who have been playing this well for a long time, and they could blow up and go all out on day 1.
ลมแรงจัด
Is it going to be one of those superstars, or could it end up being maybe a bit of a surprise? But no surprise for us. Kalaris has an interview with Vitality.
จับผมไม่พัก Hello my bad ว่ะ
Hello my bad to talk about everything that has gone on as well as what is to come. So let's first talk about the group stage, how you guys felt with your points, your performance.
พอใจเกี่ยวกับเรื่องคะแนนไหม
I feel like our performance was quite bad since we trolled so many games.
โอเค
I mean, we had to be on first place as Smith did, but we're gonna keep it up. We're gonna we did some game reviews and gonna do our best to recover these things.
จะเอามาแก้ไขในเรื่องของรอบของแกรนด์ไฟนอล
Quizzy, obviously, he's the newest addition to the team. How has he been able to fit in? Has he been able? Have you changed around Quizzy? Has Quizzy kind of molded around you guys? What's the thoughts with Quizzy being on the roster?
คุยกับควิซซี่ในเรื่องของโรสเตอร์ครับก็
There were some changes in our game.
คิดว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนยังไงบ้างเปลี่ยนเกมสไตล์ครับ
Nothing was hard to us. Like we get into it easily and we just enjoy being around with the voice.
ทำทุกอย่างมันง่ายขึ้นครับแล้วก็กวาดสายตาไปเรื่อยๆครับโดยรอบ
Good vibes all around. That's good to hear from Quizzy. It's always nice to see him on some of these rosters as well.
สวัสดีครับ
Quite a lot actually in the past now that I think about it. Kind of a final question as a whole here though as well is, obviously, there's been a few conflicts here and there on Erangel with you and another team. So, do you think that those are going to continue? Do you have concerns about those?
พวกคุณมีความกังวลอะไรไหมเกี่ยวกับแผนที่อีรันเกลครับ
Kind of prepared to all of the maps.
พวกเราก็เต็มตัวมาทุกแผนที่นะครับ
And basically, Team Liquid are going to do their camp things.
ดูตัวอย่างทีม Liquid
we're just going to expect it.
พวกเขาก็น่าสนใจนะครับในการเล่นในแต่ละแผนที่
Head on back to your team. Thank you very much for tuning in here. We've got more coming at you from the Esports World Cup.
Hello my bad นะครับเมื่อสักครู่นี้
The vibes are there for vitality but they're gonna need way more than vibes because we can also bring the vibes out here. Thanks for Lace for joining us early. I think the hair was going crazy. Now it has never mind. It's still going crazy too.
Not a thing wrong with it at all.
ต้องมายืนข้างหน้าเพราะเขาตัวเล็กไงยืนข้างหน้า
Handsome as always. Before we head into
เอาสัก70ก่อนวันแรก70เลย
What was one team that really impressed you during groups?
I mean, honestly, it was T1. We knew that team was strong. We knew this year specifically. I mean, we kind of talked about how they were bullying 4AM. And
T1 แข็งแกร่งมากแล้วก็น่าสนใจ
I didn't expect him to come that hard. Heather, my goodness, Heather, Ian, the whole squad.
ผมตื่นเต้นกับเฮเตอร์มากๆครับเฮเตอร์นี่เป็นคนที่เล่นที่แบบโหดมาก
He's been able to play for so long. And they're at EWC again. The swap into
ๆแล้วเล่นเกมมาอย่างยาวนานนะครับเล่น EWC มาด้วย
They might actually win this thing.
Yeah, it was raining points for those guys, but I got to pivot. I
พูดถึงฮีเตอร์พูดถึงเรนนิ่งนะครับ
The fact of the matter is they got almost as many KPs as they did overall points. It doesn't matter placement. It doesn't matter.
แต่อีกคนหนึ่งที่น่าพูดถึงก็คือไทป์นะครับไทป์คนพูดถึง
They're at least going to finish in the five.
ภาพรอครับแบบนี้
That was able to kind of impress me in some kind of way, considering that they started off super slow. No, it's not Shadow. I'm not going to be talking about Shadow today. No, for some reason they end up doing good. Best believe I'm going to talk about them, but it was actually 17 gaming. I was surprised to see them being able to bounce back. I think that's something that you guys were expecting, especially where they usually end up.
เองก็ดีนะพี่ใช่หมายถึงว่าที่โฮสเตทเขาพูดกันอุ้ย
But it's time we get started with the PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026 Finals.
โอ้โหเท่จัดว่ะทุกคนคือเปิดสเตจอีกรอบหนึ่งโคตรสวยอ่ะยิ่งใหญ่จัดสวยไหม
Days of teams establishing dominance on the main stage has now led to this. No more warm-ups, no more second chances. Today, we reset and begin our finals run.
Yesterday, Miss crushed the hopes of 8 teams by destroying their key. And today, all eyes are on them. But can they do the same performance in the finals?
We have 16 of the best teams in the world ready to come out swinging. And the next 3 days will be a true test of their composure, their confidence, and their consistency.
And the only thing standing in their way, I mean, just the 15 best teams in the world. Buddy, we need our player on stage, so it is time to introduce your finalists, starting with Shadow Esports.
แล้วจากอันดับที่16มาก่อนเอากุญแจมาด้วยว่ะมาเว้ยอินโดเว้ยแหน่หน้าตึงเบลมอดต้องมีคนหนึ่งถือกุญแจตลอดนี่โคตรเท่โซเท่จัดเดลเอนส่วนใหญ่ให้กัปตันทีมถือนะปาร์คโปครับแน่อย่างเท่จัด Get Rock
The Vicious Esports
อ๋อแซมมอนทีว่ะเพอร์ดี้เคอร์ตี้ครับกัปตันทีมถือยังไม่โชว์เลยว่ะวันนี้นิ่งจัดสวัสดีครับแกมอีสปอร์ตคอลลี่ถือฮะหลินโกดว่ะ IGL อ่ะดูเดินถือใครถือครับทิกเกตันครับแต่กูสตาร์สั่งนะนิกซี่ครับเบอร์ตัสโปรทำไมซัมซุงดูตัวเล็กวะนาเวสไปโรถือเท่ดิไทยป่วยปะเนี่ยเหมือนไทยป่วยว่ะเมดเจคอบว่ะตึงจัดเดี๋ยวคนละฝั่งว่ะเจคอบเมื่อกี้ดิฝีมือคนไทยหน่อยทุกทีมในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจเหรอเดี๋ยวค่อยทำคลิป ส่งได้ไหมเอ้ยดูเต้นไม้เท่ว่ะมีตุ๊กตาว่ะถือเต้นไม้ว่ะน้องมันสมอง
$2 million on the line, a legacy to create and a trophy to lift, and just 3 days to get there.
Will the group stage ranking hold up, or will the finals rewrite the script? It is time for day one of PUBG Battlegrounds finals here in Paris at the Esports World Cup.
โอเคฟูเซนยืนข้างหน้าเลยเหรอวะเท่จัดเอาเรื่อง
People always in group stage play confidently, and then comes the finals.
ทุกทีมเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจครับในรอบของกรุ๊ปสเตจ
그룹 스테이지에서 좋은 모습 보여드렸고 이번 파이널도 그룹 스테이지.
พวกเราจะนำฟอร์มเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ของเราในรอบของกรุ๊ปสเตจมาเล่นต่อในรอบของแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
If we can play good and be satisfied with our performance, I think no one is going to beat us, and I think we don't have any rivals.
ก็อยากให้ทุกคนในทีมเข้าใจกันมากขึ้นแล้วก็สนุกสนานเฮฮากันอยู่ตลอด
我觉得我们队伍如果能把状态调整好的话，决赛我们也是有争冠希望的。
I believe in all my teammates.
ตัวแสบอะ10G Gaming.
A lot of experience, and there's also a cowboy who got out of this year, and we're pretty happy with the team and the work we put in. So I think we're feeling pretty confident.
เราได้คาวบอยมาแล้วมีความมั่นใจมากในการเล่น
Every team. Let's go Vitality. We are going to win EWC.
อ๋อ TL เพื่อนรัก
We've won before, and I think we absolutely have what it takes to lift it again. Falcons are here.
ฟอร์คอนอยู่นี่แล้ว
Show that we are the best TP team, so we're ready to win.
นี่เราจะโชว์นะครับว่าทีมของเราคือทีมที่ดีที่สุดนะครับสำหรับ Virtus Pro นะ
Hey everybody, it is Quaker and Darth taking you through the first 3 games.
วันนี้น้ำครับน้ำกับโฟกครับน้ำกับโฟก
I guess a setup for everything, right, is really the way to look at it. You and Forrest did a great job in breaking down everything and how we're going to be looking at the games.
ตื่นเต้นโว้ย
How the Smash rules.
21 ล้านนะทุกคน
We've been talking about teams and their performance.
21 ล้านเลยนะเว้ย
Really, I mean, what are we looking at? Are we looking at teams trying to focus up on trying to like build into getting victories and getting the chicken dinner each round, or just aiming for points out of everything up there?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's a little of both, but, you know, I think points are going to be kind of the name of the game. That's what we saw with, you know, some of the teams that are going to be up at the top of the group stage, where it was come out, get some kills. You know, if the wins happen, great. If not, then whatever, especially in this lobby where there's so many good teams. It's crazy stacked as usual in a finals lobby for PUBG Battlegrounds, and you just got to go out there and have that same level of confidence. So I'm looking at Myth, T1 to keep replicating.
แข่งวันละ6โดดครับเหมือนเดิมครับวันละ6โดดเหมือนเดิมเพียงแต่ว่ารอบวันที่3ยังไม่รู้ว่ากี่โดดวันที่3ยังไม่รู้ว่ากี่โดดครับ
But it just wasn't as
วันละ
explosive
6รอบ
as
โดด
whenever we look at squads like Myth and T1, right? T1 was just fragging
วัน
out.
จบบท15สโมสรฟินๆใช่มันโผล่เดียวลงไปเลยฮะโผล่เดียวลงไปเลย
You have to feel like there's some level of advantage for them going into a Smash system, right?
I agree. I think they are the heavy favorites right now because they've shown that you know, they can get it done in
ก็ไม่แน่นะ
just
ทุกเต้น
about
ไม้
any
นะครับ
situation, any format. They've won multiple PGSs already this year. They're looking to take yet another championship, and it's the complete package of a team. They team fight incredibly well. They don't overextend. They can play for the late game. Like, they do everything you want out of a PUBG team.
And whenever we look at T1 on the other side of that, you might as well just call them T2. They always get second place, it feels like. They're never the squad that manages to get the chicken dinner. Opposing side of that, Twisted, that we're looking at right now. Yeah, okay, we've talked about the coach. We've talked about Luke coming back in. But I want to talk about specifically yesterday and their numbers. 23 points on the day. To give you an idea, JDG and 4 Angry Men are the only teams that actually got less points than them. Sharper and Nemesis, who didn't manage to qualify, managed to get more points than they did on the day. That is worrying.
Yeah, how much of that is down to just Twisted kind of like, you know, having to reintegrate, lose maybe a little tire from the travel. Yeah, exactly, doing a little bit of swimming. So I think they'll be okay. I mean, Twisted is generally a team that you can't keep down for long. Like, they're going to, even if they have a slow start, they're going to come in and do well.
Okay, enough of the questions. Who could? What could? All this other stuff. It is time to get into game number 1. Plane is up and in the air, and it all comes down to a very western lay on this plane path. Coming over military to start off and ending in Zarki.
Yeah, so starting on Erangel, as we have been throughout all of EWC 26, and all of our players in the plane ready to go. So just kind of going to see how this first game shakes out. The other thing I want to talk about a little bit here, Matt, is some of the teams that were down towards the bottom that just kind of barely qualified that I think are going to be dark horses for this, like AGAL, a team that we know is explosive and has that capability to pop off. I think GAM could surprise here. They've been really good. Tanvuk continues to be an absolute menace. There's Vitality, who knows? Like there's a bunch of teams that are you're looking at this as like, oh, they didn't play well full sense. You're defending PGC champions.
เกมแรกผมไปที่ MITS ครับเกมแรกผมไปที่ MITS ลงใกล้แล้วของ VC อ่ะลายเครื่องบินไกลมากกับไมต้าเกมแรกผมไป MITS มาลุยทุกคนได้เวลาลุยแล้วได้เวลาลุยแล้วผมไป MITS เลยโอ้โหวง
Once again, seems familiar from yesterday. Shades of a couple of
วงเอาเรื่องจัด
play out pretty similar. We did see a much
เดี๋ยวไปฟังไทยปะล่ะอ่ะเดี๋ยวเปลี่ยนให้ฟังไทย
That was for the survival of everybody in the squad. But Team Liquid looks like they're going to just be bullying AGAL out of position a little bit more. And Gen G will go ahead and get themselves that car. As this is a lot on Gen G's.
ทำไมช่องไทยมันดูไม่ได้วะ
So much hopes for it. With D coming into it, I mean, you gotta love the fact that an American player coming in. What's going on in the squad? Let's listen in.
제가 제일 좋아하는 쿠페
เกาะล่างทันทีอ่ะพอวงออกมาเป็นแบบนี้คือคูเต้น่าจะมุกไม่ยากเนาะอาจจะขึ้นแบบเรือคนจริงท่า
เป็นแบบว่าถูกต้องครับพี่น้ำสูตรเดิมเลยสมัยเดทเทดนะฮะไลน์เขาอยู่แล้วในส่วนของ MITS ก็ไม่ได้ยากอะไรด้วยแล้วก็เมื่อวานนี้ต้องบอกว่า
แต่มันรู้หมุน
제가 제일 좋아하는 차량은 쿠페라고 2인용 차량인데 제가 느끼기엔 가장 빠르고 뭔가 스탑 앤 고가 되게 딜레이가 없다고 생각을 해서 쿠페를 가장 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
ไม่ทัน
ครับผม
แต่เอาไปว่าชอบคูเปอร์ RB
คือประมาณแบบว่าในเขาจะมีนิดนึงในสถานการณ์ stop and go แบบว่าจังหวะจอดหรือว่าจังหวะไปมันค่อนข้างไวแล้วก็ได้ทำได้ดีประมาณนี้นะครับ
แบบอัตราเร่งดีว่างั้นเถอะ
ฟีลประมาณนั้นแต่มันก็นะผมว่านักกีฬาน่าจะชอบกันทุกคนหรือว่ามันค่อนข้างยิงยากในมุมปะทะครับถ้าเราแบบรอบรถมันเร็วด้วยคิกสตาร์ทครับตรงนี้ฟอลคอนเมื่อวานนี่ดูดันพอสมควรเลยแต่ก็มีเกมพลาดให้กับทีวันนะโดนทีวันนี่สอนเชิงไป2 เก็บ 4มีเห็นผมไม่อยากเชื่อเหมือนกันเมื่อวาน
แต่จะบอกว่าเป็นคู่แข่งแสนรักนะทีวันฟอลคอนไม่ว่ายังไงเขาต้องวนมาเจอกันใช่ตั้งแต่วันแรกที่น้ำมาพานี่คือโอ้โหอยู่แบบคนละโยชน์อ่ะฟอลคอนยังเล็งสโคปขึ้นไปตัดเขาได้แล้วก็เคยมีช็อตที่ฮิตเตอร์อ่ะ1เก็บฟอลคอน3 คน
เรียกว่าย้ำแผลแล้วแผลอีกนะ
ใช่
แล้วเดวิดโดนยิงเปิดไฟจังหวะนี้มีการแซวเล็ก
เป็นไรวะ
คิกสตาร์ทครับผู้จะเหมือนจะส่งเพื่อนกูสตาร์ทคิมซี่เข้าชนเดวิดเลยหรือเปล่า
ทวิตเน่า
เฮ้ยเอาสุดแบบนี้
โอ้เช็คข่าวแล้วไงหลุดมาเดี่ยวแบบนี้ต้องประกบคู่อ่ะยังไงดีกูตาฟ
ถูกต้องครับ
โหดื่มน้ำโชว์ก่อน1 ที
เอาแล้ว 3-1 เน้นชัวร์มากๆนะเขาอยู่คนเดียวต้องรอดูเพื่อนของเดวิดจะเข้ามาเติมหรือเปล่าครับและกำลังคอยหาอยู่ตรงนี้ครับเดวิน
ไม่แน่ใจว่าไปทีมไหนวะ
น่าจะคอยเพื่อนมาเติมนะ
ย้อนได้ป่ะ
รถมาแล้ว3 คนโอ้โหหนักซ้ายเหมือนกันนะเนี่ยด้านสะพานฝั่งนี้น่าจะไม่เช่นเดียวกันครับมีโอกาส
ค่อนข้างไหว
เอาลุกเป็น
MITS
และวงล่าง
โอ้คนไปฟูเซนขนาดนี้
โฟกไปฟูเซน
โฟกไปฟูเซนแล้วเดวินบอกว่าเปิดจุดเองมาก่อนเลยจากด้านในตัวคานแล้วติ๊กตันโผล่หน้าไปว่าโดนตัดไปก่อน1นะเอาแล้วเปิดมาแต่ชิปซี่ยังคงเทรดเดวินมาได้
บ้านนี้มีเสาชุบ
ติ๊กตันไวเลยไหมแต่เจ้าตัวชิมซี่ก็ต้องปั๊มยาก่อนแล้วมา
บ้านนี้มีเสาชุบครับ
เอาสุดแน่นอนครับตรงนี้โอ้โหติ๊กตันเมื่อกี้เหมือนจะได้นะพยายามไปแจม
โอ้ยเขารีเซ็ตกันทันแล้วค่ะถ้าอย่างนี้แยกเวลาแต่กูตักไปได้โซลซี่มาอย่างนี้ถอยไม่ได้แล้วหรือเปล่า GL
เอาแล้ว GL ถอยไม่ได้เลยครับพี่น้ำแล้วโดนปิดหลังคาแล้วด้วยครับ
เป็นเรื่อง
แมนครับและเก็บงานแบบไวๆ2 คิวมาแบบนี้
ฟอลคอนมากระสีบว่ะ
มากครับทีมฟอลคอนและจ่ายกันเองเหมือนจะรู้ตำแหน่งด้วยแล้วป่าเข้าโอ้โห60เดี๋ยวพอดีแม้ได้ลุ้นนะอูซี่
ไม่มีกระสุนหรือเปล่า
นั่นดิมันแดงจังมีตาคนเดียวเลยเหรอฮะยังไงเดคิก
ปาด
อยู่หลังโล่แล้วคิกซัดเฉียบกว่าเยอะครับตรงนี้ที่ฟอลคอนกำลังจะส่ง AJL จบ16ครับพี่น้ำ
เอาเรื่องเวียดนาม
ใช่เลยค่ะจะไปไหนก็ได้รถอะไรก็ไม่มีแล้วเลยนะ
เผลอกลับบ้าน
อีกตัวคาหนึ่ง
ต้องนะโอ้โหแบบนี้ทิ้งไหมหรือเอาต้องรอดูครับ
เอาอยู่แล้วมั้งไม่มีเหตุผล
ทวิตเน่า
มันคุ้มมาก
นี่ไงไปแล้ว
เดทรอยไปเลยจิกตันรับเรื่อง วิ่งไม่ทันไหมติกาตันพยายามจะสเปรย์ถือว่าทำไม่ดีเลยครับกับระยะที่พอจะยิงได้ครับลำบากเลยครับเจลเกมแรกก็เล่นพวกเขาเลยครับตรงนี้
ยังดีอะที่เดทรอยยังเหลือรอดออกมาได้เลยค่ะเผื่ออาจจะไปมีลุ้นต่อเนื่องหรือเปล่า
ครับ
แล้วดูสิผ่านไปแค่5 นาทีอะพอคอนเอามาแล้ว3 แต้ม
ใช่ฮะแบบนี้กดดันน่าดูครับผู้เล่นคนสุดท้ายกับเดทรอยจังหวะจริงๆจังหวะเมื่อกี้ถือว่าหาไม่เจอแล้วนะเกือบได้ปะทะแต่ต้องชมกูสตาฟในการเปิดตัว2ด้วยแหละครับผมว่า AJL คนแรกต้องเสียอยู่แล้วนะพี่น้ำจากการโดนลุมอ่ะ
ใช่
ยื้อยาก
แต่ถ้าเสียช้านะก็ยังแบบเสียหายอยู่ดีตรงนี้แล้วเจนซีค่ะขึ้นเนี่ยเป็นซีมิอัพมาเลยนะคะมุ่งสู่เกาะล่างกันแหละ
ครับผมรอดูกันว่าจะลงตรงไหนสำหรับเจนจีสปอร์ต
บอกว่าเอียนเกลเองอ่ะถ้าพูดถึงแรงกิ้งดีที่สุดก็คือ MIDH นะในเรื่องของการจบช้าเอาตัวรอดนานค่าเฉลี่ยดีเนี่ยแล้วลองมาก็เป็น GK รวมถึงฟอร์คอนด้วยแต่ทีมที่ไก่เยอะที่สุดเนี่ยเป็นนาวีเพราะว่านาวีเนี่ยทำมาได้2 ไก่เลยในเอียนเกล
Shadow Sport
โอ้ Shadow Sport นี่ก็เซอร์ไพรส์นะทีมเนี้ย
อยู่เฉยๆก็เข้ารอบ
ไม่ได้คิดว่าทีมที่มาจากเลนส์ออฟแปกอะจะมาจนถึงไฟนอลได้ด้วยซ้ำเพราะว่าประสบการณ์และการในการแข่งขันระดับฟุตบอลค่อนข้างน้อยแต่ว่า Shadow ทำได้ดีอะแต่ตรงนี้นะโดน
โฟกเอาแล้วไฟนอล3 วันครับไฟนอล3 วัน
น่าจะบริเวณซ้ายล่างของวง
ไฟนอล3 วันครับ
แน่นอนครับแต่ภาพยังจับเซซุนะอยู่นะ
คือจำได้ว่าโบตันโปะเคลื่อนที่ลงเกาะล่างไวนะคือเราขึ้นสะพานอะตรงฝั่งเลนซ้ายแต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่าฟูเซนเนี่ย
โฟกเลย
เสียทันโดนไปแบบไวๆแล้วโดนดักเรือเหรอฮะ
เจอตัวครับผม
ไป1เลยครับแบบนี้เลือกที่จะถอยกลับมาเลยครับพี่น้ำน่าจะโดน VP ดักขอบครับแต่ไม่แน่ใจในสถานการณ์ว่าเรือลำเดียวหรือว่าเป็นธนดลที่ขับแยกอีก1 ลำนะก็วนกลับมาถือว่าคู่สถานการณ์ได้ดีครับรีเซ็ตไปก่อน
รอดูการตัดสินใจใหม่ค่ะว่าตามูไปแบบไหนนะคะ
ครับผม
แล้วจอฝั่งขวาค่ะขึ้น
ทวิตเน่าหมดทวิตเน่าหมดครับผมก็เน่าทวิตอะ
บรรยากาศของกองเชียร์ของโค้ชกันด้วย
ครับผมแล้ว AJL จะถอยมาฟาร์มเพิ่มก็ยังมาเจอตออย่าง Vitality อยู่ครับเกณฑ์รอกตรงนี้แต่พวกเขาก็ชิวๆแล้วฮะ AJL คงไม่เลือกจะเปิดตัวแน่นอนครับเรื่องสุดท้าย
ใช่แล้วคือโซนนี้เขาไม่แวะอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
มันเหม็นอึบ
ต้องขับเข้าไปกินพื้นที่ก่อนสไตล์การเล่นของ Vitality เท่าที่เห็นมาคือชัดมากนะทิ่มกลางวงตลอดไม่สนใจด้วยว่ากลางวงนั้นจะแน่นแค่ไหนก็จะเอาแบบตัวเองเบียดเข้าไป
ขอบอยครับไก่เลือดชมพูโซนไปก่อนนะตรงนี้ทีมลิควิดครับเมื่อวานนี้มีช็อตสวยๆปะทะกับEWCเหมือนกันแต่สุดท้ายก็ไม่ไหวนะ
แต่ว่าทีมลิควิดเองก็ถือว่าฟอร์มมาขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะคะก่อนหน้านี้ยังไม่ค่อยเห็นภาพเท่าไหร่เลยตอนสมัย
เสียงใครวะ
แต่ว่า
ภาพเสียงซ้อนหรือเปล่าวะ
ครับ
วง
ตบแล้วใช่ไหมอันนี้
MIDHอยู่ได้
กลางวงเป็น T1 ครับ
แต่มิดสวย
อยู่นะแต่อาจจะต้องรวมหรือเปล่าครับมิลิเทอรี่ค่อนข้างกว้าง
นะฮะฟูเซนของคุณนี่
ผมไปฟูเซนใช่ไหม
แหมท่านคุณทำเป็นลืมเลยเหรอ
ไม่ลืมผมกระตุ้นตัวเองคุณทิกเกอร์รับเรื่องแล้วแบบนี้หวานเจี๊ยบทิกเกอร์บอกและยังเรียบร้อยครับ
เกือบไป
สตาร์ทแบบนี้มีติกาตันเข้ามาตามด้วยหลังยังไงดีรอดูครับบวกมัน1ครับสำหรับทิกเกอร์ครับเปิดได้สวยครับ
ถึงว่าจะให้อาจารย์เจิมตามมาจากทวิตพอดีใช่
เพื่อนที่โดนตัดไป
MIDH ครับผม
ดูจากภาพที่จับเหมือนไม่น่ามีเวลาเก็บเนาะ
ใช่ครับแต่แบบนี้บวกมา3ก็จริงนะแต่ว่าเอาละฮะจะต้องเปลี่ยนเวแหละผมว่าฟาลคอนเพราะว่าถ้าตรงนี้เสียเวลามันจะยื้อกันไปแล้วพังคู่ครับ
แต่จากตำแหน่งที่ฟูเซนเลือกเล่นเหมือนมีบูชิปเลยคุณ
ใช่ไหมเก็บของธนดลมาใช่ไหม
ใช่เหมือนวนกลับมาที่เนี่ยเพื่อจะมาชุบเพื่อน
ใช่เพราะว่ามันจังหวะมันไม่ได้จับก็เลยตีคอไม่ได้แล้วถังเจอถังนะพี่น้ำตรงนี้โอ้ใครของดีกว่ากันว่าแต่มันคอรี่จะถอยให้เอาแล้วเจดอกไปซัดติกาตันเป็นมือที่3ติกาตันงงจัดผมบอกเลยว่ามีฟีดขึ้นมาคงคิดว่าเป็นฟูลเซนนะแต่ไม่ใช่ครับแบบนี้Vitalityแจ้งเตือนผมว่าฟูลเซนต้องอาศัยจังหวะนี้ในการมูฟแล้วล่ะ
โอ้ฟอลคอนตอนแรกสวยอยู่ดีๆอยู่ดีก็เหมือนหลงทางอ่ะแยกย้ายกันไปเสียหายไป2เลยอ่ะฟอลคอน
ยา8อ่ะ
ต้นเกม
พกยาอย่างเยอะ
ฟิลกู๊ดไงอะไรเกิดขึ้นได้ครับจีต้องประคองกันไปครับในเรื่องของความรู้สึกตรงนี้ครับ
ทำลืมเก่งไง
จะถอยมานะรีเพย์กันหน่อยครับ
มอไซค์
เนียนโอ้ผมว่า เป็นใครๆก็น่าจะโดนครับติกตันเขาเลือกที่จะถอยแล้วนะพี่น้ำเนาะ
คือใครจะไปคิดว่าเราหนีจากฟูลเซนต์มาแล้วแล้วอยู่ดีมาเจอไวทาลิตี้
คือต่อให้ถ้าโดนอย่างเงี้ยแล้วเป็นฟีดฟูลเซนต์ยังรู้สึกดีกว่าที่เป็นมือที่3อย่างไวทาลิตี้จริง
มายังไงไวทาลิตี้ตอนแรกนึกว่าทีมเข้าวงไปแล้วสรุปยังนะยังหาทางเข้าไม่ได้อาจจะเป็นเพราะจุดลงค่อนข้างไกลด้วยแหละ
พี่น้
ำแชทมายังไม่รู้
ยิงจุ่มยิงเจ็บ
ทวิตอะ
วง2แต่เลือดลดขนาดนี้เลยนะฮะตรงนี้เอาเลยครับก็ต้องต่อรถต่อเรือกันไปครับสำหรับไวทาลิตี้เริ่มมีแต้มกันป่าปลายแต่การปะทะยัง
มาแล้ว
เท่าไหร่ครับ10 นาทีผ่านไปแล้วนะเกมนี้
ใช่ค่ะยังอยู่ครบ16ทีมนะคะ58ชีวิตค่ะ AGL ก็1เดียวนะตอนนี้ลิควิดเมื่อกี้ภาพจับมา
เนี่ยดูช่องผมก็ได้
ใช่ฮะ
ไม่ต่างกัน
จังหวะจะถอยแล้วถอยพร้อมกันหรือเปล่าครับ
ดูช่องผมก็ได้นะ
ชิมซี่ได้ยินไหม
อ้าว
เฮ้ยอย่างนี้จบนะ
โอ้โห
เอาละ
ได้เสียง
จบไปข้างครับคุณผู้ชมพี่น้
ำนั่นน่ะดิแล้วเขาใจตรงกันเนาะ
ชิมซี่น่าจะ
หาเรือ
ไวทาลิตี้เลือกที่จะมาเรือสินค้าแน่เลยผมว่า
แบบนี้ชิมซี่ค่ะ
2
รู้นะแต่ว่าเทนซี่เดินมารู้หรือเปล่าเนี่ยรู้แน่แล้วแต่ชิมซี่เปิดเฮดช็อตมาก่อนเลยใส่เลเวนเต้ตัวยิงของเทนซี่ด้วยแล้วรุ่นต่อมา2ควิตซี่โดนเสียโดนตัดไปอีก1คนเหลือ2เท่ากัน
ถูกต้องครับคนที่รู้กับคนที่ไม่รู้ครับ
3ก่อนเอาแต้ม
ว่า5คิวแอคทีเวตแน่นอนและจ่ายกันเนตมา2ลูกครับจากเพื่อนของพวกเขานะ2 ปะทะ 2ครับเดี๋ยวรอดูเกือบไปครับสำหรับชิมซี่5คิวนะครับตรงนี้ปั๊มยาได้ไม่ได้ถอยจังหวะเดียวก่อนให้เราไม่แบบเรื่องนี้ประมาณไม่ได้นะผมบอกเลย
ใช่ลงมาฮะแอร์ดรอปคอนเล็กเต็ดนะฮะฟรายซาอุดิ
สตาฟครับโอ้แต่ถ้าเก็บหมด7คิวฟอลคอนแล้ว
กลับมาแล้ว
คุมเลยนะพี่น้
ำกลับไปดูช่องหลักดีกว่า
กันเนอร์ลุ้นจัดเลยครับ
ผมกลับไปดูช่องหลักดีกว่า
So finding a lot of points as America trying to frag out early in a very desperate circle is in a weird turn of fate.
ขออนุญาตดูภาพอิงด้วย
over next to the Falcons. It's just taking them so long to get away. Destroy, who's just trying to solo survive out in all of this, has realized maybe I could get some shots into it. And yeah, Destroy gets the knockout to hell on my bad. And inadvertently, anyone's legend is going to come up and rescue Falcons.
Key point here, AGAL did get their revives as well. I can see their players on the very southern coast of the military base. So Destroy able to do a lot of big things.
Julio เหม็นอึบ
There goes Gedrox and Vitality is down. Great work here from Shrimzy. 4 kills in this game, 3 on the Vitality.
See why conversation from the other players about might be the GOAT. He took a bad situation, turned it into a great situation. Navi still dealing with Gam, and the BRDM battle, where they're just kind of bouncing off of each other, is going to continue as this is the center of the circle of the south, and this is going to be VP. Quick update on all the other positionings. T1's managed to regroup over into the east of this. GK is going to be to the west of it. Jin G much further over to the north, but Myth is trying to hold out VC as Vicious is kind of roaming around every single angle around Myth right now.
Yeah, Vicious is just trying to find something kind of safe-ish in this circle, and it's, as you mentioned earlier, Matt, it's difficult in this part of the map, and they're already losing players. Simon T's gone. I mean, I have no idea. Into Narnia.
There's AGAL swimming out there. That's a row.
Oh, maybe they're trying to hit the players in the water. No. Oh, a good one, though. That one finds the mark right on top of Navi. The follow-up is going to claim Boostic's life, trying to get that BRDM to a bit of a safer spot, but
Navi โดน
I was going to mention how nice it is to have a BRDM in a
MITS มาดีนะ MITS อ่ะ
decent little counter.
บอกให้เริ่มละ
You just got to be digging in.
นับ1ก่อน
It is just bad. I mean, full rock and stone moment's going to have to stack up. Team Liquid's going to be wrapping on a Jinji on the other side of what's going to be going on with this. VC still roaming out in the fields, not feeling too good. Myth taking the shot.
แกมแม่งเล่นแบบว่าแกมแม่งเล่นเหมือนเล่นแรงอ่ะแกมอีสปอร์ตอ่ะ
Pressured circle continues to go down to the south, and Twisted Mind's going to be feeling really good about that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's Twisted now.
มิดยากอยู่ดู AGL เล่นดิ AGL ว่ายน้ำอีกแล้ว
Mini pier clear. Spyro
AGL ว่ายน้ำอีกแล้ว
from Corexy, so Navi continues to get picked apart piece by piece. I think they're just going to have to rely on the safety of that BRDM. It was good grenades from Clories, and then the follow-up from Virtus Pro to put them in a really awful position where they've only got 2 alive. But yes, they still have that BRDM.
17. They're just going to try to make a send into the circle. They've got cars. They're going to roll right by Twisted at T1. Looks like they're going to be sending it into the BRDM duel. Pretty close to where Navi's at. I think that they've got a hillside that they're going to try to control.
เมาช้านะ
VC going to go
400เนี่ยไอ้800อ่ะ
I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these are just going to try to get holes into sections of the map. And
แต่นิกซี่น่าจะ1,600นิกซี่สะบัดนิดเดียวเองเมาส์
I mean, you got to give it to Vicious. They almost got that on a roaming 17.
That's understanding the map. That's knowing where 17's like kind of safe-ish spot that they could stop was. I mean, that was in the air when 17 was still in their cars, so that's really nicely thought out. They don't get anything out of it.
Where do you even go? If you go past this Navi point, it's just going to get worse. So instead, you just jump out right into the face of Navi. There's not too much else to be had over here, but a big crossfire. Navi is going to get taken down. Vicious lives up to their names to get some, but that just puts you into the GAM crossfire.
Yeah, there was T1 getting involved here as well, doing some damage into this, so gonna have to throw down a lot of util to try to stabilize, and GAM loves this setup. They are so good about kind of hunkering down and finding their moments to put some pressure onto you.
Weird update, as I think that we have the Destroy Shrimzy duel still going off onto the north. Himas, the other side of what's going on with Anyone's Legend, has managed to touch the ground. He's down below Shadow and Handsy in the position that he's going to be playing. Mortars galore going to be the name of the game when it's this open and in the fields. They're just ridiculously strong.
Absolutely. I think AGAL players are just going to try to swim and survive as long as they can. They're very
ยิงเพื่อเข้าหลุมเหรอวะอ๋อยิงไปหา17เหรอ
with being recalled in, you probably don't have a lot of loot, if any. Nope. There's nobody on that beach.
Maybe again just for a point to play from. I figured that might be what's being seen. Team Liquid in a little bit of trouble over here is the edge of the circle. It's Gen G one side. GAM also now going to be playing more into the north, trying to get into pretty much that Gen G mid positioning. Geek is still holding down the res beacon, making sure that nobody can go after it. As Gen G is just in so much trouble over here, man. They don't have anywhere they can go.
No, this is very tricky. I mean, Bean's already knocked in the circle. Soul's still going to be able to find a knock from the blue, but we're into phase 4 blue, so it's going to tick down very, very quickly. 3 damage per second. Soul is going to be able to confirm that point at the very least, so making something out of nothing there is Soul, but it feels like Gen G is probably not long for this lobby. Oh, he gets another one.
I mean, if they get enough knocks, it's starting to stack up. The circle has left this position, so Gen G is just on the hunt for whatever points that they can get. Team Liquid trying to survive. Myth now taking shots onto Team Liquid in their weakened position as GAM still just roaming around in the face, gatekeeping out everybody as Gen G does finally get eliminated. It's going to be the blue zone, which is it out.
ใครเข้ามารับชมมาฝากติดตามด้วยนะครับ
6 points though, not bad at all for Falcons. You'll take that, considering how weird that game went to begin and how awful the starting circle is given your drop spot. So no big deal there for them. Cowboy trying to punish Myth, has Baron out in the open, but Jacob responds instantly.
Stacking kills. We saw Falcons trying to find something. They've gone out. Team Liquid in that troubled position we saw a second ago, but Myth just using their firing lines, finding more and more. But as the circle continues to go coastline, BP is getting a lot of control over the circle.
ข้างหน้ามีแกมอะเล่นยากอยู่
now starting to deal with T1.
มีต้องตีแกมก่อน
17's position's just not that good. T1's just going to drop a couple of nades right into the thick of all of them. Notice where they're
ระเบิด
at.
แม่นจัด
And
T1
T1 is just, it's brutal efficiency, man. They just look so clean. And it's so easy for them to just stack kill upon kill.
I mean, Heather's been incredible. That's a great response, though. Almost gets the knock onto Ian. The follow-up trying to anticipate where he was going to run to doesn't land, but here come the mortars. Perfectix. It hits Tian. Lil Ghost stuck behind the Dorito when he's... Oh, it just came up short. Heather had a good opportunity, and now it's going to be Lil Ghost responding. Cannot find the knock. Good prone there from Heather.
โอ้โห T1 แม่งคลีนว่ะ T1 แม่งเจ๋งว่ะ
Get into position, stay
สวัสดีครับ
alive, and get these kills. It is just ridiculous to watch.
T1 แม่งโคตรเจ๋งเลยว่ะ
These types of positions. So Myth now in second place.
เอาแล้วมิดหน้าตีกับแกมเปล่ามิดต้องตีแกมแล้ว
That's going to be usurped quite quickly.
นั่นแหละยัดแกมแล้วถูกต้อง ระเบิด
Start
น็อก
Myth in trouble. Those Gam is going to be the target on one side. Myth just rolls right into their face. Gloria's got to be careful. Couple of third parties could get involved, most notably Vicious and Geek. Geek's hopped in vehicles and they're wrapping this direction, and that could be a problem for Myth.
I think VC might come here too.
สวยบาเลน
Good Panzer from Baron. He gets a headshot as well.
ผมจัด
Range with the
โอ้
M4,
อาคารยิงฟรี
but DK has found their mark. They have found some targets, and they are picking apart the teams underneath them down the hill.
There's enough of a hillside that they don't have to deal with anybody else except for really VP, who's holding the top of the hill.
ชุบใครได้วะน่าชุบเจคอบได้มั้ง
Getting a lot of damage onto him and at least stalling
น่า
him
ชุบ
out.
เจไม่ได้ชุบเจคอบนี่หว่าชุบสแกปปี้มั้งชุบสแกปปี้
Control over the circle. Everybody's just having to cluster down to different points. AGAL, I think, has now also been spotted by Shadow, who's just been kind of hiding in the shadow of the cliff facings down to the south. Let's not forget Twisted. Now they're in the southeast, just waiting for everything to go, but they're taking eyes and looking into T1's positioning, making this a little bit more dubious.
Yeah, Heather tried to spread out a little bit. over to the west and got immediately thwarted by the sidelines of Twisted from that mini pier position. So that has sent T1 a little bit further north. Don't want to try to maintain that hold over that flat ground. Hansi is going to claim some players from AGAL. I mean,
มันจะ EWC แล้วทีมอะไรวะ
out of it for AGAL with the destroy, ability to survive, get a kill, call in the recall, get your players out in the water, at least found something.
Finding more successes than the squads that were trying to use this coast
8 คิวแล้วมิดอะ
couple of points to qualify and knock Shadow
มิดมาเงียบๆยิงเละเทะนะ8 คิวแล้วมิด
going on yesterday. You can tell VOD review coming up big for
ได้
them.
ครับ
But GK and Myth now
He
need to
fire.
circle Twisted down in the south. This also needs to do the same thing. VP is also starting to lose a lot of their, I guess, high ground control position that they've been playing, and Shadow doesn't have any options except really to force their way right into VP's positioning. So that's going to open up some more maneuverability for the rest of the
มิดต้องเข้าวงต่อนะ
It's just
มิด
pretty
ต้อง
much
ตีอีก
this high ground that we can see coming up in the coastline leading into the cliff, and everybody's about what 20 meters, maybe 10.
มิดเอาให้เพื่อนละออกก่อนเลย
Yeah,
เออ
exactly. It's
เพื่อนละออกไปแล้ว
a nice like vision point
เห็น
to
อะไรวะน่ะ
define how you want to make your entry into this because
เข้ายังไงก่อน
probably crash somebody or try to create some space in the middle by setting up the
สายยิง
vehicle
วะ
to
น่ะ
immediately get the pickaxes
นั่นแห
out,
ละ
start
สายยิง
digging in to see if you can find some space,
หมด
but you're going to be under the sightlines of a lot of teams if you have to do it on foot. Luka Rux tapping away with the M4.
กระสุนหมด
Did find one knock, but Hansi found a big one onto Beamy, and they are getting cut down
Lexi แม่งรอซ้
correctly
อน
with
ให้
the SLR. This is
ไม่ได้
so
เดินไม่ได้
brutal for Shadow.
ซ้ายขวาเลยออกซ้ายก็โดน
Twisted Minds. They've got
VP
vision, crossfire galore onto Shadow, and they go down. Means that Beamy's
VP ก็เอาเรื่องว่ะ
Looks like Twisted doesn't have an angle onto his position. Nixie still has to keep an eye on GK, but GK is very focused on what's going on with Myth to the north of them. Myth just can't find a path into the circle, and I don't blame him. I mean, there's a little bit of a ridgeline up on top of this as VP is just punishing GK on every single peak, and until Myth goes down, GK doesn't have a path into the circle.
This is still a very nice game for Myth, no matter how this shakes out. They've already got 10 points in this, so they're just kind of keeping on, doing what they do best, finding kills, fighting out on the edges, taking great team fights, capitalizing on their moments, getting the points where they can, making sure that they confirm every knock that they get. It seems like they're so aggressive with those vehicles now. They're trying to hop from triangle to triangle. Sungjong watching with the Dragunov to try to catch them in transition. That's not bad, and that's a good follow-up from Akan.
And Myth is just trying to creep their way in, so they still need to get right up next to the road or at least cross it, and you can see that that's going to be nigh insurmountable. Nade, depending on the bounce, yeah, gonna go to that side of the Dorito, but it was already red. Scappies have gone ahead and pulled Baron into a new spot. I think that they're right on the edge.
โอ้ T1 ยิง เอาละ
this circle, but
พออยู่ได้มั้งเนี่ย
good luck after that.
ถ้าข้ามถนนได้อยู่ได้เว้ย
Sungjong, he just absolutely wrecked him out there.
ถ้าข้ามถนนอยู่ได้ บอกแค่นั้น
To really
สวยว่ะ
make sure that they can get this res
สวัสดีครับ
to go.
แฮม
In fact,
แฮมฝากแชร์หน่อย แฮม
take the point.
แฮมฝากแชร์หน่อยแฮม
Look at the lay of the land with the circle. T1's
ฝากแชร์ในคลิกหน่อยแฮม
VP is trying to hold on to their high ground for as much as they can. But
เอาแล้วคิดได้ดิ
right underneath them. GK, right on
เกือบ
the
คิด
edge of
ได้
the zone, not too much further
ไอ้นี่
they
ไม่
can
ปล่อย
go.
ว่ะอาคารว่ะ
DC is playing a little bit of a hill right on the other side of where Myth is trying to cross, and they haven't managed to get too
นัดเดียว
involved. Myth is going to finally get eliminated. GK, where do you go? You're going to have to deal with VP close range.
สวยแล้วสวยแล้วแต่ T1 แม่งก็มาดีว่ะ
Neither one of those fights feels good, and it feels like
T1 แม่งมาดีเกิน
more territory control and making this brutal by the second.
Yeah, GK's in a very awkward position. It should be mentioned today that
GK แม่งเหมือนมีโจทย์แบบปิดมิดอะ
made a power move when it came to the drop spots today. They were threatening to challenge AGAL all across the maps, and that might have been part of the reason that AGAL was in a weird position.
แชร์ให้คนอื่นมาดูเยอะๆในคลิกอะมันมีของดรอปไง
Also, you notice the GK's loot is very sparse compared to what they would like. You see some MP5s in there, you see an SKS in there. Maybe not exactly the guns that they would normally want to be bringing to these fights. I saw, an M16. Granted, they're a team that can thrive with weaker weapons, so to speak, but they're kind of trying to find a way around VC.
This is great from Twisted Minds. They're playing the coastline moving in. You can see that they're just trying to corral VP further up the hillside, so that way they have a little bit more maneuverability over here because it's pretty hazardous.
ตาแรกมาดีแล้ว
VP is trying to
9
deny
คิว
on that side, though they're trying to get into a point where they can keep an eye on the coastline approach. Twisted going to see if they can be enough to kind of bully their way in, but they are getting some assistance, Twisted is, by T1 on the other side of this. T1's realized that GK is right on top of VC, so their focus is turning a bit more down into VP's positioning, and they don't like how that strong position that VP's playing is kind of giving them as much control as they've got. So it looks like EN might be moving their way down as BB does spot out Lou. I don't know, Twisted. Now you've got a pinch on both sides, and there is nowhere to go. Open field in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, with Virtus Pro already pretty well dug in here, you're going to have to land some really nice grenades. They try to flank Lou out to find a bit of a freebie pick, but it was well read by Virtus Pro. Now T1 swung down to the backside of this. They want to make sure that Twisted is dealt with. They'll leave Heather up on his own to corral Geeke, who they know are pinned on that hillside up on the northern edge. They can't really peek out too efficiently. EN thinking about the frag. Did that grenade just
เรียบร้อยระเบิดสวยจัด
T1's never found a fight that they don't want to be a part of. Perfectic's going to go down.
T1
going to go ahead and find example. So that's going to be Twisted Minds down out in that position. So 5th place. We've got our top 4 now. T1's going to go ahead and regroup. Heather made a contain play, holding back Geek as well as Vicious. So VP still holding their point. So it's a 2-2 split at this stage as the circle pops, and really VC the only one in it.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of frustration there from Batu. You know, again, this team will bounce back. I think a 7-point game, not definitely how you wanted it to roll, but you know, with Twisted, they're always want to just keep popping off eventually.
Twisted is so smart, and they're trying to do like these damage control maneuvers on these really brutal shifted circles that we're seeing. You know, whenever you're smart and you've got the gameplay coming in, you're trying to figure out a strategy to deal with coastline military base to the south on Circle 4. It's so hard, and but that's what you get at this stage, man.
7's good, yeah, exactly, man. This is not an easy circle to be in. Park Pro going to be watching the back tree there of a couple players of T1. Can't get that 3x spray to really connect initially. Able to follow up with some damage, but takes about an equal amount. That's going to open the door here for Heather to go for the grenade. Is it going to connect on a Park Pro? No, it bounces a little too far.
เกาหลี2ทีมเลยว่ะรอบนี้
Chilling here for so long, not really involved in too many of the firefights. I have no idea what's going on with the squad. What really they're
โอ้แต่ไปยากแล้วกีเคเรียบร้อยกีเค
Geek is just right on the other side of the hill from them, and it's just defended. You can see that
แตก
there's going to be nowhere else for Geek
รอ
to
อยู่
go.
แล้ว
They've got to push this side of it, and Vicious is just doing a good job on holding it and not allowing Geek to go anywhere. Geek is going to be so pissed at these guys because they've been right on top of each other for so long. Finally, Tycon takes some damage, but I mean, where does EJ go? He's just trapped here. He's going to go down the blue zone. Park Pro now the only one up, and it's all T1 focused in on him.
He's done. They're just going to succumb to the blue. Don't want to give any extra points over if they can help it.
T1 said no more number 2
And again, a tough situation that they found themselves
T1
in.
ว่ะ
Not easy to be on the outside looking in of this current circle. T1 continues to swing around the side. Raining found a big knock on Virtus Pro, and they're looking to try to capitalize. Smokes are down. They're going to keep moving forward.
Can they get there fast enough? Jumping in the vehicles. They want to get into a great position.
โดนลุงก่อนวัตโป
Tycon's going to go and get the knock on to Nixie, but everybody's getting a piece of what's going on with VP right now. EN down for T1, but they continue the push around on this angle. VP doing a great job on defense, but it's going to be Lucarux right in the face of VC, and this is exactly what T1 wanted. They wanted these two squads on top of each other so they could dismantle them at their leisure.
And to make everything work, Lucarux just going to try to run him over. He's out of the car, trying to do some damage. Hops into the smoke, is barely alive, trying to go for that first aid. Has a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Type is on the hunt, and he has taken down Virtus Pro members. They only have one standing, and that's Lucarux in that smoke.
Make your enemies do the work for you. T1 now at the top of the leaderboard, but Lucarux surviving in a desperate situation. Finds more, picks it up in the end. It is going to be T1 feasting on it all.
Well, this is exactly what we were looking for from T1. They've been second so many times, and they come out with a big statement chicken dinner to kick off the finals of EWC26.
That's a scary situation to be looking at. 11 kill victory coming up from T1 is going to put them in a great position on the leaderboard to start off everything and really unlock that aggression that T1 loves to bring in the earlier stages. Flip side of that though, VP played that circle so well. This is a squad that we have such high hopes for. They managed to make it later stages. Lucarux with hero plays, surviving, jumping in the car, running right into VC's face, gets a knock off of it, and just jumps out and starts massacring.
It's one of those funny moments where you can kind of use your opponent's smokes and vision denial against them a bit. And there were a bunch of stuns that were landing.
มิดจบดีครับมิดจบในแรงพอยต์ครับมิดจบในแรงพอยต์ส่วนฟูลเซนก็เจอพี่โฟกไปนะครับเรียบร้อยไนซ่าT1 มาว่ะเกมแรก EN ผมยาวแล้วนะ EN อ่ะ EN ไม่ตัดผม
Exactly. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit
ดี๋ยวน่าจะมีสัมภาษณ์แหละ
A little bit earlier on, I thought played it pretty decently. So, you know, even though they don't get a lot of points out of it, Gam, they were causing a lot of havoc up there, giving themselves some opportunities for points. They just couldn't capitalize.
I mean, we had action off the get-go. Plane path was crazy, leading us all the way down to Millie. Let's go ahead and get everything set for game number 2.
เดี๋ยวผมมานะเกม 2 ก่อน
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hey, it's Polaris here as well. I've got Tab with me from Twisted Minds. So Tab, my first question is, how does it feel being the best player on the team?
Not best, but yeah, it was kind of stable, so yeah, nice, feeling nice, because I wasn't like a problem for the team, so yeah, I'm proud by myself.
Absolutely, it was awesome to watch you play things out. So overall, obviously, you know, as day 2, a little harder actually for Twisted Minds as a whole. What do you guys think about that? What do you think was the reason for it being a bit harder day 2?
It wasn't like harder in case of like the team, but most of the most situations what we met, it was always about the comms, you know, like how to play together and have the same temp for each player. Like we have to make any decision together. So that was a problem, I think.
That's an amazing answer. Thank you very much for that. So final question then. Your thoughts? Is Twisted Minds going to be the back-to-back?
Yes, I swear. I'll say yeah, I swear. We will do it and we will do our best.
Thank you very much, Tab, for joining me here. Good luck in the next couple of days, and that is us here, done and done.
Hey everybody, it is Matcham here. I got myself Team Liquid's Cowboy, the new face on the roster, and welcome to EWC. This is your first time here, right?
Yep, my first time at EWC.
So you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's been a blast. Really cool event.
So looking on to the future, you guys now qualified for the grand finals. You guys were, I guess, spicy on the last day, doing some hunting down, trying to cut out some people, make sure you get into a better position. Anything that you got planned for today that you can reveal? Anything else fun coming down the pipeline?
Right now, no. I think we're just going to play our game, but always down for some fun, so we'll see later on maybe.
All right, last question I got to know. Your name's Cowboy. Why is there never a cowboy hat?
I don't know. Maybe one day. I have one at home, though.
I was going to say, do you need me to bring you one from Texas? You got one?
I got one, yeah.
All right, cool, man. Thanks so much. You have a great day.
Thank you, man. By the way, like the shirt as well as T1 came out hot. We had this team on Sony's Story of the Day, and there was no surprise, Toffee, that they were able to perform like this, especially with that 2-2 split at the end, too.
I mean, they look good. It's not a surprise. We talked about the start of the day. Everybody was like, Heather this, Heather that. It's raining points, and so it doth again begin in such a way. You know, I'm not shocked. I guess I'm sad for everybody else in the lobby because you're playing that chase game now, boys.
I mean, they might have heard me because I was like, oh, you know, they get the kills and the eliminations, but their ability to sort of change that into a win is not existent until now. So reverse cast a curse, I believe, for T1. But I mean, yeah, they played that exceptionally from start to finish, and to see them be able to get to that point as a full squad was exceptional.
การต้องทำให้การดูตัวอย่างว่าเติมดีเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยวเขาจะพูดวันท้าย
They couldn't encroach on their position. Then they sent the other two towards the north to watch what was kind of going on between Vicious and
อันดับ 3 ไม่เป็นไรครับดีอยู่
But man, I have to say, for me, Lucarux, that was one of the sickest clutch plays to get Vicious out of there.
ไม่แย่เกมแรก
That was so sick.
นาวี17เหนื่อยอะนาวี17เหนื่อย
Do you just go for that easy one flush, or do you try to take that 1v1 that will ultimately amount to 2 points? That's a tough decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, it was something that it looks like they pre-planned it. I mean, their ability to adapt is exceptional, but I feel like this is something that they might have calculated from the group stages, because we did not see this sort of like play style in group stages. So that took something to the drawing board, and they are absolutely smashing it.
T1 แม่งวนฉลาดเว้ยมันวนมาหาแบบเปิดมุมให้เหมือนบีบบังคับให้วอตัสโบวิ่งไปเล่นกับ VC เว้ยเล่น คล้ายๆกับ MIDS อะกินพื้นที่ไวกินพื้นที่ไวแล้วทำให้คู่ต่อสู้ช็อกเว้ยแล้วก็วนไปเล่นอีกฝั่งแทนนะครับอันนี้คือความแสบของT1นะ
The people who got to the top 7 are exactly who we expected to be there in game 1.
That's right. I mean, Myth as well, even though they didn't end up being on that final, they were still able to collect 9 kill points. Impressive play out of that squad, considering they really didn't have Godspeed. With Myth towards the north, they didn't really have anything to work with, and they were able to make something out of that.
But that's the thing, that roster, no matter what, any good roster in PUBG, Steve knows this, any good roster is going to find a way to get as many points as possible, regardless of what situation they're in. That's what makes Myth so dangerous. That's what made Twisted so strong. That's what made Falcon so strong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them on the north side there being able to clear out Team Liquid on the northwest, which, you know, I thought they were going to more push into Gam, who was holding them out in zone, but no, they cleared their backs, and then they were able to decimate Gam going into the zone, which was awesome for them collecting that. Obviously, you know, they were only down to the 2, but I feel like no matter kind of what dynamic duo is happening, you know, whether it's, you know, Kiss and Jacob and Baron swapping around, the way that they can just have that cohesion as a team, no matter who is still standing, is insane. Like, I am so impressed by this squad.
I'm impressed by that squad. I'm impressed by a lot of squads and how they're going to approach this. And I think one thing to keep in mind is the first couple games here are a chess match for these teams, right? Yeah, especially that circle goes far south, makes it tough for some of these teams on rotation. So what you're going to look for is the salvage teams. AGAL with some swimmers out there hoping to pick up a couple of extra points. Falcons realizing that they 6 points. Yeah, and they reason Falcons going, we lost some resources. Let's crash Vitality, take that extra risk, and hopefully pick up a few more. And that's what you need to do, especially with this new smash roll on day 3. You need to go in ahead, or at the very least, you can't go in behind. If you look at T1 right now, they get the 10 for winning, they get 11 for kills. That is a huge jump. If they are 21 ahead when we go into the 3rd day, it may be uncatchable outside of the 6.
Yeah, in Smash, you absolutely want to set the pace. You want to be in first because ultimately you're basically setting yourself up to win the tournament rather than having someone come from behind and then, you know, kind of steal it.
That's right. I mean, with this squads too, you just need to make sure the gap is not too insane going into the final game, because then from whoever's in first place, depending on how many points they have, you will end up adding 10. And if it's too far away, it's just going to come down to that squad that is in first place to just do enough to get those 10 points and then just play for that win.
Well, it even goes farther, because if a team is far enough ahead, right, you don't get to play your normal game. The entire lobby now has the onus of being in charge of stopping them from winning. So that means, like, I might be executing the perfect strategy, but oh my goodness, I see the kill feed and the team that could very much win with a chicken dinner here gets a knock. I have to send them. I can't let them maybe get that win because I need to make sure I'm in first. The club points are on the line, the $2 million, like, this is not something you can take light risks on.
Do you think T1 can, you know, get sabotaged? Because what we witnessed is they were always being the saboteur. So I don't know if this is something that, you know, is going to be a little bit difficult for the teams, but from watching the group stages, all I saw was T1 taking down all those teams in their path, and yeah, it might not be the reverse.
I'm hoping it ends up happening. I'm pretty sure at some point we might end up seeing a bit of a sabotage too, depending on what happens here. If teams do have to chase, but this is just game 1. Get a bit to relax here, unless it happens in game 2 and game 3 and so on. But I'm hearing that we got something going on with Kalaris on the stage.
There's always something going on with me. There's a lot in my head. There's a lot going on here at the Esports World Cup. But of course, we had some great plays in that first game with everyone trying to deal with military, as always here on Erangel. But there's been plenty of great plays throughout the tournament already so far. What have been some of your best?
Oh, man, I think the first thing that comes to mind has got to be that example drop shot when he was... look, I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if it was done on purpose, but, man, it looked cool. It really did. You see the cinematics... UAS going over the top of his head. It was insane. And then don't follow that up, the Tiggleton double mortar. Just the back-to-back mortar, and then them going off and then just farming the rest of the northern side of the lobby. Those are the two that first stick out to my mind. What about you?
Yeah, definitely very impressive stuff. I must say, when it comes to that example one, that was sick. And the mortars were fantastic as well. For me, it's a very simple one. I kind of liked the Panzer underneath the BRDM from Tambu, because It's very rare you see that angle being exploited, so for Tanfu to be able to make something like that happen was pretty damn awesome, right?
I mean, again, you could also put that into the list of, was it intentional or was it something that just kind of happened magically? But either way, it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot, of course, and there's going to be more on the way as well. The thing is that you've got some amazing situations happening too. I think him being able to get as many kills as he did for AGAL, it really kind of righted the ship a little bit, I think, for them.
No, absolutely. AGAL needed somebody to step up, and this is the time when your superstars have to start shining their brightest. But what's going on now?
Oh, it's time for the game, Poro. All right, let's head on over to the commentator team for the next game here for the final.
Oh, it's a tale of two different mindsets as they're all technical with like shooting like Panzerfausts underneath the vehicles and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, I'm just like, another Heather ran over everybody on Falcons and just like blew that whole thing up. That was
raining. It was raining.
Was it raining?
Yeah, it was raining.
มีส่วนของไทยครับในซูป ABS ครับ
ซูป I mean, just what an unbelievably talented player. By far the top fragger during the group stage. But Raining has, he has his moments too. He is no slouch. That's the scary thing about this T1 team is Heather, Raining, Type are all incredible fraggers. And EN, now that he's the IGL, is kind of sometimes slowed down in that, but he still can absolutely pop off himself. I mean, he has been one of the best in Korea for a very long time. So that T1 team, top to bottom, if they can continue to play as well as they are, as cohesive as they are definitely going to be a threat, it feels like, for sure. My eyes, though, going to be drifting over towards AGAL, who has to make some weird decisions because of Geekay. We're going to be way out in the south, though.
I just had to go back and double check. No, see, it was Heather.
Was it really Heather?
Yeah, it was Heather.
Oh, you're right. Oh, okay. I thought it was raining. My brain got frazzled.
I am now the Korea expert.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, playing path over into the east, as you're kind of alluding to. AGAL is going to have to do a longer drop to try to get away from a full sense. No shenanigans off the start on this one. Now, there is a takeaway that I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh my god, Falcons taking that fight early is just, they went out, blah, blah, blah. No, look, when in game one, trying to set a pace, don't mess with us, this is ours. That has ramifications that sacrificing a game one start and still walking away with a high amount of kills is not a loss.
ตายแล้วผมเจอมิดนะ
Absolutely. I mean, this is
ตอนนี้ไปที่
perfectly fine for the Falcons. I mean, if you're
ตอนนี้ไปที่
about what they did in that first game, I'd have
ตอน
concern
นี้ไป
about
ที่
you
ใครดีวะ
because that was a
ตอนนี้ไปที่นาวีแล้วกัน
reasonable
นาวี
play, particularly
เก
given
ม
the
นี้นาวี
circle, given the situation they were in. It was a hard-shifted circle, so a lot of those teams that are dropping on those very northern spots, like South George, up in that kind of vicinity of the Matt Gatka.
นาวีเกมนี้นาวี
Look, it's going to be hard to get into that circle, no matter what you do. Even if you emergency pick up, if you drive, bridges are going to be camped. There's going to be people who may already be in the compounds. You're kind of eyeing from those emergency pickups. Just take the points where you can.
Yeah. Okay, circle pop. Down to the south, Gam going to be in a great position. Na'Vi, Myth as well. Vitality playing around Ohyang. They're going to be feeling pretty good. Jin G is going to be inside the circle, and just to the east of them is going to be Geekay. But we're going to have longer wraps coming in from the guys that went to the island up to the north. That's going to be a VP, Shadow, AGAL, Full Sense, Team Liquid, kind of. I think that they left ALO kind of very close to the edge of the circle, so they should be fine. 17 and Twisted are going to be right next to each other on the edge of the zone. But T1 and Myth do drop pretty close to each other, and that could be a recipe for something fun to brew.
That would be nice. Getting to see those two teams take a fight. I mean, the rest of the lobby would love that in particular, given how well they've been playing lately.
I mean, when we're talking about, like, what's going on and how we have expectations coming into this, yes, T1, Myth, but whenever my eyes go European right now, for me it's VP. VP off of the performance on day 2, just overall great, the way that the squad can really just kind of find ways
นั่งดูฟอร์มก่อนเพราะว่าวันสุดท้ายผมพากครับวันสุดท้ายผมพากงั้นนั่งดูฟอร์มก่อน
was getting annoyed at that last game just due to how the circles kind of fall together. VP has this system that seems to work where they can take a mess and just turn everything advantageous to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to some of the games last year that they won in really bizarre situations.
ดู2วันเลยครับเพราะว่า
I can remember one here on
เพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้นั่งดูอีกวันหนึ่งแล้วก็สุดท้ายพาก
1v1 and they're able to clutch it out because of some really good smoke play and the way they're able to position themselves. I can't remember, it was a Thai team, I can't remember which one they were going against, but anyway, they are really sturdy in those moments. The thing that hurt VP during the group stage was they had kind of a run there on the first day where they just couldn't get into those late game situations like they normally are really pretty adept at doing. So as long as they can do that, you're feeling pretty good. You may get your wish here a bit.
No, no damage done.
โอ้ผ่านกับนี่อ่ะผ่านกับมิดอีกอ่ะ T1
Not my T1. Well, they probably know who it is, and they're probably like,
แต่บ้านนี้ก็รับยากอยู่
any
นะ
team in the lobby to try to fight early. Maybe this one's not the one we want to try to contest.
Especially when they've got a compound and all that other fun stuff. Another European squad, Na'Vi, great position, center of the circle. They're trying to push back against 17, trying to get a bit closer to them. But I do like the fact that in this rotation where they opt into stopping because there's really nobody playing to the west. The way that this has kind of all come down, Hosan's going to be kind of the northwest-ish. It's kind of central. It's in that like odd spot kind of in between both. Team Liquid's going to wrap over there, but that's the only squad really in the west.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good thing to talk
แกมมี
about.
แกมมีแค่แต้มเดียวเหรอแกม
They went all the way across the circle to get here.
ไม่น่าเชื่อ
So they're trying
เรีย
to
บร้อย
play a
อี
bit
ก
more
แล้
edge. They're
ว
trying to not just take that early position. Kamal's
โดนอีกแล้วครับ
early against a
ฟู
full
เซน
sense, having struggles in the early game, but let's pencil that in for later. I think T1 wants to play a little bit more edge. They
โดน
want to
ต้น
take
เกม
those
อีกแล้วอ่ะ
fights,
ฟูเซน
and they're happy to not just claim a central compound. You know, they were pretty close to the center of the circle compared to a lot of teams, and they opted to go far west. That's really
โดน
interesting.
แบบไม่หยุด
It says a
ต้น
lot
เกม
about their current mindset for this tournament.
Well, a lot of times when we've talked about T1,
เป๋ยาวเลยนะฟูเซนเนี่ย
they had a different coach at the time.
Yep.
You were talking yesterday a little bit about that and kind of. Do you think that this is more of a distinct playstyle difference now coming out from T1 due to that?
100%. 100%. It's a Lash K, the difference between him and Sonic. Like Sonic is a much more like central.
ต้องเปลี่ยนให้เหมือน T1 อ่ะ T1 แม่งเปลี่ยนแบบชัดเจนมากเลยจังหวะการเล่นน่ะใช่ฟูเซนโดนตลอดเลยต้นเกมโดนตลอดเลยต้องแก้ว่ะเรื่องเนี้ยแก้แบบเร่งด่วนด้วยคือถ้าไม่แก้ก็เหนื่อยอ่ะ3 วันนี้ต้องแก้ว่ะไปดูจังหวะแบบเล็กน้อยอ่ะคืออย่างเช่นแบบว่ามีความเสี่ยงมากน้อยแค่ไหนในการเดินไปเก็บรถเก็บเครื่องบินอะไรอย่างเงี้ยต้องดูด้วยแบบจุดคนลงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่พูดถึงแม่งก็พูดยากอยู่ดีอ่ะสุดท้ายอ่ะโดนตัดก่อนดีสวยเฮ้ยเพื่อนรักว่ะ TL เพื่อนรักว่ะมาดินี่ไงเจอลิควิดเพื่อนรักไปสวยเพื่อนจะเก็บชิปวนๆจะเก็บชิปweเอาว่ะเขาเอาเพอร์ดิคาตี้ว่ะ
a little bit here by Team Liquid. I mean, if Kirk can get out of this is going to be a great freebie point. Now you could recover the chip. It looks like Heather just did that. There are some revive stations that you could go to. Hosan is the one that my eyes immediately go to as being open. I mean, Team Liquid is hunting, man. I love this. We've talked about it a lot this tournament.
I mean, worked for him yesterday. They managed to inflict damage.
มาว่ะเพื่อนรัก
really take control over circles.
เก็บชิปมันมา
Several teams they if you really look at it. T1 wants no piece of that right now because they know that Team Liquid is just coming in hot and heavy and they do not care. Anyone's Legend actually making that long wrap finally is going to get into the circle just to the west of what we were just watching. VC did not end up staying long enough to wait and catch Falcons, so they're going to go ahead and go for the circle while Falcons has an easier path. And we still have Shadow fighting up in the army base.
Yeah, that's kind of turned into a bit of a standoff.
ยินดีกับลาครัวด้วยครับโอเคขอบคุณครับ
Sort of a
ลาครัว50 กว่าล้านมอร์แกนโรเจอร์ไป100 กว่าล้านเอาเรื่องจัด
as well as T1. Team Liquid's realized, whoa, there's way too many cars over here. Let's not defend this angle anymore. Let's go ahead and try to regroup.
And I think T1's just maybe looking for a revive station is like kind of the weirdness of this whole situation. Having a couple porters, not the best cars to have in this spot as T1. I think they're a little bit lucky that everybody else was also in cars in those moments, or otherwise they might have lost another
ทั้งหมด
player.
กี่เกมครับ
I mean, they can
ขั้นต่ำ
you don't want to make the commitment.
ขั้นต่ำ
Maybe they were thinking school because that's easier to get
สูงสุด
out of.
18 ครับ
But this is taking so long.
สูงสุด
to find anything.
They got to go way west.
Everybody else is starting to make an approach in these late wraps. Finally, we do have also Shadow has left full sense to their own devices up there as we're about to get circle number 2.
วงดีดขึ้นหานาวี MITS โอ้โหนาวีป่ะ MITS ป่ะวงผมโคตรเทพว่ะผมนี่แม่งโคตรเทพเลยนะวงเด้งกับนาวีเด้งกับ MITS เห็นป่ะโคตรป่ะสุดยอดป่ะ
We did see that AGL went for a very
ไม่มีใครชมเราชมตัวเองเว้ยสุดยอดว่ะชนแม่งโคตรอัจฉริยะเลยว่ะ
just keeps bumping into everybody in the world. Most of the squads that were playing center
วงเด้งเข้านาวี MITS เห็นป่ะ
I mean, for T1, this is really throwing off your timing.
ชนแม่งโคตรเอาเลยว่ะ
I think they're
going
to get in here with just enough time, and I don't think AGAL is going to be able to punish this initially. Now, this will give AGAL a very good idea that there is a team on their backside, so they can a gatekeep onto T1 potentially, but this is a tough revive to get to go for T1 in the long run. Just have to wait and see how they make it go. Close to Team Liquid, who is split up into a 2-2 split, but
2-2 split.
It feels like everybody is next to Team Liquid right now as they kind of into the thick of it all. But yeah, Gamma spotted out VC. VC, remember, they were kind of a little bit slower on their rotate into all of this, so Duckmai at least going to find Duck Juice in return. Team Liquid, you can see, while they do have that hillside on the west in control, it's going to start being more contested as AGL is going to try to find angle. Gam's Tanvu does have vision up on Duckmai and is trying to dare him to go for the res, but just doesn't get the angle that he wants.
Yeah, it was Duck season up here. Oh, look at that. Levante comes up and over the hill. That's Vitality striking, and Gam continuing to have problems.
The timing on that, the Porter was rolling away. If he'd held the angle for a little bit longer, he could have found it, but Levante just coming in, ruining opportunities. See if Gam, what they want to do now, they have to retreat more down to the south. There's just not much else of an option.
Yeah, Falcons actually stole that point.
เกมที่ผมทายนาวีนี่ว่าเกมที่ผมทายนาวีไว้
Great timing on that hit.
พิมพ์กันไม่ได้นะทุกคนพิมพ์กันไม่ได้เลยนะ
Yeah, man, this is getting really awkward for Gam. They might have to take that fight. Meanwhile, there is no safety to be found for Vicious. Tycon immediately getting peppered as he tries to push out and get some info. He has to go back and go for the heal. No doubt Falcons know about this. That vehicle not going to be the quietest thing in the world. So Hong F just looking for somewhere to set up shop. And the question for me right now is how aware is Gam of Falcons' position? They would have seen that flush in the kill feed, so they know Falcons are going to be somewhere, and they may have heard the shots and kind of triangulated that they're over in this direction. Now they know for sure.
Now what does Falcons want to do? Gustav's still playing back behind. He was trying to play anchor position, take a couple of shots of Vitality, but Vitality still looks like they're trying to get a piece of what's going on. Kickstart now, going to play anchor and try to hold back Vitality. Gustav's going to go for an emergency pickup. I think that might just be scouting, but the way the rest of the squad's trying to regroup, maybe they don't like this approach. Given the way that these hills kind of stack together, I don't blame them. You can kind of go up that hillside. You don't have a lot of information on what's going on in the center.
Oh, full sim ไปไหนวะนะ
On the other side of that, full sense, where are you going to go for the stop as Ian is going to be coming at the same time. It's just helicopters everywhere in the circle.
Yeah, this is a revive, I believe, for full sense.
ลงนอกค่อยวิ่งเข้าข้างในเหรออ๋อไปหาธนดล
But it's going to be T1 who's going to
ลงไปหาธนดลก่อนให้เดินตีเข้า
They're going to see the parachutes. Is that going to kind of make them rethink trying to go inside the city proper to sort of get relooted up, get their fourth player back into the mix with some decent gear?
So whenever we look at this circle, right, there is actually a crescent that kind of comes around from where Twisted's playing, where we see, I guess, the southern section of Navi, where Liquid Gen G are. There's a hillside there that leads into a valley that nobody's really wanting to play. Wilson's, though, managed to crash down just in time to get the flush onto Hong F. So they'll take that one for free, but they're still going to have to make a run into the circle. So most of our teams, like I was talking about with that, I guess, crescent hillside, all of them are going to be coming mostly from the south and mostly from the southwest, the way that we see this coming out. I don't know how we're going to see Gen G and Team Liquid be able to deal with the threats because they're all just going to be rolling right on top of them.
It's going to be pretty dicey in the middle of there, so your team fighting going to have to be up to snuff for sure. AGAL has got inside the circle. Oh, Swalzy, okay, that US is okay, and he seems to be as well. Himas, though, just going to roll up underneath this hill, trying to figure out exactly where Genji is situated before he makes his stop. He's got to be a little worried, though. This hill kind of exposed on the backside. Clory's last player alive for Gam, and Falcons are in the car with him.
I thought they were going to take a drive together.
Yeah.
No,
Did they not see him?
Maybe not. Is against the tree side? Up against the tree.
This is what I'm saying.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
I don't think they saw him.
I don't think so either.
No way. Oh, this is madness. Oh, Falcons. Oh, no.
Yeah. บางคนไม่รู้คอรี่อยู่
Falcons did the emergency pickup thing.
คอรี่นั่งอยู่ข้างใน
Vitality's over there, but of all the ways to go, T1 doesn't want to bully their way in just from the south directly. They're going to go over next to Clory's and Falcons. They fall for the same thing.
Nope, they do not.
No. In defense of Falcons,
เห็นอีก
it's much easier to see
ตายแล้วเรียบร้อยทีวันตาดี
That's true. And I'm not sure how much
ฟอลคอนไม่เห็น
obscuring that too, or what
เอาไว้บวกไปเลย
Oh well, Falcons
บวกเลยฟอลคอนน่ะบวกทีวันเลย
T1 from gaining any entry into the next circle if possible.
ใช่เรียบ
Here's Hanzi, who is a little bit close to some of those mortar hits. Has been knocked, and Shadow
ตามบ้านเขียวหน่อยดิ
moving
ทุกคน
to try to go for the res with their other 2 players. So
ตามบ้าน
they're
เขียว
just
หน่อยดิ
gonna remain dug in and seemingly leave Hansy to his own devices. Just a matter
ทุก
of
คนไปตามบ้าน
the
เขียวหน่อยดิ
timing. They could still go for it. They do have a vehicle. I think maybe
ต้อง
waiting
ต้อ
for
ง
the
แชทตาม
mortars
บ้าน
a bit.
เขียวไว้หน่อย
I'd be a bit nervous for it, as the mortars are still coming down. This
ตาม
is
บ้าน
kind
เขียว
of
ไว้หน่อย
like an
ทุกคน
island, this hillside in the middle of
ที่ปักหมุด
all of
ไว้อะ
this.
ฝากไปตามหน่อยบ้าน
I
เขียว
don't necessarily blame them for not wanting to go to the south.
โอ้
That
โห
would put you right back into
นาวีแม่งกักไกลว่ะ
Didn't feel too good.
That would not be great.
นาวีแม่งกักไกลเกิน กลับไปร่วมก่อนนาวีเพื่อนโอ้โห
Speaking of,
เฮียนาวีโคตรกัก
sidelines of Vitality, T1 as well, getting tagged up as they
กลับ
try
ไป
to
ร่วม
make
ก่อน
entry into this next
กัก
circle.
ไกลเกิน
So, big firefight there. T1 is in a
อุ้ย
really
แล้วบ้านซ้ายล่าง
awkward
ไม่มีใครอยู่
spot.
เลย
They've got VC, AGL,
เอ้ยฟูลเซนสวยนะ
They might just be going down early in this one.
ดีครับ T1 ตายไวครับถือว่าดีถือว่าดี
More focused on Falcons than
นี่ถือว่า
really
โอเค
T1. So
ฟอร์คอนตามต่อ
shots coming out from Vitality.
โอ้ดีโอเคอย่างนี้ดีครับเพราะว่างูกินหางครับ Vitality มาอีก ดีงูกินหาง บาเลนได้หนึ่งแฟดได้ EJ เอาดีบาเลนไปซ้ำ
Yeah, I mean Vitality.
Hello, my bad,
on
bye.
a couple different fronts though, so they haven't been able to really fully commit. They do have the BRDM and Falcons having
มี
flashbacks.
ฝากไปตามหน่อยครับฝากไปดูหน่อยฝากไปดูในบ้านเขียวหน่อย
Out of the car though, and Trimsy gonna make you pay the price. Quizzy
ฝากไปดูในบ้านเขียวหน่อยนะครับ T1 ไปแล้วว่ะฟูลเซนสวย
on day 1 of the finals, looking to confirm that point with the frag.
ฝากไปกดติดตามแล้วก็นั่งดูไว้หน่อยนะ
But Tiggleton is
ผม
not
อ่านอยู่นะบ้านเขียวอ่ะ
Yeah, they still have VC back behind them. That's not much else you could do. Is there just too much pressure? Other side of this now, Gen G in some trouble. Team Liquid as well as anyone's legend trying to make a push right on
ฝากไปดูหน่อย
top of
มันมี
Gen
กรอก
G.
นะ
And
มัน
this
มี
is
กรอก
outside the circle. Everybody just trying to fight their way in, and unfortunately, it's on top of Gen G's position.
Yeah, AGAL doing some nice work out on the edge in this game, getting some big knocks, and see if they can capitalize. Team Liquid rolling into this party as well, trying to find some kind of angle into this fight. Gen G is going to be pincered between these two squads.
Big face. I don't know. Okay, Team Liquid. Sorry, that distracted me for a moment. Team Liquid trying to get the kills on the sweeping side of this, but they're going to find a target-rich environment, potentially more than they might want. Soul is the only one over here that's kind of in the circle, and don't forget, Vitality still either has to deal with VC or they could opt into wrapping more west and be involved in this fight as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, at this point, as Vitality, it's like, well, we're probably not going deep into this game. Let's get some points. Salute, gonna dodge that util, get into the smoke. He lands that right at the feet of Cowboy, but Cowboy still wins the fight.
Cowboy
Soul is doing some damage to AGAL, but Gen G just fighting so many different teams, so many different players. There just isn't much they can do. They're getting cut down here. Team Liquid trying to res their AGL Purdy-curdy. AGL as well had a player go down, so they're trying to stick that res.
เละจัด
Moment to stop and breathe for Soul, as it is going to be a ton of friends roaming both sides real quick. See if he finds any safety. Gedrock's also making a run into the circle. Looks like Cowboy doesn't really like this approach anymore. He's going to go back to the north, but that's going to open up shots coming up from DK as well as VP if he continues on this path. And there's not much else you can go for. It's just time to send it and try to get to this hillside. And this is what Shadow is trying to play. They're going to do enough shots to discourage. Down to near on nothing. He's got himself a dip that he can stop in, but he's going to get dropped.
Yeah, was just trying to maybe find some safety, do a little pre-scouting for the rest of his team. What in the world just happened? Soul just wiped out AGAL with 1 grenade, or 2 grenades it looks like. That is ridiculous stuff from him. He is going to go down immediately after that from Purdy-curdy, but at least he got something out of that.
That turns a bad game into not bad game, to say the least. That was not feeling too good for Gen G. Circle's now popped. Team Liquid, they're going to have to go on the hunt yet again and try to dive right past GK. VC, and it's going to be full sense.
ก่อนจากลาทั้งตีใช่
All the way from the north, they're going to be trying to keep all of this out. The island that was kind of being held down by Shadow is just barely inside, and VP again with great positional awareness and how to tackle a circle.
ตัดโปเข้าจุดดีมากเลยว่ะ
Setsuna, kind of the star player for Shadow during the group stage, just making the foxhole and then just going to chill. VP, this is kind of their bread and butter, man. Playing a little bit of edge. They've got a lot of terrain to work with in front of them. You know, they're so good about inching their way forward. The problem is GK just a step ahead in this next circle, so they will be able to find some level of safety next to this revive station. So can't go too much further forward, and you have a couple different squads that you have to deal with. Team Liquid is going to send it again towards the center of the circle where Cowboy died.
If first you don't succeed, try again, and that's a little bit of what's going on right now. Is Team Liquid is going to get eliminated. Maybe third time would have been the charm. As at least they died near each other.
Liquid หมดกลับมาอีกที
If you're gonna go down with your friends, I guess.
โอ้ยจะมาว่ะเล่นกับ
Definitely
MIDS
a
ว่ะ
tough one there for Liquid.
Here's the push from VP. They do have some high ground, but there is going to be Navi that's taking shots on the northeastern side of VP. DK is a bit more focused on what's going on with the full sense VC situation. Levante still up for Vitality, maybe trying to get involved in that. Myth also getting dangerously close to Twisted on the other side of all this. VC just doesn't have too many options. They're getting corralled over here. These are the shots coming up from DK. It's just going to force Vicious right into full sense. But so far it's working, so why fight it?
I mean, Flash is have to go huge here. He hasn't really seen much. That smoke obscuring a lot of his vision. There is that point claimed for Duckmai. Oh, the grenade from Flash finds the mark. Nicely timed, and he strikes for another. Tycon down. All of a sudden, Flash trying to cling to life, but he's getting shot from behind by Myth.
Myth just involved in a little bit of everything right now, and if they pushed that, they could find a lot more opportunities for kills, and it looks like Baron might be thinking about it as long as Kiss is going to find himself in a veiled position. Duel of Fates over here as Nade's going to go opposite sides of the rock. Not really going to get too much more as it's just going to see who has more utility. Pal pretty low. Does Flash have an idea on where he's at? Depends on how that rolls down. Doesn't connect.
They might have overcooked that one with the underhand throw just a little bit. Pal trying to crawl forward. He's been under fire from a couple different angles, so has found a little bit of a dip for himself to hide in from the explosions. If he can get this grenade to land, though, Flash is in a lot of trouble, and he goes a little bit too far. Flash's turn up to bat.
Yeah, that Cubby could have just...
ต้นไม้ไม่ดีว่ะ
Oh, counter nade. This is just the name of the game right now. They're essentially playing ping pong with nades just back and forth, but here comes Kiss getting a bit more involved in everything, but new circles pop. Maybe they don't want to go for it. VP also going for a wrap as these solos just can't get the reses, and Tycon trying to at least crawl over and make it close enough as Flash just barely survives that.
He put that on a knife's edge with that first aid, eventually gets it through. Twisted and 17 are dueling up on the northeast corner. Pau still holding on by this tree, has some smokes to work with. Myth peels off of this fight. They don't want to commit.
Oh,
there it is.
Tycon coming over, just trying to provide some more utility or something else to work with, but nope. In the end, it is going to be Flash that gets the flush onto both. Okay, do you have time to get Belmoth and try to make a run into the circle? I don't know about that, because down in the lower sections of it, we've got this firefight going on as GK tried to creep over to see if they could get a piece of what was happening with Flash, but VP's just finding more and more territory control as they pick up kill after kill. Just quiet consistency, performing time and time again.
Yeah, it just feels like they might be up for another big game, maybe even a chicken dinner in the cards. You are going to take down Sungjong, so DK has been eliminated in front of you. You've claimed a lot of this southwestern edge to yourselves. Navi still up and running with 4 themselves, so they could be very much a threat in this. Otherwise, everybody down to just 1 or 2 players. In the case of Twisted, well, goodbye Flash, but in the case of Twisted and Myth, they only have 2 left. So the big heavy hitter is going to be these EMEA squads trying to secure their edges of the circle, kitty corner from each other. Gedrock's going to be chilling in the middle in a vehicle. Is that BRDM?
Maybe, I don't know. So, easy way to look at it: to the north, Navi strong; to the south, VP strong; and then to the east, the west, and the center, it's just going to be a spattering of solos trying to survive. Myth with their duo up. Do get some vision onto Luke Rux, get the knock onto him. If anything, that might be just drawing a little bit more of an aggressive position, as Baron also does spot out Perfectix, finishes him out. Twisted just can't seem to find a way to make that one work.
Dude, look what they're doing. They're just out there on their own. They have so much confidence in their individual ability that they're taking fights against 2 different teams. Kiz is taking on all of VP by himself. Now, granted, he has the luxury of being a bit higher than them and has some cover from the crates. Baron just swept over, finish off the remnants of Twisted Minds, and is now looking to regroup with his teammate. And there's going to be quite a bit of utility.
แต่นาวีผมยังอยู่นะนาวีผมยังอยู่นะทุกคน
This is weird. We've got a reverse situation where all the teams are now playing low ground because we're only in phase 6 with only 5 teams alive. It's just brutal shifts have caused destruction to the lobby. So Myth is our high ground team as a duo, and that's going to be about all she wrote. So it's going to finally get spotted, so we're in our top 4. But it's north versus south with Navi and VP. Myth getting involved in Gedrox. Yeah, there it is. There's the BRDM. We finally got close enough to see it.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured it was, considering he was just sitting in a vehicle in the middle of the circle. I'm like, surely that's a BRDM, right? Like, somebody would have knocked you out of the window by now. And absolutely Kiss looking to just tag that vehicle up. Doesn't want that to be a threat in the later
Oh,
stages of the game. Still gonna have to put some fire down, but VP very aware of it. What in the world is that? Paris just hit a double mortar onto VP.
เอาเรื่อง
And that is their
เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
too. That's going to be a big problem. Myth still has the high ground. Gedrock's actually going to roam over here. Is he going to try to flush those out by running them over? Mortar's on the chase. Nope, they're going to go pick him up first. Sorry, Gedrox, you're denied. But you run right into
What?
Gedrox, no!
Oh, no way. That is such bad luck. There was still one more mortar.
ไม่ดีอะแบดลักเลยโชคร้ายจัดจะไปเก็บของ
so well is done in by Ferris mortar plus a few other kind of weird circumstances. They're gonna try to hang on. One player left, and they almost had Beamy dialed in. That was just a little bit to Beamy's left.
Oh, VP in first place, but man, it has just turned terrible. Myth now running down on top of him. The vultures are circling. Beamy, what you got? Nade prepped up. Can he manage to drop it in the right spot? Does get the knock on to Baron. So Kiss now just over here. I think just trying to find loot more than anything else.
โอ้นาวีแชมป์ว่ะเห็นป่ะผมทายไว้โอ้นาวีแชมป์ผมทายเป็นไงผมนั่งดูอยู่บ้านเนี่ยรู้เลยใครไก่อะเนี่ย
And that is going to be Navi. Control of the North pays off, but really, mortar plays.
Navi.
That was cruel.
That was a nasty one from Ferris. 2 for 1. That's huge in that moment because it completely cuts the feet out underneath the team that's going to be the biggest threat to you. To Virtus Pro's credit, they're hanging on. They're fighting tooth and nail. They're going to be in first place after this game. So they're playing really nicely, but that's going to be a little bit frustrating. They had a good look at the win.
แน่นาเว่
Gedrox, man, he thought he was going to try to go over there,
แม่นปะ
run somebody over.
โคตรแม่น
But who expects
2 เกมแล้วเห็นปะ
in the 6th mortars
โคตรแม่น
to
เปิดแอร์แล้ว
follow
มัน
through?
ร้อน
I mean, you had to maybe expect that they would go for the flushes with it, but he knew. There's no nice way to say it. He was screwed. He knew he was screwed.
Yes.
He knew he was probably going to die soon.
He wanted those points.
He wanted to try for something. It's a weird timing situation that kind of fell out that way. So, but I respect what he was trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I don't like to use this word often in esports, but that one was a little unlucky. Unlucky. I mean, it's the right idea. It's a good play. Just a little bit mistimed. So, yeah, still a little bit for Twisted. They're not having the best day, but gosh darn it, they're in 5th place.
They're not having a bad day.
No.
It's just like... okay, so they had a great position high ground inside that circle over into the northeast, but 17 kind of runs up and wrecks their day, kind of causes some issues. Third, fourth party kind of comes into effect there. This is a very angry lobby. They will not let anybody just fight one squad versus another squad. It's going to be multiple teams seeing if they can vulture anything that they can get.
Yeah, I mean, T1 there just fell apart because of that early play from Liquid that cascaded into kind of bad situation after bad situation where other teams were happy to try to capitalize on their positioning that they had to go for to try to go for those revives. But here at the end, Beamy just barely hangs on. Kiss is trying to come up and over that lip. There's kind of a weird moment there where
no one kills Beamy but Beamy.
Yeah, Beamy's just like, nope, I'm not going to give you this point if I can help it, and he does not. That's smart.
But that's a mark of respect, right? Denying out a point from Navi, anything that you could potentially deny from them because they always loom large. Well, we've got Kolaris set with an interview down on the stage. Let's see what's got going on over there.
That's right, thank you boys. Yes, I'm here with Lucarux from Virtus Pro after a good 2 games here to get things rolling for the final. Lucarux, let's talk about the first game. You getting into that late game circle, holding the cliff for a long time on the south side of Erangel, up against the Vicious as well as T1. What was your guys' thought process going up against those teams and how you were trying to potentially counter their positions?
I mean, we did a really good rotation zone too. We got in a good spot and then we got a zone. And then in the end, it was against T1 Vicious, and I think GK was alive. And in our heads, we saw that T1 has the best position, so they're obviously gonna win the game. And we had bad loot that game, and we just went to play for 2nd place to kill GK and Vicious.
Okay, it did look like that, so that's actually really good for the clarification. Thank you. And into game 2 here, obviously you're having to play Edge for a long time over on that western side after the shift goes away from the south of Hosan. What was the biggest hurdles, the biggest difficulties you had in game 2 there?
I mean, when we played the group stage, we had a few bad things with Mortar. We learned from that, and we, in this game, we just used what we thought about. We just use it, we kill people in the holes, in mortars, and that's it. We just played through and just killed everyone.
All right, well, thank you very much. A great start for Virtus Pro here to get things going. Thank you very much, Lookrooks. And that does it from here, down on the stage.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Who do you think would win in a fight between a polar bear and a moose?
Polar bear.
What about a polar bear and a shark?
Polar bear.
Okay, what about a polar bear and a T-Rex?
Ooh, polar bear.
I feel like you're not taking this seriously.
Polar bear.
Okay, fair enough.
What about a polar bear in first place? Because right now, for VP, that is back-to-back second place finishes as Navi is able to come up with a win. Polar bear.
Oh, polar bear.
Look, I was going to say a polar bear versus a mortar, and that didn't really pan out too well, except for Beamy, who was only the last remaining survivor from that. But I mean, VP had such an exceptional rotate from the north side. They were looking in like a winning position. Even Navi was more on, I guess, the eastern side there. So these two teams were sort of having their nice way into that sort of pick. But
แต่ว่าเหมือนเขานับแค่ EWC ด้วยมั้ง EWC คนไม่ได้วอตเยอะไงพี่เรื่องลิขสิทธิ์มันเยอะคาดหวังกับมาเลสกายังไงไม่คาดหวังเลยมีแต่ YouTube กับ Twitch แต่ไม่มีแอปอื่นจริงๆมันต้องมีซุปด้วยดิเดี๋ยวนี้คลิกมาแรงไงใช่พี่ได้ตังค์ไวโอ้ไม่เคยทำนะแต่ว่าได้ข้อมูลมาแล้ว
มีวัตถุดิบจะเค็มหลุม
ใช่มันนับเป็นชั่วโมงเลยได้เลยอะไรเงี้ยเฟี้ยวจัดระวังเชลซีเสริมดีรอขายตัวเก่าเสริมดีเชลซีก็เสริมอย่างนี้ตลอดอะทุกปีอะแต่
ให้เขานั่งคุยกันไปอะเพราะว่าตอนแรกผมกะว่าจะเข้าไปคุยกับบอยด้วยไงแต่ไม่เอาดีกว่า บอยนั่งคุยกับพี่บาสอยู่ก็แค่กูเอาให้แค่นั้นแหละหมายถึงว่านะprediction นะสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับฝากติดตามหน่อยนะฮะน่าจะมีเว็บดูนะแบบว่าดูได้ว่าทุกช่องทางเป็นยังไงบ้างคนดูเยอะน้อยแค่ไหนอะไรเงี้ยนี่ผมต้องมานั่งเปิดทุกแอปนั่งดูว่าผมแม่งคนดูเท่าไหร่แต่ผมไม่ได้เยอะแบบว่าเท่าของไม่เยอะเท่าของใครวะ
But look, I mean, everyone shows up anyway. But yeah, look, T1. I think it's just a slight off game for them. I don't believe there's going to be any more chicken dinners from this team, but there's going to be a hell of a lot of eliminations in my books.
Oh, they'll definitely get a lot of eliminations. Whether or not we see a chicken dinner, that is yet to be seen. But I do also want to talk about Navi since they won the game because of Steve. We're talking about how good they were starting to get that system rolling in the group stages in their final day, right? We saw that their rotations on point. We saw that their cutoff rotations with some of the other teams coming specifically. I believe T1 was their victim in one of those games. So, man, they are really starting to get their macro down, which makes Navi the scariest.
And I like the strength of their mental. They went out in 14
kills
in the first game, right? So they came back in. They said, okay, we got to make that adjustment. They didn't sort of shift off or get worried about it. They came in, they had a really good game. They walked away with the win. And it was a reasonable win, 6 kills, right? So it wasn't something where they were like, we've got to go hard on this one. They played strategic. They held their position. And I think that's what sets you up on day one. Teams that stick to the system, that play smart and salvage points are the ones who are going to come out ahead by the time we get to 3.
victory.
Yeah, and you were talking about a team that was able to bounce back. A team that wasn't able to bounce back in the second match was none other than 17 Gaming, as they ended up just getting only 2 eliminations after finishing the first match in 11th place with 0 elims. But we're going to be starting a new segment, and that is the Lace Memes clip. Is that what you want to call it, Lace?
Laces, memes, adventures. I don't know.
ร้องเพลงเฉย
I just made up that title on the spot. But
เอาเรื่อง
you know, you would assume Gam would have escaped from the early altercations with Falcons here. But no, not Glories. This man's just going to sit in the back seat, having a sip on some juice, and just relax a little bit and see what happens. The fact that the Falcons had to return to this position to be able to eliminate him, not understanding that he is literally just hiding in the exact same spot where they killed the earlier teammates, is my meme of the day. And I mean, it writes
Meme of the
itself.
day แล้ว
And you couldn't see his face, but throughout that whole segment, he didn't even
Meme
have his
of the
hands.
day.
He was giggling. He was just like, they don't even know I'm here.
I was going to sit and wait it out. I mean, I did think that he was parked inside of the
อ๋
car.
อ
Something that,
ผู้
you know,
สาว
I
เป็น
think
ค
is
น
interesting.
นิวซีแลนด์
This is
โอ
again
เค
it's showing how these
โอเค
endgames are changing dramatically, Godspeed, over the fact that we can now
ผู้
just
สาวนิวซีแลนด์นะครับ
if you go back to what the
อ
game
อ
looked
ส
like
เตร
a
เลีย
year
ขอไป
ago or farther, it's
ผู้สาวออสเตร
very
เลีย
different in how the end games go.
ขัดใจคนจับภาพจังเลย ใช่
deep, and it seems way more challenging to me in terms of how you figure out how to survive.
คือโอ้บันนี่แบงค์ยังไม่มีนี่เหรอวะตัวเขียวเหรอวะ Oh my goodness พิมพ์คุยกันทุกคน โอ้โห วันแรกๆนี่คนดูแบบเพียบนะคนดูเท่าไหร่เนี่ยตอนนี้ทุกช่องทางพิมพ์กันมาหน่อยต่อคนดูเท่าไหร่ครับต่อคนดูเท่าไหร่บ้านแดงคนดูเท่าไหร่แล้วก็บ้านม่วงคนดูเท่าไหร่ครับต่อมันดูไม่ได้ว่าเท่าไหร่เนาะโอเค3รู้เรื่องแสดงว่าคนไม่ค่อยดูกันเท่าไหร่นะจริงๆมันควรจะทำแบบว่า2 เบรก 1 2 เบรก 1แต่ยังไม่ได้แอร์ไทม์ไงนึกออกปะอย่างนี้ไม่ได้แอร์ไทม์ครับมันนานเนี่ยคนก็ต้องแช่ช่องอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนานมันแก้ไม่หายเหรอวะไอชื่อของไอ้เนี่ยชื่อของ YouTube มันเป็นตัวแอดนำหน้าแอดเหมือนแอด ID อ่ะ
tournament as a whole. Avengers going to be talking to me about some of that as it does go down, as we got East versus West here for everything to be going down on. I mean, the thing is that we've got at the top, obviously, Myth and T1 really strongly representing the East right now, but on the West side, EMA is looking good. What do you think?
It is. I mean, back-to-back second place here for Virtus Pro is obviously amazing here. Navi won a game, but you can't deny how strong
Virtus Pro Navi เริ่มมาแล้ว
group stage. For sure, they're going to be able to carry that into this finals here for sure. And I'm really excited because it's 2 different types of strategies we kind of see from them. T1, they're looking in a proactive way for kills to kind of have that impact, where Myth is like, okay, we're playing, of course, smartly for these kills and for the chicken dinners, and we've seen them consistently get those in the groups. I want to see that convert in the finals as well.
All right, tell me about the West then. Tell me about those teams, if they're going to be challenging for the top spots here as well, because we've got some great contenders in EMEA. Of course, there's always Falcons as well. There's some big heavy hitters here.
Absolutely, and I think both, you can mention Falcons, you can mention Twisted Minds, you can say Virtus Pro as well, and I think those all have a chance here so far consistently. Sure, just 2 games out of the 18 possible we have. Virtus Pros, it's undeniable how smart they're playing. They're looking for these kills. They're trying to get also in to the late game. We see clutches from Lukarux. We see clutches from Beamy. We see all of these guys are equally contributing. So, yeah, honestly, for me, top pick right now, if I had to put it from EMEA, had to be VP.
I was happy to hear from Lukarux, of course, as we just got that interview before, because, again, they know exactly what is... When you watch it all play out, right, they knew it was always almost going to be impossible to take down T1 where they were. So play for the second, see what you can get done from there. Take the mature decision in those moments, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we saw it's a 3-point clutch. It's 2 kills. It's eliminating one that's in your 3rd place, right? To getting that 6 points for the placement was absolutely insane. The way he did it as well. Playing under immense pressure, inside Molotovs, inside smokes, around cars.
Oh.
Sure, they were a little bit passive, but still, you have to be proactive. You have to kind of try to grip that and make it your own choice.
Quick pivot back to the east.
Sure.
China, 17 gaming. Do you think that they can rise to the occasion and bounce back?
I sure hope, because we always see they're a favorite, they're contender.
17 gaming ก็ยากอยู่นะ
Right now, I cannot say I'm nervous. We see them in the top 4, to be honest.
Ooh, okay. I mean, they do have the chops to do it. Of course, they are a previous recent PGS champion, being able to take that off AGAL at the top as well when that was going down, which was also down to the wire. So discounting the idea of AGAL being able to make a bounce back, you shouldn't be doing that too early, right?
No, absolutely not. I think there is definitely a chance where they could come in. We see him as pop off. We see him as come up to the level that we know he's capable of.
Yeah.
We didn't see that in the group stage, though.
Indeed, we did not. All right, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to head to the commentating team for all of the extravaganza in another PUBG game.
So much to look at. ENC down the path. So much cool stuff on the way. I feel a bit like bad for Setsuna. He just narrowly, with Indonesia, qualified for ENC, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, something along those lines, and then just barely qualified in. He is just squeaking it out right now. So to get to this stage, they're actually doing pretty good. They're like middle of the pack at the time.
Yeah, look, they're playing better than I think a lot of people might have expected, and you know, Setsuna able to just survive. For Shadow's kind of lack of firepower, let's just be honest, let's call it what it is. At times, they don't seem to be able to match up against some of the best of them, but they're pretty smart with getting into the late games, kind of hedging their bets and at least finding points where they can.
ให้ฟังหน่อยอ่ะ
Miramar plane path up and ready to go. Is it's going to be
คุยเรื่องเกี่ยวกับท็อปิกเรื่องของตัวฝั่งของเอเชียกับฝั่งของตะวันตกครับตะวันตกก็พวกวอเตอร์สโปพวกนาวีตอนนี้เริ่มมาในทิศทางที่ดีครับแล้วก็ฝั่งของเอเชียก็จะมี MITH กับ T1 ครับก็พูดถึงสไตล์เพลย์การเล่นความ aggressive อะไรอย่างเงี้ยของเกมนะครับการหาคิวแล้วก็ถามถึง17 Gaming เนี่ยมีเพราะว่า17 Gaming เนี่ยมีโอกาสไหมที่จะแบบขึ้นไปอยู่ในส่วนของท็อปของตารางเขาก็บอกว่ามีโอกาสอยู่เพราะด้วยความที่เป็นไชน่าทีมอ่ะก็มีสิทธิ์อยู่แล้วนะครับ
You know, and I get it, because with the ability to dig with the pickaxes and things like that, like you can make those center circle positions work, but it takes time to get those set up. So in those moments, you're going to be very vulnerable, and they're getting kind of caught up in transitional moments where they're kind of trying to fight teams, and then they're, you know, maybe losing a player on the drive, or they're stuck in a fight where it looks fair initially, but then the other teams are so hungry for the third parties that they're getting caught in some of those spots.
I do not know what's going on with China. I know that we often have been seeing a lot of our internationals down in Southeast Asia, much more time zone appropriate. Don't want to come up with excuses to see the circle pop, but it feels like
เกมนี้ผมให้ ฟูลเซนต์ไหม
right.
เกมนี้ฟูลเซนต์ไหม
Filling out 17 is whenever they rise up, but this just isn't 17 in my opinion. I don't know what's going on. China is just kind of
ฟูลเซนต์ต้องรวมไวหน่อย
suffered at EWC.
เก็บของให้เยอะๆแล้วรวมให้ไว
อย่า
ไปเสียระหว่างทางอ่ะฟูลเซนต์ชอบเสียระหว่างทางเบลมอดน่าโดนทีแมสแล้วนะดูจากโซนละ
I think to me when I look at them and the way they're
เบลมอดโดนนะ
you know since the switch to DPP this year is
เบลมอดโดนนะอ้าว
want to get those center positions
เรียบร้อยเบลมอดตายครับ
play that like safe standard game where you're able to kind of, you know, dig in and look around you very easily and just kind of track all your targets and try to hold that.
ไม่จะไปเบลมอดกันเหรอ
in this lobby that are great at third partying. Oh, Genji, that is so scary. Bolt in hand. And they aren't going to continue to try to put pressure onto Quizzy. Vitality going to thwart. You know, we've seen this from Genji when they look for these early picks a couple times in this event. It actually has worked out a lot. They just haven't been able to kind of scale into the late game off of that. So that's going to be thwarted this time, though.
Rotate starting to come in as, of course, we do have that very southern plane path. AGAL as well as Full Sense going to be pretty decent spots off the get-go. I mean, we know we've seen the circle a lot. Pulls down to Resort can be problematic, but at least it's got enough space for a lot of teams to play. The pulls to the west of Los Leones, that's a little bit more field heavy. There's still a couple of dips, hills, but it gets a lot dicier over there. Down to the southwest, a bit better. You never know. We might get Partona. The way these circles go, Partona is still on the table. You never know.
You never know.
But Los Leones is eating up so much space in this. You feel like it's going to be a component for rotates, and a lot of what we're going to be looking at moving in the later stages is T1 wants to get ahead of it all. They're coming in over on the west, around Chumacera. Everybody else that went very far to the northwest is going to have a really hellacious rotate.
Yeah, last year I would have said there's like a 75% chance this ends by Resort, but obviously the circle.
ไฟนอลวันละ6 โดดครับวันละ
Who
6 โด
the
ด
heck knows where it's going to go? Definitely
วันละ 6 โดดฮะ
anybody's guess at this point, and we've seen some pretty crazy shifts with the new settings as Virtus Pro on foot.
being diligent. I have to be so, or you have to be so like happy about Virtus Pro if you're a VP fan with the way they're playing here today. Like the way they set up these like mobile moving forts where they're able to cover each other so well, and you know they've got their cars positioned safely. They're quick to start digging and set up their little fortifications, and the way that they defend them, very, very impressive. And the way they're able to use them as well as kind of a turret position to get kills is really, really, really impressive.
I'm loving early game bully right now.
เดี๋ยววินไปโดนน็อกอีก
It's just a point here and there. It hasn't really paid off for them in the later stages yet, but it's keeping them in the competition, kind of in that.
บูตัสโปรมาดีว่ะ
It's really just
พูดจริงนะ
points into
รอบนี้
Navi. We're only on game number
ดูเนียบ
2,
ขึ้น
so
นะบูตัสโปร
could change the longer this brews, but talked about 17.
ดูแข่งไงไฮเซ่ลงไลฟ์อะไรล่ะ
So they're kind of bumping into
ดู
each
แข่งก่อน
other and rotate.
โอ้
Wimbo
ทีวัน
gonna
ว่ะ
go down, and man, it is Heather still popping off, and 17.
อะไรวะเนี่ย17 Gaming 2 แต้มให้ตายเถอะ
Circling the wagons here are 17, so T1, if they stick around too much longer, might be in trouble. And EN has a couple shots that ring out next to him. Going to be able to use that hill side
17 อันตรายแล้ว
protect himself. And Heather, oh, he ran out of bullets. Otherwise, he might have had a knock. Might still get it anyway on the Lil Goes.
ฮีเตอร์ว่ะ
I don't think you want
จบ
that smoke right now.
17 จบแล้ว
You gotta kind of figure out what's going on, and it just
โอ้
pulled
T1
him
ว่ะ
apart, man. T1, full brutality coming after him. It is just Xiao Wu running for the hills. As
โอ้ 17 Gaming ครับเดือดจัด
It was Heather with that mini
อะไรวะเนี่ยโอ้โหจีน
He is
ตายแล้วทีมจีนตายแล้ว
He's a player that I have been very, very high on for years since he kind of splashed onto the scene in Korea. And I mean, he's even better than I could have ever imagined with the way he's playing at EWC. This is his best yet.
Yeah, we're definitely in a opposing era for T1 right now, as it feels like they're trying to take control of their destiny as fast as possible. Still until the tail end and having those big games and those crazy plays, they're just bringing it off the start. Like you can see that was a shutdown moment. T1 spins around and says, "You don't mess with me in the early game. We will fight you, we will kill you, and we will ruin you."
Yeah, Heather's the mean girl, man. Like he's just not having any of it.
We're Tina George. There you go. I mean, he does kind of have a mean girl name.
He does. It is like one of the quintessential mean girl names for sure.
Mean girl name เฉย
He stumbled across something as Xiao Wu. Run, Xiao Wu, you in trouble. Batulins is mad and he wants points.
This is terrible for 17. We just talked about how we thought maybe they could.
ช่วงนั้นที่ยากลำบากครับ terrible terrible play.
You know, I think this is going to be a good game for Team Liquid. Maybe they're coming in pretty early compared to a lot of the rest of the lobby. I mean, they're like first half. Believe it or not, they might be looking at this game. They even stopped to get a kill, and they're probably like, "Oh, we're going to be coming in so late. This is going to be a tough circle for us." Actually, they're pretty well situated to maybe do something in this. I don't know.
I just get nervous on Circle 1 though. Like, yes, they have a good position over the west, but look at the cluster in the center, man. We've had such a centered meta that's popped off with these squads that just really want to frag out early and fight, that I feel like if you come into this stage, if you get Circle up, great. If it pops this direction, which it could do the way these circles go, but it feels like Circle 2 is almost our friendliest circle time and time again. That's given everybody right over there, and then it starts the hard shift craziness afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. It usually, too, is still going to be safe enough that everybody's fine. This is
Vitality?
Yeah, Quizzy's trying to get the heck out of here. Geeke is going to see him on the exit. Seems like it's going to be A-OK. With Hello My Bad driving there. The Coop offering some pretty good protection with that low-hanging roof that it has. Blocks the bullets.
เห็นพี่ชนไลฟ์ตั้งแต่เช้าเลยอ๋อเช้าไปรอบหนึ่งเย็นมาอีกรอบหนึ่ง
On the very outside, the very last team to be getting into the circle, at least as far as we can.
โหแกมบีสปอร์ตกับไอ้นี่พอกันเลย17 Gaming ไม่ต่างกันเลยฟอร์มไม่ดี
Xiao Wu's going to continue to find squad upon squad passing him by, but I think he's just kind of hunkered down out there as VC does stop. I think that they're just trying to scout though. I don't think that they're really on the hunt for any solos or any remnants hanging out over there. I think he just kind of I don't know, did he get any of the blue chips? Did Xiao Wu, or did he just have to run? I think he just had to run, didn't he?
Good question. I'm not too sure. Maybe he tried to circle back for it. We didn't get to see.
Or he's waiting there to circle back?
Could be. I mean, there's so much going on the map right now. I didn't catch it, so I'll have to wait. I mean, he's probably thinking about it at the very least and would love to. It's still early enough that if he could get them, would be a nice chance. And he has a
ลงล่างแน่เลย
you know,
พาตัวหน้า
Okay. well, it could still happen, Matt. It could still happen.
It could still happen. The dream continues. But we get that circle that we saw so many times last year with a little bit more of a southern
รายการนี้มีช่องไหนมีรายการนี้มีอยู่บ้านฟ้าใหม่ฟ้าเอสอยู่บ้านฟ้าเอส
Yeah, actually, Falcons are going to be not too displeased with this circle once they can get in there. Virtus Pro as well, perfectly fine with this because they're going to be able to skirt past AGAL, get a little bit more southernly shifted, get those cars into the warehouses, get them safe as well as they can. And meanwhile, AGAL is busy looking at some stuff going on around them. T1 making the move right by Full Sense. They have Shadow Esports just ahead of them, but Shadow has pulled up shop pretty well south up on the compound. Meanwhile, T1 is going to take this edge to the mountainside.
This is such a great spot to play if they can keep the defense.
โอ้ยบ้านแดงมานานแล้วทำหลายบ้านบ้านแดงบ้านดำผมไล่หมดเลยบ้านแดงบ้านดำบ้านเขียวบ้านม่วงทำหมดนะครับ
Those guys had a little bit of bad blood after last game. AGAL running a 2-2 split.
ผมทำหมดเลย
Over territory, but it feels a little bit dicey if anybody opts into a crash because that has been a theme. Go for a 2-2 split too long in this, and boy, suddenly it's just a full man like clown car that's on top of you.
Exactly, because of how aggressive some teams want to be in the middle of the game towards the center of the circle and how little options you usually have. If you're not confident in your edge fighting, you got to take a crash, you got to take a play. And I'm right there with you, Matt. I'm always looking at those 2-2 splits on the map to think, okay, when the circle starts to close for 3 especially, I'm like, you need to group up and you got to find a way to do that. If you can't, you are going to run into problems where you are in an odd man fight.
I mean, even if even if everything stays fine and AGL tries to just regroup off of this in a little while,
ขยันวนกล้อง
deal with T1, Twisted, I think, should have a sight line. VP and maybe Navi all trying to catch anybody on a rotate there. That's it's not long rotate that they have to do, but it's going to be a scary.
No, for sure it is. And if you want to see a team that does 2-2s really well right now, that's T1. Like they probably have the best 2-2 split game that we've seen here at EWC so far. They run them constantly, and they're always in good positions where they can group up when they need to. They're really good about the timings on all of that. So that's been a big key to their game. Myth as well, a great edge team, very different play style than T1, and they are making it work for themselves very nicely. GK is going to be like, we know we're coming into this late. Let's get in the plane. And by God, if this goes Partona, they're going to be in a great position.
Yes. We still got a couple of seconds before we figure it out. Game's a little bit gate kept out right now, but it's by Vitality, who's trying to get into the circle. The northeastern area that they're playing from is pretty fine. I think that Jiawu has gone back.
แมปมันใหญ่เว้ย
Those blue
โดด3เหรอเนี่ยไวอยู่นะ
back over to Res Beacon to try to rally back in 17 gaming.
ทำไมช่วงนี้แบบรู้สึกเหมือนนอนไม่พอตลอดเวลาเลยวะกลางวันก็นอนกลางคืนก็นอนผมล่างไว้
No Jolly Partona for us.
We tried. We did our best. But we're going west to resort this time, so that field that AGAL in is dead center. That's a rough spot to be in.
โอ้บีแปลกๆดูจุดบนหัวไง
One of the compounds that are around the edges, you're going to be.
แล้วเป็นไงตอนพี่ทำห้องซ้อมจับภาพเป็นไงตอนโซเฟียทำห้องซ้อมจับภาพเป็นไงบ้าง
Sprinklers and all that other accoutrement that sits inside of that field proper.
Belmont.
Pow will fall. Belmont's going to claim a point for Full Sense. Vitality. Moving around the north side here, they're going to be able to skirt Twisted Minds, who's got a bit of a setup on the edge of Resort. They're going to be holding the line right now. Nothing too dangerous just yet.
Yeah, it's mostly just Vicious having a problem. GK trying to just find something in here. Remember, we saw them trying to go for a little bit more of a desperation play to get into a point. They at least found something, but it's going to be Genji just to the north of where they're playing.
GK มีปัญหาแล้วถือว่าดีกลางตาราง
West of what we see going on over here. AGAL holding down those sprinklers and everything you were talking about just one moment ago. Team Liquid's got to bully their way into the east as there's not a lot of territory to be had.
โอ้บาเลนมิดโดนละ
Make landfall right on top of VP, and that is instantly punished, man. VP just finding all the points, and Myth, the murder squad, just can't find a way to get
home. Oh, that has got to feel great for VP. You just eliminated one of the biggest threats in this lobby, and you're going to be sitting pretty set.
มีคนสกปรกเว้ย
Air Carrier Copper Ion ประหยัดไฟ
สกปรกมาก
มันมีจริงเหรอวะเนี่ย
สกปรกที่สุดแฮจูริโอ
เฮ้ย ผมว่าไม่ใช่แล้วอ่ะ ผมไม่เอาแล้ววันนี้ผมไม่
แชทลัน
แบบนี้แหละ
ไม่
ตอนแร
เอา
ก
แล้วอันนี้ตลกเกิน
ตอนที่คุณทายฟูลเซนจบ 16 ตอนนี้คุณทายทีมไทยมิดก็จบ 16
ปกติมิดแตะขอบวงนะ อันนี้เข้ากลาง
นี่ขนาดยังไม่เมคอะพิกเจอร์นะทุกคน แค่4อะพิกเจอร์
ผมงงมาก เกมแรกผมไปฟูลเซน จบ16เกมนี้ไปมิดจบ16
นั่นหมายถึงว่าคุณต้องออกจากประเทศไทย
เฮ้ยผมจะต้อง
คุณไปปารีส
ขอพาสปอร์ตผมไม่เอาแล้วทีมไทยอีก3เกมผมไม่เอาแล้วเพราะว่า
อัดเสียงไว้ทุกคนอัดเสียงไว้
ถ้ามันเริ่มไม่ดีแบบเนี้ยนะฮะอ่ะงงว่ะ
อะไรครับเนี่ย
แป๊บนึงผมลบก่อนที่ผมเขียนไว้แชมป์เกมนี้
ใบแดงรัวเลยข้อดีข้อเสียนะบอกให้นะครับข้อดีข้อเสียนะครับมีหมดการเจิมผมบอกให้การเจิมไม่มีผลหมดจริงมีผลโดยเฉพาะจูริโอนะมีผล
Yeah, for sure. By the way, that was about 600 meters that D
just got
EN with the M16. Disgusting shooting there. As a Cowboy,
กูเซนไม่ดี2 เกมแล้วต้องแก้ว่ะ
They're opening up for a little bit of a barrage, expecting T1 to be behind that coop, but they're actually not. So they're going to first start with the molly to try to force them into other windows. I would assume that the grenades are going to follow up into the right-hand side. Yes, but nicely dodged there by Luke. He's not going to take any damage from that. EN now looking to try to flush him out, see if he can catch him going back in. Cooks the grenade well, but again, Luke very nicely done to avoid any damage.
Just a full push. You can see the Team Liquid was hoping maybe they could stall this out enough that the third party could come in. Not going to find much, but Cowboy does get the knock on one. Type instantly lands back over here. Assist.
โอ้ T1 TL เจอกันเหนียวว่ะ Liquid เจอเหนียวว่ะ
T1 finds 7 kills already, but it is now Jin G's turn. It is time to fight up in the northeast. This isn't even near the circle. Vitality just pouncing on this as well.
Yeah, Gam gets in here.
โวตัสโปไม่เอาเรื่องจัดตอนนี้ยังอยู่ได้โวตัสโป
Thinking about trying to stick the res, but those sound cues going to be oh so important. The grenades up and over the top, not finding anything. Salute finds one that's Gedrock's down. Looking for
บวกเยอะนะเจนจีแต่ได้แค่คิวเดียวเอง
Of these crates to try to hide. P90 in hand goes around the outside, finds another, but he gets lit up.
Yeah, the hunt is now on. Quizzy going to be leading the path around the side. Can he get another knock? No.
สวยว่ะ Vitality มาว่ะ
Plays it fast and furious. They still need to get into the circle, though, but managed to find some kills of their own, sitting at 7, and a climb coming up for them. VP's got a great position in this new circle as Falcons now also very close to a 2-2 split coming up from Shadow.
I like this from Falcons. You're going to be pretty safe underneath this hillside. There's not a ton that Shadow can do about it.
เจิมปั่นนะคนดูอิน
How much angle
อิน
does
กับการเจิม
It's probably not much given that, again, everything kind of uphill in front of Falcons. So you're at least going to be able to find some level of safety here, depending on how much the next circle hard shifts. You will have to do some driving potentially, but maybe you can find that pick onto Shadow Esports and make that aggressive maneuver. As we can see on the map, there's a big split. Oh, Quizzy, no. No.
And they can't
come pick him up, guys.
I mean, it's pretty far away. VP's taking those shots from, I don't know, probably like 500 meters away. So maybe Quizzy can get over there in time. 17's got some loot, and it's going to be enough to make a knock on Ian, but he's already got a nade prepped on the other side. Ian's got to just go ahead and reinforce his position again. They keep trying to go down to that hillside they were playing before, but squad upon squad just crashes into this point, and they'll take the kills every single time.
T1 might lose EN here, and that wouldn't be the end of the world. Nade around the
เซนหลบโคตรดีเลย
had moved to the other side, so he's not going to take any damage. There isn't much heals, isn't much to work with for this beat up, called back in 17 squad. Type finds one. This might just be more points going to T1. Oh, what a spray from Wenbo with the MP5.
I mean, 17 needed that. It just wasn't finding anything. Hey, they're still going to have what's happening with the push around the other side of all of this. Couple of flashes going to come out. Good play. Peeks around the other side, and Heather just finds it yet.
ตรงแฟดให้โคตรดีเลย
Every single time it feels like there's a
เชี่ย
problem.
T1 แม่งแฟดสวยจัด
Dude, he is so good.
ยิงประตูแตกปาแฟดให้เข้าทำโอ้โหโคตรซ้อมอ่ะเนี่ย
Into the hands of T1. There is Duckmai looming on the edge of this fight. He might have a role to play in this. Type might be in trouble. The longer he stays out there, the more likely he is to die to a backstab from Duckmai. But Duckmai isn't really looking into this just now. Wenbo, I don't think he has any health left to use to heal up. He's just on a sleep, and that should be it. There you go.
แฟดไม่ให้ได้ยินเสียง
17 tries to rally something back together and instantly gets punished on it. T1 still knows that the hillside that they've been kind of bouncing back and
17 มีแค่3 แต้มอ่ะบ้าไปแล้วโครงการ9 ทีละแต้มจริง
Nothing gonna feel good about it. Twisted. How on earth do you get around Navi to get into
T1 แม่งมาจริงว่ะ
This is really nice for Falcons. They're able to just quietly backfill Shadow Esports as they finally group up into 4. Shadow going to be making another
T1 มาจริงว่ะ
this one. 3-1 split in the current circle. They've got a nice compound. Should find themselves some pretty good plays.
กลางตารางนี่ยังมีสิทธิ์ปรับเปลี่ยนอยู่ครับ
One of those teams on the outside, but I think they're going to have to just kind of fight their way through.
นาวีบอกว่าไม่นะแต่นาวีนอกวงว่ะตายเฮียทวิตเตอร์ไม้เล่นไม่ได้เรียบทวิตเตอร์เละเทะเหมือนกันทวิตเตอร์ไม้ก็เละเทะเหมือนกันใครว่าไม่เละเทะทวิตเตอร์ไม้เละกว่าเราอีก
There just isn't a lot they can do. Hakatori has the M24. I'd love to see him pop off a bit with that. Nixie tries to go out there and claim a little bit of prize that he's going to pay. Trimsy is just continuing the warpath. He has been outrageously good. Kickstart will claim the point, but it's a knock from Trimsy.
If Falcons find success, it's going to be based off of Shrimsy because he is coming into this mad, man. I don't know what is going on. Navi does manage to sneak by the positioning from VP on one side, but that's going to make them a bit more vulnerable to the Falcons' position. Batulin's going to just try to creep in, but Favor is still back behind for Navi, was trying to cover, make sure that VP couldn't get too crazy on him. So he's still pretty isolated. If he runs down that hillside, he is going to get punished quick. Vitality did find an entrance up next to the sprinklers, and it's going to be near where AGAL is playing, but that also puts you next to T1. And as you can see, that's never a good place to be.
Nope, that is about the last place you want to be in any circle. Right now, this team, look at this. They're a man down, and they're still happy to try to take a fight. I mean, they had some room to play with to try to play it safe. That's not going to be the name of their game. That volley right in front of the T1 player. It faces the mortars coming through.
นาวีแม่งยิงฟรีเลยนาวีแบบฟรีสปอร์ตเลยนาวีอ่ะ
Good blue zone, and he's going to run out of the blue zone grenade. Has to go for that first aid.
ไปทีวันไปถือไม้ไป
What's going on? But they do spot out the 2-1, so that's going to be twisted
เรียบ
down.
สวยถึงนี่
The sneaky snake back behind all of this, the solo trying to get involved. Circle pops away, and it goes right to Shadow Esports. So the firefighting on the hillside is going to start popping off. As now Falcons have to push in. Navi has to push into Falcons. VP is going to be defending the other side.
นาวีแม่งมาเหมือนกันว่ะคุณดูนาวีดินาวีแม่งมาเรื่อยๆอ่ะนาวีมาเรื่อยๆว่ะ
Biting T1 in the back, and he found quite a chunk, and Vitality knew that they had that moment to capitalize. This looks pretty
นาวี
nice.
แม่ง
Falcons
นาวีเวอร์ตัดโปแม่งยิงยับเลย
as well, still 4 up. I mean, of course, Shadow has the compound, has the circle, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about having the best odds to potentially take the chicken dinner. It's just can they kind of hold off these really talented, aggressive squads that are going to be around them. Cars on kind of an awkward slope there. It's going to be tough to drive it up the hill for Falcons. They're just trying to keep Navi at bay.
Nobody can really go into the circle easy from the east either. AGL is up on the top of it. These squads know that they need to fight, try to find some kills over here because it's pretty much a kind of a sprinkler field due east on the circle. So fight if you can find it, and it's stalled out any form of movement. VP is still also stuck, kind of just got their duo up looking at the warehouse and what's going to be going on over there. So couple of shots coming up. Oh, AGL destroyed. Does get the knock on to Beam.
เงินรางวัลรวมครับ68 ล้านครับเงินรางวัลรวม68 ล้าน
because they've got way more breathing room up into the north.
ถ้าอันดับที่1 21 ล้านครับอันดับ1 21 ล้าน
VP, but Corexy, so few options. He's just going to try to send it, use the opportunity of this firefight going on between Navi as well as Falcons. And oh, Hakatori just drops it right on to Shrimsy. Kickstart gets 2 though in retaliation.
What a hold, and he's got a Panzer behind this. He's looking to get the player. He does some damage. Tickles the ankles, takes another one down. Kickstart right back to it. Gets behind the coop, claims some more points. Just going to be, is this grenade going to be well cooked? Kickstart senses it coming. Gets down just in time to avoid dying.
Kickstart.
Gets it in the end, but he's to run up. He's already weakened. Right as soon as he reaches that hill, it is going to get punished fast. Other side of the world, you can see it is Vitality starting to jockey up against Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend just trying to fight their way into the circle, but it's going to be a great setup firing line. And a mortar from Hello My Bad, waiting and holding everybody into position. That's the job of this duo. Keep them contained, mark it up, and can Hello My Bad drop the boom on them?
Let's see.
โอ้โหโดนว่ะโดนไม่แบบ
He took down the biggest danger that AGL will bring to bear. Almost gets another one of the Salazi. Oh my word.
โอ้ Vitality มาว่ะ
Getting tagged up. I think that was the P90.
Vitality มาเรื่อยว่ะ
So everything crumbling.
Shadow's flanking on this one. They see an opportunity to take control of the game. It's Jexy. He hits the shots on the Hell of My Bad. The mortar now down. Takes the other side. Vitality is eliminated. Shadow coming alive.
Vitality ควรได้ Shadow เดินมาแต้มอ่ะ
I don't think Kick can get back into the circle. He's just trying to heal through this as best as he can, but it's not going to be too much longer before he succumbs to that.
AGL แชมป์ละถ้าอย่างเงี้ย
Pause in the fight.
AGL ละเพราะ Shadow เล่นแบบนี้
Significant damage dealt by the side of Vitality, who'll go down in third. A great timing there from Shadow, though. Knew they needed to get active and
Apex zone.
This is 7th and 8th place respectively. Would not have expected that on the start of the day as Shadow and Anyone's Legend. Now Anyone's Legend have to fight their way into this circle. Kamal's doing a good job on keeping control over that the field side of all of this, while the other three are keeping control over the hill. AGAL has a firing line that we know can just absolutely demolish teams, and they might be leaning into it. It's just going to be 3 inside of a car, tail end back behind that, try to jump over this hill on the other side, run down the field, take that southern position. Kamal's going to have all the pressure instantly put back onto him. No clean sight lines popping yet. Kamal's, can you defend as though AGAL just steals this, runs right up into their face, and takes it away from him.
วนดีนะ Here by AGAL, realizing that Shadow had pushed out with quite a few players, so that means that this compound was going to be weak, if not
เล่นล่างเสียเปรียบเพื่อนเล่นล่างเสียเปรียบเพื่อน Shadow เล่นล่างไม่ได้เพื่อนเสียเปรียบลองเฮาบ้านยาวลองเฮาใช้สับเหมือนกันลองเฮาบ้านยาวเนี่ยอินเตอร์ลองเฮาบ้านยาว
At least they got into it. Found a way to navigate this pretty clean. It was a good read on how to hold the circle. You did a great job on explaining through all of it. But Kamals has got to be the guy that keeps the contain, opens the opportunity. Setsuna gets a nade on Imas. That's going to feel great. Hansi gets one as well. So now AGAL, after a great rotate, in some trouble. But notice Delwin's position. He's playing the other side of the rocks. Can he find a good angle? Yes. Does get the knock on to Jexy. And is pulling all the aggro down. Finds another one onto Hansi.
It's a good start here, and it's a good one for Setsuna.
ผมแล้วโซโลซีต้องได้อะ
Has 2 players up. AGAL just Solalzi destroy. Sticking the res. Looks like he's going to be afforded the time, but the problem is while you do this, that means Shadow is also going to have the time to go for the reses themselves. That's a great initial util barrage from Shadow. Had the blue zones to force players into positions where the frags could connect onto the backside. Really nicely done by them. Can they capitalize? Can they close this game out?
Setsuna had a couple of clutch moments whenever it was needed. Can he find another one? Hansi already gets the information, knows where Sololzi is, tries to deny out the high ground in that position right on top of him. Is it going to give him enough space? Kamals has got the highest of high ground in all of this. Here's the footsteps and is feeding the information over to his teammates so that way they know exactly where he's going to be positioned at, knows the fact that he's got Destroy right underneath of him on one side of this. Has to be careful. Sololzi, one side of it. Going to get a little bit of aggro thrown his way. So control right now still favoring Shadow, but AGAL has to figure out how they want to navigate this longhouse as Destroy not going to be inside this new circle yet. And knows every movement that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just a waiting game. You know, Shadow should just be able to kind of hold the line here one way or another. Even if you lose Hansi in this situation, you should be okay with Jexy and Setsuna's position. Just going to come down to the shots, and you know we know AGAL, they're capable. No Himas here, but still Destroy Solalzi very good in their own right.
I think that Destroy just found the helmet. I didn't see it on a second ago. I'm not for certain, but
ดึงทำไมไม่มีอะไรเลยช็อตนี้
might have been a peak that Kamals could have gone for. I wouldn't be surprised if
ไม่ SE ดึงทำไมมันไม่มีอะไรเลยช็อตเนี้ย
This is full contained. Destroy just trying to play this slow. See if he can sneak up, but Kamals isn't going to let it happen. The shot could be big flash, throwing off the time.
แค่เนี้ยลงไปดิการเล่นหน่อยน้องทำก่อน
Oh, Kamal's just going to go in there, make sure he's got the point, immediately runs away, realize he might be in a bad fight, don't want to give any extra over to AGA.
ขึ้นหลังคาแทนตายแค่เนี้ย
Shadow Esports going to take the chicken dinner on Miramar.
โอ้ไม่มีอะไรเลยเกมนี้ไอ้3 คนข้างนอกก็ไม่เข้ามายัดไม่กล้ายัด
Underdog story not done yet.
I mean, they played, you know, a very good, cautious, thought-out game. It's not as explosive as your T1s, as your myths, but man, oh man, get them into the late game. They're going to make some good moves.
เล่นให้มันนานไปเฟส 7 เฟส 8 เฟส 9
but they play it well.
Other side of that, Anyone's Legend, respect on that rotate. They read exactly the position that was coming up from Shadow and how they were going for it. Love the drums coming out for the Shadow fans out there. But really what kind of stood out to me with AGL was that Delwyn position where he moved over to the rocks to try to grab as much aggression as many of the players to move away from the compound to open it up for his teammates. That's such a smart play.
Yeah, I mean, I think AGL played this about as well as they could have, given their, you know,
เซซินาเลยช็อตนี้ต้องหยุดพี่โฟมไม่งั้นไทยลำบากเหรอเนี่ยผมหยุดแล้วผมไม่ดูแล้วนะเจอมากๆก็ระวังเรื่องนี้แหละผมว่าเจอมากก็ระวังเรื่องของคนแบบแม่งอินเกินอ่ะเข้าใจปะระวังคนแบบอินเกินอ่ะคนแบบรักสังกัดยิ่งชีพอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันมีดิใช่ก็ที่บอกแหละมันมีพวกแบบซีเรียสแบบซีเรียสจัดอ่ะเข้าใจปะมันมีเว้ยสังคมเราอ่ะมันมีคนแบบซีเรียสแบบว่าโหรักสังกัดยิ่งชีพอย่างเงี้ยพูดผิดแม่งมึงโดนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเคยมีแบบซีเรียสลี่เกินอ่ะระวังงานแลนด์อ่ะเอาจริงนะเอาพูดตามตรงงานแลนด์บางทีไปเจอคนแบบว่าคนแบบรักสังกัดยิ่งชีพแล้วไปเจออย่างเงี้ยแล้วแตกไวอย่างเงี้ยบางทีเขาไม่ตลกด้วยนะอันนี้อันตรายนะบอกก่อนเดี๋ยวเจอพวกพนักท่านแบบว่าเดือดมาเรียบร้อยเลยแตกจูเลโออ่ะ
We're here at the EWC Parkour Challenge. Now it's time for the incline slab. Kilaris up to bat. Let's see what he's got in store for us on this one. All right, he's making his run. He's got up there. Oh, the arthritis fakie. He lands it. He's done it. He makes it. That is a huge win for Kilaris. Paper Thin here, bringing you another event from the EWC Parkour Challenge. Kilaris going to attempt to go for the gamer gear lift. Let's see what he's got going for us. He's coming in. Oh, the interesting. Oh, it's so heavy. It's too much for him. Can he pull it through? He's trying. Oh, okay. Just goes in. All right, we're back here at EWC Parkour Championship. One more event to go. Kilaris, can he pull off the old man army crawl? We're going to have to wait and see. He's going under. Pretty good. Pretty good. He's rolling. Good technique. Good form. Slides through. He's up. He's through. He's done it. He's got it. The EWC Parkour Championship. Done really well here, Kilaris. Kilaris, I want to get your thoughts. I know you're winded. That was a tough one. How did it go? I need to get some big points on this one, but I think I did enough. I just want to say thank you, Mom. What do you got to say to your fans out there?
everyone who believes in me. This is for you, man. This is for you.
He's done it. Emotional stuff here from Kalaris at EWC. What a performance. What a performance.
A team that nobody was expecting to even be in the finals or even end up showing up in the finals.
And from the shadows, esports is able to get a win, Toffee.
I get where we're going with that. They did get a win. You know what? I got to give them respect on that win. Sure, they had a ton of utility. They had a good spot, but they really outplayed AGAL, who was a, remember, favorite to potentially win this event. So you got to give these first EWC, first
จริงมันมีนะเว้ยพวกที่แบบว่าจริงจังแบบซีเรียสจัดอะต้องระวังพวกนั้นให้ดีๆนะบอกให้บางทีแบบไปเจอมันสุ่ม4สุ่ม5ไปเอาฮาเนี่ยมันมีคนแบบไม่ฮาด้วยนะเว้ยแบบไม่ฮาจริงจังอ่ะมีต้องระวังยิงเยอะT1 เริ่มดูแผนของ MITS แล้วนั่นแหละต้องระวังเนี่ย11 คิวยิงเยอะจัดมิดบูดไว้เกมนี้มิดบูด
clean for the Falcons and necessary. They needed those points to make sure they're continuing to stay relevant as these teams are starting to climb the leaderboard.
Yeah, for the Falcons, I mean, just to start off as we're looking at the play here by Kickstart, we were talking about Tig being able to be that superstar that ended up showing up at the end of their first day.
Tig กระตั้นเนี่ย Tig
giving them that kickstart here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kickstart show at the moment, but I think my issue is like they're not playing the team strength. They're kind of having like an individual player being like that most outstanding one for their team.
แล้ว8 นัดกระสุน
was that one. I think they got the third place out of it, but I'm really disappointed to see that it's not the entire team. It's always a solo superstar.
I need to point this out though. Okay, so Kickstart was down to 2 magazines on that one. Yeah. He let one go, got the double knock, switched to the Panzer to save himself time, pulled it out of his pocket, got him low. Then he was down to about 26, used it on the first, and only had 20 rounds to finish the last fight. Was at 8 when it ended. Like, that was literally everything he had, and he managed to get a 4 out of it. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look all the way back to PGIS when he was playing on
ย้อนไกลจัด PGIS เลยเหรอ
really got to taste what he was capable in an international land like this, and he does not disappoint. Anytime he's on this stage, anytime he's on an international stage, Kickstart at the very least will show you something that we haven't seen before.
And for Kickstart, I'm hoping that continues on. I also want to see the rest of the players, as you were saying, Lace, being able to show up. And for you at home, don't forget that you can actually sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Make sure you do so. Earn some rewards, live stream for everybody, and there's a chance that you could end up getting interviewed by us on the final day. Because why not? Look at that. There's some pretty cool rewards. Is that a trip for 2 to where?
Week 3 of asking for the PlayStation 5.
Ooh, hold on. Hear me out. PlayStation 5 doesn't sound bad. Make sure you scan that QR code.
I will.
And go apply, join, and earn rewards for the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Talking about some squads that we were expecting to come in quite heavy today. Myth, I'm not gonna lie, Myth has kind of been a little bit disappointing to me today.
Look, I wouldn't say too much disappointing. It was kind of like a great start for them. Yeah, it's a little bit more slow on the reins, and for them to sort of go out early in that match was kind of the golden gate for everybody to catch up. But look, they're still in that top sort of section of the leaderboard, so it's not counting them out just yet. It is very super close. Like if you were to go
34 แต้มแล้วเว้ยไว
close these points are, and look, if anyone can bring it home and make those conversions, it's Myth.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still 7 points per game that they're averaging, which is a great start.
ผู้หญิงชอบมิดมากนะผมว่าผู้หญิงนี่น่าจะแฟนคลับมิดเลยแหละตอนนี้
34
ผู้หญิงนี่แฟนคลับมิดแน่นอน
They look good right out of the gate. When you got a player like Beanie sort of on that team who is probably one of the best that does it, like this is, you can't let them get ahead. It's going to be who wins in a fight, a polar bear or a hurricane, and it's always a polar bear.
I think something else to note about Myth too is they were seen as the biggest threat in the tournament, so they have the most eyes on them, right?
They do. That's true too.
It makes sense that a lot of teams are going to know their rotations. They're going to know exactly where they're going to want to drop, and they're going to try to punish them because they know how powerful Myth is, and that is exactly what happened in that last game. That was a rotation that they got cut off on.
We've seen that before. Everyone goes home and gets ready for finals, and the first team you watch all the videos of is the team that won, right? So that is sort of sometimes how it works against you. And Myth, maybe a little bit of that, but you know what? They got a 16th at 0. That's their one bad game. They're allowed.
Yeah, they could end up just readjusting.
ทัวร์นี้มีนักพากย์ไทยละมีครับมีช่องไทยอยู่
3 days of a lot of gameplay. Something that I did end up noticing though when we saw the first page of the leaderboard was how frag heavy, how kill KP heavy is.
แต่ผมไม่ได้ดูช่องไทยนะ
But as we're getting ready to finish off with the next 3 matches for day 1 of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026, we got something special with the coaches going on.
Stream from Team Liquid here.
Extreme.
Stay here for the final. Talk to us about what's happened so far here for the team, these first 3 games, and your overall thoughts.
I mean, first few games there've been a couple big mistakes, couple bad shifts as well, but
มีจุดผิดพลาดเยอะ
focus on. Biggest thing right now is that we just don't lose the energy, we don't lose the focus, we don't get deflated or anything like that, and we just move on to the next 3. We have like 15 games left to play. There's no reason to be super down right now.
Thank you very much, Stream, joining us here from Team Liquid. Let's bring on now Ibi from Virtus Pro. Of course, same question really applies, but you guys have had a really good start here for our first 3 games, so talk to me about that. Any even slight mistakes that you've seen so far, or is it looking good for Virtus Pro?
I mean, it's looking really good. We got motion right now. They're doing everything that I want, and what we spoke about, we're pre-planning, we're playing super good. This last game, game 3, we had some good zones. We made some minor mistakes, so we lost 2 people, and we only got like 6 points. I think it could have been more, but so far everything is going really well, and I'm super happy. So we got to keep the motion going.
Fantastic, Virtus Pro. Good luck in the next games. Thank you very much for joining me here. All right, and finally, let's bring on Gunnar from Team Falcons here, representing the Americans, representing freedom. Let's talk to you about those first 3 games as well. From your perspective, what has Falcons been able to do right and wrong? Obviously, Kickstart just had an amazing performance there against Na'Vi. So talk to me about your first 3 games.
The first 3 games are pretty tough. Like, obviously, the first game was a melee game. So we pretty much just said, like, guys, it's going to be hard to get the melee. Let's just try and get ours, which we just crashed Egal and killed them. And obviously just slopped it out with Vitality and Ferry. And then the next 2 games, same thing. It's pretty difficult. That final game right there at Miramar, obviously our best game so far. Insane individual performance by Kickstart, which plays like that or win tournaments. I mean, if you're able to 1v4 Na'Vi, like arguably probably the most mechanically gifted team here, that's how you win an event. So tough zones, but we're playing into them. We're just trying to get average points, and then eventually, you know, we'll get ours, we'll get some good shifts, and hopefully we capitalize on it.
Thank you very much, Gunnar.
น่ารักดีว่ะกันเนอร์น่ารัก
$2 million, Luti. $2 million. I know, that's crazy, right? What would you even buy with $2 million? You think I would build a zoo? Really? What kind of zoo? Only pigeons. Okay. What would you buy? How much is...
ซื้อนกเหรอนกพิราบเหรอ
I think you can afford for the parking place of the penthouse. Bienvenue à Paris. Wow.
ซื้อนกพิราบเหรอวะ
Okay, I might regret this, but I've got to ask.
ไอ้นี่รักนกพิราบ
Why pigeons? Okay, Barney, have you ever seen the baby pigeons?
No,
I don't think so. Exactly.
พิราบเด็ก
And I'm gonna just check what they're up to. You're a weird guy.
ซื้อนกพิราบไปได้ตังค์มาซื้อนกพิราบนกพิราบคุณไม่เคยเห็นสินกพิราบเด็ก
Over to you.
น่ารักดีว่ะ
Thank you very much, Barney and Liddy. As things are getting weird here, 3 games into our finals. But so far, so good for T1. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Martin, the Avenger. And we have 3 games left to bring you today. And so far, so good.
Absolutely halfway through the day so far here, and some teams have surprised, some teams maybe not so much. But again, we cannot judge that bad. We cannot judge it that bad already, to be honest. But we are going to be going on Rondo, Poro, and that gets me all excited because it's a difficult map to play, but you can really get a snowball rolling on it impressed with what
ซีโด
Kickstart
พิราบ
was
เฉย
able to do in that last
ชอบ
game,
อ่ะ
but yeah, let's get this
ริตตี้
point and the 64 excited players on that screen.
Very exciting. You're getting me excited.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited, and there's nothing left, nothing more to be excited about than dropping down onto Rondo. As you could even hear it from talking to the coaches there during the break that, 3 games in, nobody's really stressed. Nobody's really overly pressed about anything just yet. Obviously, those guys doing a little bit better than most, but
right.
It's again, you still got a lot of time left to play.
Oh, it was good to talk to both a top team, a mid-pack team, and a somewhat bottom team at the moment with Liquid 10 points only in 13 plays currently. But again, those kind of small, fast segments, I gotta say, production value is at an all-time high here at Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris. We are starting to the northeast over Hime Town and going all the way down to the south side. Targets be going into Ringyang, and we could I think it's a very high chance we could see this kind of eastern 50-50 circle that closes in on Yonggu. So let's see where we do end up here, but yeah,
Yonggu
anything but a
AJL
anything but
and that's what we get. So let's see what AGL can make the most of it with the home turf circle. Some teams on that western and southern side don't have as many teams coming in front of them, so there's not going to be as much pressure moving and kind of coming in on those teams. So yeah, let's see how everything evolves on Rondo. Again, it is this massive and huge map. Some of the teams are going to have a really far rotation. Shadow's going to be one of them. Vitality is going to be one of them. And T1 from Jadena are moving towards looting and haven't started looted yet. And we are past the 2-minute mark. So that's going to be really interesting to see how far they can take it in this one and for their campaign. I gotta say, man, I've been extremely impressed with how frag heavy T1 has become and what would their push.
แต้มที่ได้มาพาพวกเขามาถึงรอบไฟนอลได้อะจากลอนโด40 แต้ม
เฮ้ยยังไงวิลเลจก็คือ AJL เนี่ยของดีจัดเลยนะ
อวยขนาดนี้เลยนะเพราะว่าคุณคิดดูดิ2โดด40 แต้มมาจากแบบเดียวอ่ะมันไม่ได้เกิดขึ้นง่าย
ๆครับจริงครับพี่น้ำก็เท่ากับว่าคะแนนที่ได้มาที่พี่น้ำบอกไงมาจากแมปนี้เท่ากับว่าเป็นแมปเก่งของพวกเขาเลยนะ AJL แล้วเกมนี้วงเข้ามาบทสัมภาษณ์เล็กน้อยจากเลเวเต้ครับ
Blue Zone and Smoke I like stack Blue Zone and see how guys just dying in Blue Zone
ชอบบูโซนเหรอแล้วก็ดูว่าแบบคนอื่นจะแบบตายไปกับบูโซนยังไงเงี้ยใช่ปะ
นั่นดิไม่มีซับด้วยมีซับผมก็ยังไม่ค่อยเข้าใจเลยนะอาจจะเป็นการเล่นสไตล์บูโซหรือเปล่าครับเป็นไปได้เหมือนกันใครแปลได้ก็รบกวนหน่อย
ปกตินี่น้ำนี่ค่อนข้างติดซับนะคือถ้าซับอาจจะได้ถ้าไม่มีซับอาจจะเหมือนกับผูไม่ไปอ่ะขนาดฟังภาษาไทยยังแบบฮ่าเราดูอ่ะทุกคนแต่ว่าตอนนี้ภาพ
หลายคนก็ไม่ค่อยชอบนะบอยดูช่องอะไรวะบอยน่าจะดูช่องอีกมั้ง
มากนะพี่ผมบอกก่อนที่ผ่านแล้วพี่เป็นพาร์ทเนอร์อยู่นะพี่เคยขอของวาโลไปยังพาร์ทเนอร์ของวาโลอ่ะมันลิงก์กันพี่ใช่หรอ
เขานั่งดูในกลุ่มมิดเขาอยู่รอบนี้ให้ใครเหรอ
Plane path, there's going to be a lot of space coming in from the western side. I could see multiple teams.
เกมนี้ให้ฟอลคอนครับเกมนี้ให้ฟอลคอน
kind of backfilling that position.
อยากเห็นฟอลคอนได้นะไก่
Will be moving in from back to Jadena City here. Great looking city, plenty of loot. If you're a really greedy guy like myself, where you want every single attachment, every single gun, you want your perfect setup, Jadena is the place to go. Twisted Minds and Navi, though, they will be rotating somewhat close to each other here, Poro. We could end up seeing some sort of a drive-by. Sparrow looked like he could end up being chasing, but nah, ends up a little bit differently as the other guy takes shots at them here. Hackator boosting. And what a game it was for them last one until Kickstart said, hey, no.
I mean, that's the name of the game when you get to tournaments like this, right? We talk about
ไม่เอาแบบจานจูนนะเอ้ยผมไม่ทำเหมือนอยู่แล้ว
Step up and make superstar plays if you were going to come home with that trophy.
อยากให้กลุ่มกลางตารางก่อนเพราะว่าถ้าหัวตารางอ่ะถ้าหัวตารางไปเดี๋ยวเราจะเล่นลำบากเว้ยเราจะเหนื่อย
Absolutely. And you remember last time I saw that level from Kickstart? Remember what happened there? That was the last time they won Esports World Cup 2 years ago, right? And then he was an absolute machine there. I always praise Matt for his growth throughout the years we had here. Had the pleasure of him through the last 9 years, where he grew so much into a fantastic player, and now in a more senior leadership role on the team as well throughout the last 6 months. It's been amazing to see him. How has he been able to develop here in his full sense? And Navi are being able to being in kind of close here, and these is really high priority positions, and they're spreading out quite greedily. We could end up seeing them being punished, or even with a pull up from some of the teams coming in.
They're kind of taking shots just to, I think they know that Full Sense was kind of hovering around on their south side. Taking a few shots just to make sure that Full Sense doesn't get any closer. We'll keep an eye on that while we check in with Geek. They're coming in from the south, but Liquid is posted up here for a camp. Curdy holding that rock initially. And Geek, I don't know if they suspected something or if this is just their normal pathing, but it's working out pretty nicely. The trail man, though, will take a few shots. It's going to be Songjang. Did he actually lose a tire on that?
I'm not sure if that was a tire pop before he just decided to get back around here. Songjang, half HP, Luke 12 finds him with a headshot from
เจอแล้วทีม Liquid ว่ะ
Nice shots there from Luke, and now Geek has kind of started to scatter a little bit here. They were breezing through, and they turn around off of that knock, but the flush will come through, so Liquid will pick up one. So some good proactive play coming out on the part of Liquid.
I like that. They were set up somewhat far. I don't think they expected that exact path that they were going for. As we are going to see that new circle popping in 1 minute 45 seconds. There's plenty of time to fight here, but Akan returns the favor quite a bit here for Pretty Curdy. Shots are coming in here. Does a lot of damage to him. He even just jumped out. Now he has to reload, though. He does have an EMAG and an 8X. Lots of damage can be done, and especially tires can be taken away here from Curd, and he's going to have to potentially get some help from the rest of his teams, and now all tires are gone, so it's just going to be this soft cover from the smoke, and the other guys are pulling up. It could be a trade 1-for-1 as Liquid is also moving in to get some help deployed here for his.
ปิดกล้องนั่งดูดิอ่ะ
There was so many moving parts to that.
อุ้ยบาร์กโบเล่นอย่างนี้เลยวะ เอาเรื่อง ตัวใกล้
right underneath. Kurt does have support now in the form of Cowboys. Got Luke 12.
Oh.
High ground. That's a good grenade. We'll find EJ. But the man up close is still
เรีย
there.
บร้อย GK ร้อง GK ร้อง
dance around the
บาระเบิดเลยหมด
Park Pro does go down. Now the last player
เรียบ
he will go down in the end. Luke 12 and Team Liquid will clean up GK.
Even before the 10-minute mark here, they increased their point by 40% up to 14 now.
โอ้ GK เละจัดเลยว่ะทุกคน
Perfectly executed, especially when you know you don't have any priority.
เละจริง GK
here. They decide, okay, there's teams north of us. They're going to be coming in on. This is likely the bridge they're going to come in on from. So
that was
amazing decision making.
Yeah, that was just such an interesting one because it looked like GK had disengaged. I think Team Liquid thought they had left.
Right.
That's why Kurt went up to loot the box without even dropping a smoke. He thought he was free and clear, but then takes a few shots, and then GK collapses. And you figure GK had him kind of dead to rights there for a minute, but couldn't get the knock. Kurt doing a good job of staying alive there long enough for the rest of his team to get back into position. And once they were there, boy, it was just very, very well played by Team Liquid. And now the new circle is
วงอย่างยากเลย
going all the way back up north, which is good news for Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the teams to be furthest away from the circle if you discount T1 here as they're moving in slowly from the
ยูรินไม่มีใครเล่นเลยทีนี้
majority of the teams
อ้าว AGL โดนว่ะ
and eastern side here except for the teams that say all right
เรียบร้อยแล้ว AGL
there's going to be space on the west. Gen G though, they pull up on AGAL and him as a Delvin is down already.
AGAL just cannot seem to avoid early game conflict so far, but they will find Bean with a panzer to the face. That'll be Sololzi collecting that one. Destroy taking some damage here. Sololzi has been spotted out though. More utility being sent over from Gen G, but Virtus Pro, as you mentioned,
Gen G จะไปก่อนเฉย
they see the smokes. They're going to come over here and see if they can get something off of
โอ้
it.
ยพี่เล่นด้วย
Pulling up right to the hard cover as they will dance around. Destroy gets picked out by D as he tries to escape. D will stay alive via the grace of the smokes for now. Sololzi, he's just going to try to bolt and run. Looks like he might get away with it for now.
ให้ดูอะไรวะเนี่ย3จอ
Third party pull up here, but a lot of teams are also sniffing at
อ้าว
it. It might
โซโลซี่
be a
ตายว่ะ
more teams comes in. AGAL is out. Sololzi is down to Clarice as Gam also gets somewhat involved here with that. T does get the kill on Destroy.
แต่ถ้าเวอร์ดัสโบออกไว T1 ออกไวก็ถือว่าดีสำหรับเรานะฮะนัวจัดเอ้า
comes in an easy headshot with the A's onto D.
It's good work
from Virtus Pro. One left for Gen G.
โอ้ชายโคตรดีเลยว่ะเอาโอ้รีเฟกวัยรุ่นเรียบร้อย
But they need to get Nixie back on his feet quickly. As you said, a lot of teams sniffing around in this area. This is
โอ้แล้วไม่มีใครยุ่งกับเขาเลยว่ะ
Very central location indeed, as Gam is now trying to get a little bit further north here. They're trying to solidify themselves a spot dead center. They could be driving straight towards 17. Navi also here, close to full sense. Also, pretty central location. Very, very high priority spot here with the high ground. Shawu, they pulls up and finds Tanru. A lot of early game action here on Rondo as Gam now squaring off with 17. 2 down for Gam as 17 hold the line in the gas station. Wembo and Little Ghost on the way to provide some support. Looks like they're going to arrive just in the next
แกมบูดจัดอดีตแชมป์โลกก็เนี่ยแกมอ่ะ TE เก่าอ่ะเอ้ยขอไม่โดนเห็นนั่นน่ะเห็นปะน่ะไม่เห็นจริงดิ
Getting his cars washed as Hongeth managed to heal up a little bit. He's going to push through the smoke aggressively here. Is Wenbo ready for this? He could be shotgun in hand. Jumps through. Great shot to sawed off. Gets the flush with the M4 as well onto Wenbo. Sneaky lad. Got in there.
Sneaky คือหลบซ่อน
Got kill. It's amazing.
แกมครับถูกแล้วครับแกม GAM ครับแกมไม่ใช่เกมฮะแกมถูกแล้วมันเป็นสังกัดเกมหลายๆเกมฮะแกม
A hard shift once again back down to the south. So the compound that Virtus Pro had taken, dead center right now. This is why ping pong is the favorite past hobby of a lot of PUBG pros because the circle just goes everywhere. Ping pong all the time here so far for Esports World Cup 2026. Curdy and the guys from Liquid actually managed to grab a spot outside the northwest, but they have to figure out what their path into this circle is going to be. Virtus Pro dead center now. Twisted Minds also set up pretty great. Liquid has to figure out, are we going to go and try to get in from the northern side or from the west? As we see mortar fire coming in.
ยิงแต่ใครวะนะ
This problem might be Falcons as they hold on a compound they were already getting shot at from range. This might be just pre-mortaring their next spot to play. Yeah. Team Vitality will immediately hop back into those vehicles. They've got Gedrox right up front, but you see Twisted Minds has angles on this. They have to drive through the gauntlet of Twisted and 17. And Shadow Esports also heading over in that direction as the knocks will come through. Team Liquid are going to hug that western edge a little bit. They did see Gam retreating off into the blue, but it looks like Gam is just going to take some damage here. Team Liquid has to make this long wrap, though, to avoid Falcons. Not sure if they are fully aware of Falcons' high ground position. It could be another situation where they're going to have to, divert or pull up and just try to take the points here. They've got time to wait and try to figure out what the best path in here. And Luke 12 is actually figuring out that Yulin might be completely open as kickstart from the glider. Information. Simon T finds example though on Twisted Minds as Vicious continue to be violent against the rest of the lobby here. This has been Falcons' MO, putting kickstart up into that glider, especially on Rondo. Just to make sure that they have eyes on
ระเบิดเรียบร้อยเติมไม่เห็นระเบิดมาเหรอวะเพื่อนไม่แจ้งว่าระเบิดเหรอวะ
They're down to just 1 or 2 left alive. Yeah, you can see they're in the other crater. Gedrox and Levante just trying to survive as Nixie's going to steal that one away with the well-placed mortar. Shadow just playing around the smokes, but they are getting pressed at from Virtus Pro, from Navi. They're going to have to leave here or fully commit, and that's what they're going to do. Teammate, oh no, that's not the right time for that. We get real quick rest here for Kamals, but maybe put him in the car and disengage from it. Could be the play. Or drive through and try to get the flush onto Vitality. Jexy is trying to drive south here. He's getting extremely close to Navi. That's a dangerous team to get that involved with, as they have that high ground compound that's extremely vital for the campaign here. The next circle did ping pong a little bit.
Full Selen ได้มิดอยู่ลายเดียวกันนี่หว่า
and we're gonna go west. Team Liquid do manage to avoid Falcons.
VP เดือดจัด VP อ่ะส่งมาได้นะ VP อ่ะ
they've got plenty of time right now to dig and set up their position, fortify themselves, so I think they should be okay for now. We see Shadow Trying to get back into those vehicles after getting their res. Try to avoid the line of sight of Navi. As Vicious will have to push right into Twisted Minds, but Twisted is ready and waiting.
เอาเว้ย
On and Duck Might immediately taken down. And Simon T is going to be the next one on the list. Twisted Minds holding down the fort. Easy play for him. Saw him.
8 นัดสวย
Absolutely perfect play here from Perfectix and Petulins.
2 เก็บ 4 ว่ะ
Vicious out. 2v4 and getting 4 points on the board for them here. Sure, they're going to have to make a move to get inside the circle here.
Nixie
continues with the mortar.
โหดจังวะมอต้า
Finds Jexy. Can he find more?
ยิงกันยังไง
17, you can see there. Seeing these mortars, they're seeing these smokes. They need to find somewhere to play, and this is looking like it might be okay, but they also would like to wait for the mortars to stop falling before they make their way. And Nixie's going to find another one. He is making that mortar do work.
เอาเรื่องจัด VP
17 will drop the smokes down and try to fight their way uphill.
สวยเลยระเบิด
That's going to find some damage onto Kamala, but steal the kill on Hansi as well. Chan continues to be an absolute fragger, both with the utility and the guns. So M17 Gaming wrap this up quickly. They are inside the circle here, but they've got pressure from multiple sides. But also, Twisted Minds could come in from the back and kind of backfill this position. Miles takes lots of damage. Cards are on fire. He's not going to be able to get further than this. So much pressure onto Shadow at the moment. This is really tough. Kamals is just going to have to play survivor mode right now as we get a quick replay of those mortars falling on top of Vitality. It has been mortars is the story of this match here on Rondo. So far, doing so much damage. We see Gam trying to finally make their way back in once again. They are down to just Wong F as he is trying to go through that gauntlet of 17.
สเปรย์โดนหัวด้วย
Looks like he's going to make it through with just a sliver of HP left. Kamals gets out the nade. He had 5 nades. Better get throwing on those because that's a lot of damage you could potentially fend.
เอาเว้ย Navi กับ T1 เว้ย
Tickleton does find Wong F from Gam, so they're out in 11th place as Navi is engaged on the southeastern side here. Damage is done to T1 here. And Hagatari with an MK.
วัดเลยมาดิ
6x with full 3 gear is my worst nightmare, including all the players in this lobby. And this is a more aggressive
เจดนายเหรอ
seen from Navi during the
เจดนายว่ะ
2 down south, 2 up to the north, all keeping eyes on everything. Taking shots at whatever they see. You know, we have seen them play a little bit more cautious when they were trying to make the finals. Now that they're here, they're starting to open up the aggression a little bit. As Hakatori will try to get that grenade.
อุ้ยเรียวมาดริดว่ะเสื้อมาดริดว่ะเอาเรื่อง
Good shots from the end. Will force it back down, but it doesn't matter. Hakatori will find
สวยว่ะ T1 เริ่มแผ่วว่ะ เอาเว้ย T1 เริ่มแผ่วเว้ย T1 เริ่มแผ่วเว้ย มิดมาหน่อยเว้ย T1 ไปแล้วเอาเว้ย
Team Liquid and Falcons are laughing as T1 is eliminated in 10.
เนี่ยนักพาบอกด้วยเหมือนกันเห็นเปล่า T1 ไปแล้วอาจจะยิ้มออกได้ครับที่เหลือแต่ว่าวูตัสโปไม่ออกอะดิ
about what's going on off to their north. Now they're starting to take a few parting shots at Navi. Team Liquid though has spotted them out, so it will start pulling themselves back together here as Falcons are also controlling what's going on in the northeast as 17 still have not been able to rid themselves of Kamals. Especially with a back-to-back western shift, so many teams have to move from the same space on that eastern side, and there's just not enough time or space to try to rotate on the southern side or on the north without everyone is shooting at you. Myth defending the south, Falcons holding on to the north. Navi's going to have to figure out what do they do here. Do they do a pull-up and try to third party the 17 fight? As Gustav finds Lil Ghost, and they know there might be teams and players and kills available out here in the northeast. This is a tough call for Navi, but they're just going to send it right in. But I don't know if you knew if Perfectix was right there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Can he get
Oh,
sure can.
Perfectix! Ah! Perfectix!
A back-to-back 1v4.
Oh my god 1v4 อีกแล้ว Perfectix กูเมื่อกี้คิกสตาร์ทอันนี้ Perfectix อีก Oh my god
Well played by them, and that's the worst nightmare for any team rotating.
โคตรเดือดเลย
Like that behind all the costs, behind all the cover.
Oh my god
17 is being absolutely demolished here by Gustav and Kamals. Look at you, Kamals. Got 2 more off of that. That's a heck of a salvage here for Shadow, considering the position that they're in is. Oh, see, yeah, 17. Be a little bit frustrated about that one. Twisted Minds does go down in the end.
ฟอร์คอนเก็บหมดเลย
Pulled off another superstar play for Twisted Minds, adds them 9 more points,
push them up the leaderboard a little bit more. You feel like Kamal's is
เอ้ยผมทายไว้นี่ว่าทุกคนฟอร์คอนน่ะใช่ป่ะมีอยู่ใช่ป่ะผมทายไว้นี่ว่าฟอร์คอนน่ะที่ผมทายไว้เห็นป่ะมาดีป่ะมาดีทุกเกมอ่ะแค่นั้นแหละ
compose ourselves and how are we gonna enter this next circle as VP is holding on to the east, Team Liquid dead center, Myth on the southern side, lots of control alongside the road, and Full Sense is trying to squeeze in. If this next circle doesn't
เห็นปะล่ะมาดีทุกเกมอ่ะ
they are the next victims that's gonna have to make a move
โซเฟียทายมาดีทุกเกมอ่ะไม่เหมือนจูดิโอเนาะใช่ป่ะไม่เหมือนจูดิโอ
as Team Liquid they try to dig some foxholes and get some defense set up. It could be a push from Full Sense and Myth onto their location.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough, right, for Team Liquid.
เนี่ยศรัทธาวะ
especially because you know
โอ้โห perfecting ว่ะเบลิวว่ะ
as best they can as we get to replay of that disgusting
4 นัด
38 rounds left too.
perfecting ว่ะ4 นัดเมื่อกี้นี้เอาเรื่องจัดเอาหน่อยไว้น้องโอเคเอาหน่อยไว้เอ้ยลิควิดเพื่อนรักนี่ว่ะโอ้ยากว่ะมิดมิดจะตีกับฟูลเซนไหมน่าจะไม่ครับเขาวนออกมาซ้ายเนี่ยน่าจะชื่อเล่นกับฟอร์คอนมากกว่า
They have that northern side control here, so Myth could try to enter on that western side. There's a little bit of space for Jacob. The IGL of Myth found some, but Kickstart finds Baron, and that's going to delay them so much. That could really put a spanner in the works for their approach into this circle here. Now Jacob with a 3 gear on him without the helmet and an 8x. Could do some damage from this location, but Kickstart
เผื่อว่าตัดโบนะเพราะว่าเวอร์ตัดโบน่าจะแบบไม่แตกว่ะต้องดูว่าฟูลเซนตีเวอร์ตัดโบเปล่าเหลือตีลิควิดก่อนโอ้ตีลิควิดว่ะคือมันต้องช้าพอสมควรอ่ะจังหวะเดินอ่ะอ้าวไม่ได้ถือปืนเฮีย
With a well-placed grenade, he's just in range. Will it land? It's gonna bounce.
เห็นรถบังอยู่คานถอยโอ้โหระเบิดสวยวะไทยแลนด์คอนเนคชั่นเว้ยมกมาข้างหน้าสวยบาเลนน้องชายน้องแมนเวิร์ดบนหัวมาแล้วบนหัวเดินมาไม่ได้ด้วยว่ะโอเคเขาบอยรอดอยู่
But he is all by himself. Does he? Oh, he's going to throw the grenade and start things off. See if he can maybe get someone down. Get some damage. Does find Tigger. He's going to find Flash as well with the grenade. Cowboy trying to pull him away. No.
ซ้ำสุดนะครับคาวบอยนะติดซ้ำนะ
Will survive for now, but Virtus Pro has left their compound. They're starting to come over here and see if they can get some points.
โอ้ฟอร์คอนโอกาสแชมป์สูงว่ะมุมยืนเขาอะมุมยืนฟอร์คอนโอกาสกินไก่สูงเลยเนี่ยยิงฟรีเอาเลยนานไปคิกสตาร์ทซ้ำด้วย
Myth is able to just focus down Kickstart, get him knocked, have not been able to get him flushed just yet as the utility will continue to rain down around Full Sense. Virtus Pro, they send 3. They've left Corexi back in the compound. How much utility do they have left? How much utility do they want to devote to taking down Full Sense as Flash has been brought back onto his feet?
Yeah, well-placed grenade right now would get yourself some kills. Onto Full Sense, but Nixie continues this pressure. He has a stun grenade, some smokes, but no
ฟอร์คอนชุบได้ว่ะ
utility at the moment.
อุ้ยเดินแล้วว่ะ
Defensive stuns come in, and this is going to delay them quite a bit. Nice peek
ใกล้ละ
but look at finds Belmont.
โอ้นิกซี่ว่ะ
Pushes Full Sense and get them down.
So well played there by Nixie, taking that high ground on top of the rock.
วนเปล่าฟอร์คอนวนหลังว่ะโอ้นิกซี่แม่งบ้าไปแล้วนิกซี่มันบ้าไปแล้วเฮียนิกซี่มันบ้าไปแล้วเฮียมอต้าก็ดีสเปย์ก็ดีเอ้ยนิกซี่เพื่อนเก็บกล่องโอ้โหกระสุนเป็นล้านยิงได้อีกวันกว่าอุ้ย
Great shot with the 3x spray onto that AUG here. He's got plenty of bullets to do so.
3 นัดหยุด 3 นัดหยุด
Almost for Nixie and 5 kills. This is his game. Surely that's a man of the match right there. Taken. Falcons are moving in.
ฟอลคอนตีเวอร์ตัสโฟวะ
Rough fight for terrain as the fight for the king of the hill continues.
ออปชั่นหมดแล้วฟอลคอนน่ะออปชั่นฟอลคอนหมดแล้ว
Seen a couple examples already of that excellent European marksman.
โอ้ยังมีอีกว่ะเชี่ยออปชั่นเยอะจัดบูทพลังลดหลังบูทพลัง
Carry his team. Join the rest of his
โอ้
team.
ไปโดน2 ฝั่ง โดนลุม
Nixie is there for it. Nixie collects his 8th point as he is going to taken down by Tiggleton. Not flushed out just yet, but he's brought very low. And now Virtus Pro, they have
เชี่ยนิกซี่เบ่งพลังไว้ไอ้สัตว์
Falcons will hop in vehicles.
ขออนุญาตสะบัดว่ะอ๋อลูกกระลักว่ะ
But at least it was only one of them.
It's a 3v3. Not sure, but still 3v3 in standing. Corrects to find Shrimsy, and there's a lot of pressure on Falcons right now. 7 kills so far. Lugarooks catches a headshot.
โอ้ฟอลคอนไปก็พลาดเองเหมือนนั้นน่ะทำไปเล่น
Kickstart has the Doritos still to play around with that. Panzerfaust's going to sail a little bit wide for Tig.
โอ้
no, he tries to crawl out from behind the rock, but Lugarooks
คิกสตาร์ทอีกแล้ว 1-3 มาดิ
the knock on to Tiggleton, and now
1-3 ไม่ถือว่าลุงไม่คิกสตาร์ทด้วย
he's got a rock to play with, and he is outside of the zone, and the
คิก
rest
สตาร์ทไม่ถือ
of
ว่าลุง
the gang is starting to collapse on top.
Beamy just sending it around right now. He's at the high ground anchor position here, and Kickstart might just go off.
ยอมมั้ยวะ
See if he can get just one more.
ไม่น่ายอมเรียบร้อย
Found here, and it's going to be Virtus Pro for a chicken dinner and 15 kills. What a way to assert dominance over this lobby.
Super well played by Virtus Pro, and super well played by that man right there, Nixie, going nuclear in the late game to the tune of 8 kills for his squad. Holds the line and secures them the victory in the end. Falcons had an opportunity to try to make something of it, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that knock the way they wanted to.
No, I
ฟอลคอนไม่เคยได้ใกล้อ่ะ
they're approaching it. It's okay. We have a knock here. We might have an open position, but they're just not ready for Lugarooks with that Panzer on that southern side. He was playing it so smart. Obviously, sure, Ghillie suit is not going to help everything, but it's going to help a little bit. And that way, that was going to be able to execute it here. And Nixie, man, what a way to get into this late game here. And remember, they did it by pulling up on a compound, third-partying 2 teams, and holding on to that throughout that game.
โอ้เก้าอี้แม่งสวยว่ะ
And a chicken dinner.
เก้าอี้อีสปอร์ตเวิลด์คัพสวยว่ะ
points they already had is going to put them on 59
ขอไก่ไว้อย่างน้อยที่ 2 ก็ยังดีเว้ย
That is some championship level.
แต่ผมฟอลคอนนะเมื่อกี้นี้
Yeah.
He killed himself, so it's 14 kills.
Nixie is so pumped about that one, though. He should be pumped. He should be feeling good about himself because he absolutely delivered.
มือแทบหักไอ้เหี้ยคูเล็กซี่บอกมือแทบหักเมื่อกี้นี้ฟาดมาได้เพื่อน
Get the win there, but they still get a second place with a lot of kills again. Twisted Minds, they go out a little bit early, but Perfectix, man, he just solo wiping Navi is not an easy thing to do, and he just made it look casual.
Navi being on the receiving end of a 1v4 was not on my bingo card for Esports World Cup 2026.
I don't think it was on many people's bingo card.
Absolutely not. I think talk to all the players, all the interviews, all the content we did, a lot of them are just talking about this Navi/Hackatory/Ferris performance they've had for the last couple of months here. So there's no denying that. But again, we can continue talking about the quality of this lobby again and again. There's so many superstars throughout this entire lobby, and it's just insane to see how many teams and players are able to just capitalize on these situations that set them up. But that barrel spray and Perfectix, what a way to do it. Navi were fracking out. They're playing extremely well on that other side.
Yeah.
If they didn't have to move, they had 2 hardships going away from them to the western side. It potentially could have been a completely different game.
I mean, it almost feels like they just had no idea that Perfectix was there.
That's
well,
no
that is
idea.
do it for us. We've got 2 more games left today. We come back to that. Let's go
2
down
เก
to
ม
an interview.
เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บฟังอินเทอร์วิวก่อน
That's right, everybody.
Kickstart.
We've got demons crawling around the map. I've got one of them standing next to me right here, right now from Team Falcons. It's Kickstart. Kickstart, dude. Game 3, we've got to talk about that 1v4 against Na'Vi. A team that's obviously been putting points on the board, been pretty impressive.
and you know what? You made it look like child's play. It looked easy, man. How was it for you?
It felt pretty good. I didn't play amazing in group stage, and I'm playing without a monitor arm at this event, so it's been a little bit of a struggle individually for me, but that is a huge boost of confidence because Navi is such a respected, mechanically gifted team, and it felt amazing after.
Speaking about the kind of dynamics within this game, we've been mentioning quite a bit in the last few days, especially in the group stage, the sharing of the IGL role between you and Gustav. We're now starting to see it in action. It's starting to look a bit more comfortable, especially as you're getting reps on stage. How is it kind of internally between you guys as a team?
It's not really sharing. It's kind of fake to say that. He is the IGL, and obviously I can speak up a lot in late game and stuff like that, but I mean, he's just better in the meta than me right now at IGLing, and I'm not the best person to take criticism, and I think over a few months, IGLing is just a really stressful thing, and I think I don't know, I'm bad at criticism from teammates constantly, and it kind of destroys my confidence because I really take in everything that they say, and I think that just tore me down as a player. So Gustav is the IGL. It's not a sharing IGL. Obviously, I can make calls in the late game, but we're not sharing, you know.
That's good to clarify that, man. I appreciate it. I also think that Kalaris had an opportunity to chat with Gunnar previously. He said that today's zones haven't exactly been the most helpful for you. So in those situations, is that the time to take risks? Because obviously we're in the finals, the pressure's on, the stress levels are building. But because we're in the earlier days, obviously with it being day one, is it time to take risks in those situations?
Yeah, the first zones were just crazy zones, and when you get these zones in third person, it's kind of there's not much to do, and especially with the new zone changes, all of them are faster, and you can't really play edge as much, so just complete meta shift. So in those situations, we just try to get kills early game. I guess you can say it's more risky, but yeah, I mean, especially the melee game, when you're not on melee and you don't have an EP or any good access to the other side, then just crash the people in front of you, take the advantage when you have the advantage, and I think that's what we're trying to do now.
Well, it seems like you guys are picking up steam. You're climbing up that leaderboard kick. Thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Falcons climbing all the way up. I think they're currently sitting in second place. An impressive day one, but we've got so much more PUBG action coming your way right after this.
We've decided to pop on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet to get a bit of a CC update here with Ton. So tell us a little bit about what's been going on in MLBB.
I mean, you've came over at the right time. Vitality and Falcons actually taking each other on. Vitality just took map number 1. We're playing a GSL-style format here for MLBB, and it's coming down to winning 2 before you lose 2. Both these teams won their first game. They are teams who are expected to at least finish in the top 8. They then went and played up against each other. First map, I said, went towards Vitality. The winner goes through the playoffs, which is next week, which gives you that time to chill, see a bit of Paris, do a bit of shopping, all that kind of thing, which is an added bonus, obviously, to being here at EWC. But yeah, for both these two teams, it's a big game to get through. You want to get yourself through, guarantees yourself some club championship points.
Especially with Vitality already at the tippy top of the leaderboard and Falcons looking for that win. I mean, this was kind of pivotal. So obviously still lots of action left in MLBB. So we'll check back in just a little bit.
All right, there's a lot going on here at the Esports World Cup. However, the greatest challenge yet is still to be ahead of Clinton, paper thin, as he now tries to challenge one of the biggest hurdles we may have ever seen here at the Esports World Cup. Without further ado, it's time to go. This is now rearing up for it. He's going to be gearing up for exactly the challenges and just to test the waters just a little bit here. Going to be approaching the first step here. See if he can do it. Okay, he's on. He's on. Is he going to be able to keep his balance though enough to be able to actually make this work? As he's going to be taking a few more steps here, moving up on forwards. He's trying to find a little bit of his footing. Once again, he's able to find it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, a bit of desperation there, but he's been able to stabilize. Not too bad at all. Seeing if he can really get his head in the game. Moving on forwards a little bit further here to be able to try and actually take this last step and see if he can be able to make it. Will he be able to do this here for the Esports World Cup? Yes! Oh, what a maneuver! What a maneuver! Oh, what a play by you. What a play by Clinton. Unbelievable scenes here at the Escalator World Championships. I want to get your thoughts about that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start there. You could see that, I really had to get a feel for the speed and the momentum of the stairs. This is one of the most challenging events we have here at EWC, but we got there. We got there in the first step.
Do you think this is going to contribute to the club standings at all?
I mean, I don't know. I really hope not, because whatever team I'm on is definitely hurting after that performance. It wasn't my best.
Clinton, thank you very much. We'll join you for the next event
มาแล้ว
in just a few moments' time.
อะไรวะเนี่ยดูอะไรกันอยู่
Quick club championship update for our side of things here over in PUBG Battlegrounds, where we've seen some big important wins. We had a win out of T1 in match number 1, a win out of Navi in game 2, and then a second place finish out of AGAL in game number 3. And that's big for the likes of Navi and AGAL, as they were some of our top 3 squads on the leaderboard heading into week 3. But of course, that's not all we have in the lobby. We have Liquid, we have Twisted Minds, we have Vitality, we have Falcons. So there are so many other CC squads that are in this lobby looking to get some points on the board, and a lot of these teams are very capable of taking this whole thing home. The real question is, will Myth be able to have the type of performance that we saw them have out of groups? Because if they do have the potential to take those 1,000 CC points away from the rest of our team. So it's going to be a very exciting finals for sure. You just have to keep up with all the action.
เดี๋ยวไปข้างนอกกันดีอะ
Nice day. Starting to heat up here on day 1.
เริ่มร้อน
PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026 finals. VP came off with the win on that one.
เอ้ยดีว่ะชอบอ่ะผมชอบนะอย่างเงี้ยออกไปข้างนอกอ่ะ
Listen, VP did very well. Obviously, they've been killing it all day. We expected them to do this well. Falcons as well as staying consistent. And Myth, you know, we talked about it. Yeah, they had a kind of dropped a donut, but that was very uncharacteristic, and that rotation was difficult. So of course, Steve, they make it into the top 4.
Yeah, I just gotta say, VP is as hot as we are right now, man.
Oh, yeah.
These guys seem unstoppable. We talked about Kurexi and his power, and then that last game, Nixie was, what was that, an 8-bomb out of him? Like, those guys were crazy to watch, and it's one of those things like, man, VP starts strong. I love that we started the whole day with that skit about like, well, do polar bears win everything? You're like, polar bear, maybe a hurricane beats a polar bear, but if the hurricane's named Hurricane Polar Bear, clearly they can't be stopped. VP is too good.
Hurricane Polar Bear, huh?
Yeah, it's like a Dicko reference.
Okay. Well, hey, now we know Polar Bear does beat a win, because they were able to get a win. Because remember, at the start of the day, that squad was able to get back-to-back second place finishes. So it's good for them to be able to actually confirm that they can win here in the finals. But talking about some other squads, let's switch it up a little bit. We've been talking about those top dogs so much. I want to talk about those teams that are currently showing just absolutely no life.
58แล้วว่ะเท่าตัวหนึ่ง
And you got 17 that are currently just not doing anything, and they're just letting those hopes of becoming a champion slip away.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I think Gen G qualified by sheer luck alone. I don't.
คะแนนเท่าตัวหนึ่งอะตอนนี้ MITH กับ Virtus Pro
just on the cusp, barely qualifying, and I think that's, you know, that's kind of showing into the finals right now. And 17 is, I mean, 17 actually did play well in the group stages, though. That's what's confusing me.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't know what it is. It's not like they're not. I mean, the circles have been a little bit south slidey, and maybe that's throwing them off in 4 games, but it's not an excuse, right? At this point, especially with these guys, this is honestly the team in the region that I feel like takes the game seriously and is still putting the work in and is still hustling. And to see them struggling right now is a shock. Like, as much as I kind of poke a little bit of fun at it because they had so much trouble, regional, you know, friends, and went home. This is not a joke. 17 should be doing significantly better. They know it. Their fans know it. We know it. I do think there's a chance they turn it around. 17 has done this in the past, and we're playing for 3 days. So it's only 4 down. Maybe they bounce back.
But do you think it's too late? Like, I mean, if you essentially almost throw away an entire day in the finals, which they still have a few games, right? It's not over for 17. I'm not counting them out. But if they continue to have bad games like this, again, this is the other thing.
17 แกมไม่ดีเลย Gen G ก็ไม่ดี
The lobby is so stacked, and that's why a lot of these teams cannot make the mistakes that they were making in the group stages and still getting away with points. And that's going to be a problem for the other teams, not just 17, like Gen G, that are struggling, as well as like teams like GAM that you mentioned.
One of the problems that I'm having is AGAL right now, because not
It's on
only
game,
are they a
yeah.
team that I thought might win this thing, you know, they had big expectations coming in, they're also in the Club Cup race, right? Their organizations are watching them with a fine microscope right now. And for them to end up here in this 11th place after 4 games, only 17 points, that's not the track they need.
No.
They are a team that plays better from the front. They're not a chase team. And so I'm starting to worry that if they don't catch a circle or 2 here in the last 2 games, I don't know where their bounce back comes.
And the consistency that we're seeing out of VP is starting to become scary too, because now we're starting to see Falcons show up. I mean, the lead difference right now from first place to second place is 23 points. And it's starting to look like something that we might have seen in the past with PGS6, but it was meant that at the end on day 3, it was like we can't really try to sell you a comeback because that first place team is being so consistent, and we're gonna have Smash Rule on day 3.
And Smash Rule makes it worse, right?
Yes, it does, exactly.
That lead of 24, if that continues or if that expands itself over the next 2 days, the rest of the teams are going to be demoralized. When they show up and they're like, oh, they only need 10 more points and I need 60 to potentially make this happen, and it could end in any game, like that is just really tough to deal with.
พี่ส่งสบู่ให้จูริโอด้วยอ่ะสบู่น่าใช้ไม่ได้แล้วอ่ะรุ่นแบบจูริโออ่ะสบู่น่าจะใช้การไม่ได้แล้วผมว่าต้องไปแนวอื่นแล้วสบู่อาจจะเอาไม่อยู่ด้วยตอนนี้
The other squads are going to be keeping a close eye on what's going on with that leaderboard as we head to the final 2 matches of day 1 finals here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026. Kalaris, what you got to say so far day 4 as we enjoyed the sun here? Man, it's hot.
Well, thank you, boys. There's some amazing running and gunning gameplay coming out so far here to get ourselves well underway for PUBG. In that last game especially. Oh, Twisted Minds, man. Watching Perfectix being able to clutch that out. That was lovely stuff in the 1v4.
Dude, okay. We're seeing something really interesting going on. We saw frustration coming out from Twisted Minds, which Batulin's getting upset every once in a while isn't that big of a deal, but when it's consistently happening, it kind of throws off everybody's game. It should let you know what's going on, because we've got a very frag-heavy, chaotic start to these games that are going on right now, and if you're like a super diligent mind like Batulin's, that's going to throw it off. We were talking about this. Superstars, man. Superstars are rising right now just in this very kill-heavy, center-centric meta, and I'm starting to see Twisted kind of resurge back.
เห็นแล้วจบ16คู่ใช่หนักอันนี้หนักจริงหมายถึงจูริโอหนักจริง
Here though, I think maybe some of that EWC magic. I mean, they want that back to back.
Well, look at the performances that we're seeing right now. Guys at the top of the leaderboard. We're seeing Heather.
อันนี้หนักจริง
right? Nixie popping off for VP. Big ways. Clutches like you're talking about coming up.
โอ้โหตัดโบอ่ะ
Other side of that, we just saw Kickstart have a big clutch. Tiggleton finding stuff. And really a lot of very big mortar plays for Control. So it's all these guys that have done a lot of research on how to just really push kill counts. That's where we're seeing leads come in play.
It's interesting to watch the fact that you've got a lot of the West fighting back against what Myth was able to put up in that group stage. They mentioned it on the desk here as well, and I think it's absolutely pertinent to kind of address here and see how it's going, because the thing is that it just takes one moment for Kiss to have some Kiss magic, and then we're right back in.
That's the thing, and we haven't seen that yet. Really, Myth out of all of our superstar squads is the one that's floundering, and it's like they're getting caught in this meat grinder where they used to just be able to shoot their way out of, but now that we've got all of the best together in one lobby, that's not working as much. They're getting pulled apart because we're seeing so many 4th and 5th parties, not just 3rd parties. We're seeing squads crash, in circles 1 and 2 on top of each other going for kills.
Really far outside the circle as well.
Yes, yeah, with like that whole thing in game 1 where we saw, what was it, like Falcons and Team Liquid that were over there. Everybody's having to deal with really weird plane paths and circles and go, I'd rather get 4 points here than risk just dying getting to the circle.
How have you enjoyed, or how have you embraced the new circle changes so far? It's definitely thrown some spanners in the work already, even here in this final.
You're talking to the wrong person on that. I'm the one that was rooting
เฉยๆเหมือนเดิมแหละน้ำ
I want the chaos. I want to see the best of the best have to fight through the worst situations, so that way you guys can take it back to your game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matchman, for joining us here. It is time now to head on over to the commentators here for yet another game from EWC.
Hello, friends. We are back. We have 2 more games remaining to play today, but so far it has been the Nixie show, the Virtus Pro show. They are in first place overall. Nixie with 15 kills on the day so far. An absolutely astounding total.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And Lucarix having 9, Kickstart having 9, Heather having 9. Again, him being 6 kills ahead of second.
เกมมันตึงขึ้นดิวอตัสโปเล่นดีด้วย
The most insane to me is
เงินรางวัลด้วยครับถูกต้องเงินรางวัลมันเยอะไม่ต้องตึงปกติอยู่ที่เราเองแหละว่าเราจะไปแบบไหนวันแรกขอจบแค่ท็อป 3 ก่อนวันแรกเอาท็อป 3 ก่อน
The Virtus Pro show has been going on all day. 2 second places and a win. Nixie getting 1,000+ damage, 8 kills in that last one here. We're gonna have 64 very excited faces. One of them is going to be Nixie. He's absolutely ecstatic to be here for our 5th and penultimate game of the day.
Hey, Nixie's always happy, man. He's always smiling.
น้องกดดันไหมผมว่ามันเล่นตามเกมของมันอ่ะ
Yeah,
ถึงบายละ2 ไก่ไปเหรอต้องหยุดจูริโอก่อนเพราะตอนนี้จูริโอนี่สกปรกมากอันนี้ต้องหยุดจูริโอก่อนโอ้อาร์มี่เบสตีกันเว้ยVitality GK
and Vicious Vitality and GK being that close to each other is
ตีก่อนข้างบน
scary considering the amount of alternate drops we have in and the biggest surprise to me here obviously is Full Sense also has this is an alternate drop but they could get into their central drop of Hosan so everyone was like okay yeah Vitality maybe gonna get that but everyone's just getting involved here. What a circle to start things off with. I'm not saying VP is looking great already, but that's a home turf circle if I've ever seen one. But I can't find Levante as PK and Vitality kicks off.
เสียหนึ่ง
Started off quick.
First gun elimination.
Try to take care of this as quickly as they can. Get Songjang back on his feet. You see the rest of Vitality are still kind of hovering around. Gedrock's already in a vehicle, but it looks like he's not going over to the army base. Instead, he's going to try to wrap back around. But Vicious is starting to look over in this direction. So Vitality need to be looking in both directions right now.
ทำบล็อกอย่างนี้ก็สวยนะครับดีนะ
Burger in between these two teams here, and not going to be a fun time being it this early here. They had a
VC มีร่วม
easy entry into the circle.
ใช่อยู่ขวาบนมาเนี่ยวิเชียดมาละจะให้ใครเกมนี้เหรอ MITH เกมนี้เพราะว่า3 เกมแรกผมมาโคตรดีคุณผู้ชมเห็นปะล่ะเถียงมา MITH MITH เกมนี้ผมให้ไทยมาแล้วเกมนี้เกม4เกม5ละ
little camera show here in the prison towards Falcons. As you see what happened here, Levante found Songjang obviously, but Khan did finish him off with the side gas. So again, him losing this is so unfortunate. Oh, that's an early E pick up here from Team Liquid as they move out from Palace to get potentially on the northeast. When we had this western plane path, it makes sense that you want to give up maybe even close to Shipyard to get some of these cars and then enter from the other side that's not as occupied here, Pro. So that's going to be an interesting game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, given the way that plane path was hugged a little bit farther to the west, so you kind of assume that all that area east of Shipyard probably pretty free. So your likelihood of getting a vehicle probably pretty high. So good thing about looting up Palace.
เกมนี้ไปมิดครับ
So quick to loot, isn't it?
Top 3 favorite spot for me to loot. It's so good. It's open. There's just guns, attachments, everything you need to get things rolling here. And Vicious, they are going to be driving back into Shipyard. They realize, and that's also what I'm thinking, Vicious here, you actually have a top 3, top 4 position to get into a good circle entry here and get information. Sure, it's a difficult circle. We might end up with that kind of pizza slice north of Twisted Minds that we've seen so many games from before we
ใช้อีเมอร์กันค่อนข้างไวนะอีเมอร์ไวมากคุยถึงเรื่องแลนด์เรโชละ
As Team Liquid drops in and potentially gets a hold on some of the vehicles and some of the stronger compound on the east side of that small river. We're gonna jump over to
Gen G นี่บูดจัดเลยยังไม่ถึง10 แต้มเลย Gen G
to get a BRDM and drive into that circle here. This could be a good game for Gen G. Let's see how far they can take it in their campaign.
And you know, coming back to Vicious, I actually like the fact that they pulled away because look, you know how difficult it's going to be knowing that they had Vitality kind of where they had them and pinched down, and Vicious being in 12th place right now.
Vicious.
Those are looking like they might be easy points, right?
Yeah.
So I understand wanting to camp that, but also having that stopwatch in your head saying like, okay, let's not stick around here too long. We still have a great opportunity to get some more loot, get up here and get a good position for Circle 2. So, you know, pulling off of that, probably the smarter play, even though, you know, they really want to get those points.
That's a great point.
Shadow Esports.
Yes, they are driving in with a, I would say, a quite surprising performance so far, and it's in the midst of multiple of the players that's able to perform.
เล่นค่อนข้างเพย์เซฟเลย
Don't think many had it on their bingo card for them to be top 6 already here. Might have to wash your hands and get ready for some action. Shadow Esports with 28 points here. We're jogging just 7 points away from second place.
They have not finished a game outside of placement so far today. Their lowest finish so far is 7th.
And this is, I would say, probably the hardest circle we've seen from them so far. So with them having a far rotation from the southern part, let's see how far they can take it and how they can further their campaign here in Esports World Cup 2026 as we are playing on the stage Qiddiya City Grid for PUBG Battlegrounds. AGL also a big contender, also in the club championship. They have been one of the favorites to be competing here for PUBG Battlegrounds. As Ferris and Navi are going to be flying over and seeing all of these vehicles below them. I wonder if Navi is looking to get involved or just have the information be shared in between. AGL actually turns away from that. They don't really want to get involved as they might know that their player in a glider is going to have a ton of information as Alo finds Simon and Vicious, then investigating the Vitality situation, lost them out on time, and that might have cost him a player as AGL now drives on the other side here.
Yeah, AGAL, I mean, they see the player in the glider and they hear somebody shooting at them, right? So that's already letting you know 2 teams right there in an area where we were hoping we could play pretty free and clear, but
ไหน
unfortunately
แกมที่ดุๆเหนียวๆบูดแกมบูดแล้วก็17ก็หนักพอกันเลยคุณดูดิหนักกว่าพวกฟูเซนหนักกว่าวิเชียดอีกวิเชียดนี่แทบไม่ได้เล่นโกลบอลเลยนะวิเชียดอ่ะเพิ่งออกไปโกลบอลครั้งแรกนะเนี่ยเล่นดีอีกใช่แข่งครั้งเดียวเลิกเลยคือถ้าชาโดได้แชมป์ทีเดียวเลิกเลยประกาศรีไทร์เลยไปใช้เอาเวลาไปใช้เงินดีกว่าเอ้ยเจนจีอีกแล้วอะไรวะเนี่ยทีวันนี้ไปหลังๆเริ่มเป๋ทีวันตานี้ต้องไทยว่ะจริงนะเว้ยถ้าแบบวัน3อยากมีลุ้นนะอยู่ในเส้นทางวันแรกต้องจบแบบดีๆก่อนขอสักท็อป3ก่อนแล้วก็ต้องให้วอเตอร์สโปออกไวเว้ยคืออยากให้แบบวอเตอร์สโปเซตพื้นที่เล่นอ่ะคือวอเตอร์สโปเป็นทีมที่เซตพื้นที่เล่นแล้วดีต้องระวังด้วยครับ
Big hard shift down to the south, so that's going to be good news though for everybody because now they know, okay, it is a 100% going to the mainland. But if you're one of these teams off to the north,
โอ้มิดกลางวงเป็นไงเห็นยังโซเฟียไทยเป็นไงโซเฟียไทยเป็นไงวอเตอร์สโปลำบากแล้วเป็นไงผมบอกคุณผู้ชมแล้วเกมนี้ MITS ได้ไก่โซเฟียไทยไม่เคยผิดหรอกรันแชทกันหน่อยเว้ยทุกคนเฮ้ยจูสกปรกออกอยู่นอกวงอย่าไปให้ค่าเยอะจูอ่ะวอเตอร์โปอยู่นอกวงดีแล้วสกปรกตัวนั้นสกปรกอย่าไปจับอะไรเยอะ
to try to go for the res, but Ferris will get stolen away by Scappy Myth.
3 จอยอ่ะสแคปปี้เก็บคิวอ่ะเห็นป่ะมาเว้ยน้อง MITS ว่ะ
And this is a messy fight, but it's a tough compound to be in.
สไปโล
He will go down in the end, but Navi does lose Ferris in the process.
โอ้ MITS เล่นไฮกราวด์เหรอ MITS เล่นยากอยู่นะพื้นที่ MITS อ่ะบ้านไฮกราวด์เล่นยากอยู่ต้องไปลงไปบ้านขวาตรงขวานาวีอ่ะมีบ้านอีกหลังนึงโอ้ยมาแล้วว่ะเอาดิยิงดิตีไปเลยเว้ยคู่นี้ไม่กล้าตี
Navi is not about to have another game where they lose out quickly against a few players as we've seen in the prior game.
เอ้ยแกมว่ะ
See all the fans coming in here as well, showing support to all the guys and all the teams in this lobby.
Guns up for Gam.
Guns up for Gam.
4 strong. They are currently on the south side of this circle right now. They've got a nice little position for themselves. As we see T1 and Virtus Pro. They run
ตรงรุ่น
across the bridge. I think
ล่วงไหม
this direction after dealing with Gen G.
นิกซี่กำลังมาเลย
Doing his best to serpentine in a boat. We'll see if Nixie has been on fire so far today. Lands a couple of
นิกซี่กำลังมาเลย
Can he get the last one that matters the most? He cannot. So Type manages to escape.
ข้ามยังไงก่อน
Circle could still go up until the northern side here. The somewhat of a pizza slice where Twisted Minds usually loots. They have hungered down quite a bit.
วงหนีวัวตัดโปละเกมนี้
Especially being the defending
วงหนีวัวตัดโปละ
PUBG Battlegrounds of Esports World Cup. They're looking for a repeat.
โอ้โหเลสโซนลงอะไรขนาดนั้นวะเนี่ยดู
Back-to-back red zone
ดู
in the same area.
เลสโซนลง
Scene. And oh my, I love that. I hope we end here because that would be simply amazing. We are going to be
โอ้ MITS สวยว่ะ
south here where we saw Falcons.
เลสโซนลงอะไรขนาดนั้นวะน่ะไอ้ที่โคตรคนบาปเลยบ้านฟอร์คอนน่ะ
That center compound, plenty of boxes to loot as well. Imagine how much utility is going to be available for a team like this. They're going to be able to fend off a breach quite easily. And look at Twisted Minds. They're sending it. They could be pulling up to an area just between or in between Navi.
หลุมเยอะจัด
Twisted Minds decides to go. They were getting shot at from
โอ้
Myth from that
โดนมิดยิงนะโดนมิดยิงนะเอา
push right into T1.
ตายตายตายเอาตายเอาตาย
Examples can see Type and Raining pulling into the shack, and they'll immediately turn downhill and try to avoid this
หมุน
for
อย่างเงี้ย
now.
ชอบหมุนกล้องอ่ะ observe ชอบหมุนกล้อง
To play over here, there's 59 still left alive in such a small circle. As looks like Twisted Minds had one spot where they weren't getting shot at, and decided that that is the place that they will be playing now.
Yeah, amazing scenes here. Oh, this game here on Tego, the 5th match of our finals. And Raining gonna deploy some smokes here for T1. They are spread. They have maintained a good position inside this circle here with a good control of the shelf that is just below where Myth is overlooking. They are putting on some pressure here, but if Myth eventually is going to have to push off from this, it's going to be against T1. A lot of the other teams are trying to get into this circle here from the southern side. There's not a lot of space left. Full sense. Falcons, GAN, they have a lot of control. And GK and Liquid is trying to get into this. Virtus Pros on the north.
Kind of looking at right now, Vicious, GK, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid and GK specifically on the south side because GAM, as you said, GAM, Falcons, Full Sense just kind of have that entire spot on lockdown. And it's kind of forcing Team Liquid to maybe push right into GAM right now. So we might see the kill feed lighting up here soon as Vicious do have a little bit of land that they can claim inside circle on the northeast. As we see Myth still holding onto that high ground. Now it's mortar time for the boys. And where is that going to go? Is that Twisted or is that T1? You got to imagine it's one of them.
You can say what you want about this, but I love my combat as Scappy finds a double onto T1. It's Ian and Heather. Two amazing players and two big names to take down.
เอาเรื่อง
Fish is also sending it in. Are they going to try to capitalize on that double knock? Shot comes in. Raining finds one. Type finds Simon T. It's an absolute yes to find. Raining finds one. Dogmai goes down.
อะไรวะน่ะ
How is T1 surviving this? Vicious pulled up as a full squad, and they are just getting pulled apart.
ยิงติดโอ้เดนนิ่งเอามาดิ MITS มาดิมาดิมาแล้วดิมาแล้วดิอ้าวตัวตัดโปเข้ามาแจมว่ะบาเลนโดนอีกแล้วเอาว่ะจิกตันว่ะยิงอีกยิงเข้าไปสวยไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรถือว่าดีถือว่าดีถือว่าดีเขาซุนต่อเว้ยเดี๋ยวเรายิงต่อไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรเสียแค่หนึ่งมาดิ MITS เว้ย MITS เว้ยมาดิอะไรเสียแมนไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรอย่าไปว่าน้องมันต้องการแบบมาเคลียร์เว้ยโอ้ลูกนึงเพิ่มอีกนิดนึงเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิยิง
Panzer fouls on the lower fight as well. Xiaowu finds the entirety of Twisted Minds as they go down in 13th place.
Oh my goodness, Virtus.
ฮีแมทอีกมาดิมอต้าเข้าไปคิดยิงสวยน้องเอาเว้ยเวฟขวาหน่อยน้องขวาหน่อยน้องขวาหน่อยน้องตามคนดูมาดูหน่อยเร็วตามคนดูมาหน่อยเร็วมันแล้วเว้ยเกมนี้มาดิเกม5 เรียบใครว่างไปพิมพ์ช่องหลังหน่อยดิไอ้นิลาไปพิมพ์ช่องหลังหน่อยไปบอกโซเฟียเขาทายไว้ MITS มียูไปบอกดิมียูไปบอกเขาดิว่าผมทาย MITS ไปพิมพ์ดิให้จูมันรู้เดินได้หน่อยไม่เป็นไรหรอกเรายังอยู่ได้ข้างบนให้กราวโอ้เจนจีตีต่อวะอย่า17อย่างช็อกเลย17แม่งมีแค่9แต้มเอง
This is just Lil Ghost by himself right now. Genji, you see, have that BRDM, but
โอ้โหระเบิดไม่ผ่านบ้านเอ้ายิงไม่ขาดลินโกสไฟเบรกสวยเรียบร้อยโอ้
Soul taking out Bean as well in the process. So they need to get that man back on his feet because the blue zone is coming.
Yeah, straight into the secure vehicle.
แบกรถทางไปไหนวะโอ้บีมี่ได้แต้มอีกเหรอไปไหนกีเคคาวบอยโอ้โหมอต้าแม่นกันจังวะเดี๋ยวนี้อย่าให้เขาเล่นฟรีอย่าให้ตัดโปรเล่นฟรีไว้ตอนนี้ลิควิดไปไหนเอากีเคเหรอชัวร์เหรอโอ้เละเทะไม่คุ้มเลยมาทำไมเนี่ยลิควิดโอ้my goodnessเติมเพื่อมาแลกแค่ตัวเดียวไม่คุ้มเลยครับลิควิดโคตรไม่คุ้มเลยฮะใช้คำว่าคนไม่คุ้มเลยอะลิควิดได้บ่อผิดเว้ยโดนละEJน่าสวนคืนว่ะเรียบร้อยเติมเอาAGL ก็เลยเทมโอ้โหตัดโปรมาเรื่อยๆว่ะแต้มว่ะ
on Tego here today as mortars just continue to fly. Virtus Pro takes down
สวนหน่อยไว้น้องเทียน
left alive. It's Delwyn and he is nowhere near this. Virtus Pro are just on one.
เรียบร้อยว่ะโอ้โหตัดโปรเล่นได้อีกอ่ะคือถ้าไม่ปิดเขาเราเหนื่อยเว้ยโอ้ตัดโปรมันไปยิงเรื่อยแล้วเนี่ยออกfrom the ออกลืมชูเพื่อนเพิ่มไปหน่อยเล่นสไตล์มิดเลยเนี่ยเบลมัดมิดไปไหนวะผ่าโอ้ยโดนหลุมโอ้ยสวยลมระเบิดว่ะมิดลมระเบิดว่ะสวยหลุมเดียวเจ๊คอบมูฟผ่าดีว่ะมิดผ่าดีจัดสมมติปีก่อนโอตกรรมมาอยู่ว่ะเจอฟอลคอน
Doritos give themselves a little bit more room to play with. They are dead center right now as Virtus Pro are now finally back on the.
นาวีบ้านสวยแล้วอะนาวีบ้านสวยครับแต่นาวีคนไม่ครบแล้วดูดิว่าโปรมันได้เรื่อยๆอ่ะเรียบโอ้โหอย่าปล่อยเขาเล่นเว้ยรับชนบ้านนาวีแน่เลยชนบ้านนาวีแน่เลยสมรถังชนบ้านนาวี 100%ได้อีกรอบว่ะบูซอนบีบทันมันอ่ะจุ่มหน่อยไปผ่าโอ้โหไปเจอฟูเซนนั่นน่ะเอ้ารีเพย์ทำไมไม่ต้องรีเพย์ดิโอ้รีเพย์ตอนนี้โอ้เหยียบ สวยเอาให้หมดฟูเซนเอาให้จบไปเลยสวยฟูเซน thank you เพื่อนชุบได้น่ะโอ้โหแล้ววัวตัดโปไอ้ไม่เวทเทริตี้มาเล่นด้วยชุบไม่ได้วะแต่ท็อปถือว่าดีนะเมื่อกี้นี้ธนดลท็อปถือว่าดีเว้ยเพื่อนไหลไปชุบแล้วโอเคเบลหมดไปชุบสวยฟูเซนเอาหน่อยเว้ยนาวีต้องขยับมิดเราเก็บแต้มเพิ่มได้เว้ยมิดเราเก็บแต้มเพิ่มได้มิดมีมุมเล่นอยู่เก็บแต้มได้นาวีไปไหนวะเพื่อนนาวีไปเล่นกับมิดด้วยนะอ๋อแปะเนินนี้ได้อยู่ริมถนนระวังฟูเซนนาวีต้องระวังฟูเซนโอ้เห็น
For the time being, as Kedrox gets the knock on the Tiger, Full Sense fight in from that western side with Vitality holding the high ground.
เห็น
Shots come in and connect quite a little bit here. Full Sense, they're under quite the amount of pressure for both.
อย่าเสียเพื่อนง่ายอ่ะถูกละดับสมว่าสวยแฟดดีเรามีค้ำอยู่หลังเข้าอีกทีนึงโอ้ยโดนลูมาฟูเซนเราโอ้วิ่งไม่ได้ว่ะฟรีเลยวิ่งจะได้ไม่มีรถอ่ะไม่มีรถฝั่งท็อปกับโม่ไม่มีรถโอ้โหแทนวู
Goodness, the skies have just been alive today here as Kiss now finds himself the last player left alive.
ฟูเซนจะ6โอเคในทายฟูเซนตายVitalityตายฟอลคอนมาแล้ว
have started to come alive on the south side.
Yeah, and Full Sense were not able to survive that push across the road here. Vitality on the west, Falcons in the south, and they have really been able to control this space here. Got a lot of good riches to play, a lot of good dips that's been created by all these mortars and all the red zones that we saw in the start of the game. Now Gustav pushes up here, and as we heard from Kickstart,
สแกปปี้คิด2คนเว้ยเอาหน่อยเว้ย
Quissy is knocked in the little hole with the tarp. So the other guys are going to be further on the west. Wanga finds Kiss as Myth is under an immense amount of pressure from GAM.
Myth just one of the hardest teams in the
โอ้ในทาย
GAM will do it. Wanga
ในทายเว้ยคะแนนตามเท่าไหร่วะ28แต้ม
VP was starting to gain a little bit of separation from the pack. You see 66 points in first place overall. Falcons and Navi could put in that lead should they be able to secure a win here. But it is going to be difficult. Falcons have the lion's share of the zone right now. Everybody else has to move in.
They have a BRDM as well. Guaranteed top 4, I'm telling you. What a way to do it. Sure, VP couldn't, but that was a difficult push, especially straight towards Full Sense. And now it feels like Vitality is going to be the next team to be on the receiving end of a lot of bullets. And you know, if I was a weatherman today, I couldn't imagine to predict the amount of mortars coming in from the sky. Now GAM aggressively pushing this one.
All right, Falcon still has utility left in the bag, and why not? They've been sitting in that compound for quite some time, but unfortunately, these grenades going to sail a little bit too far. They'll do damage, but they're not going to get the knocks like they would have wanted to. They still have that BRDM to play around, though, and they still have to keep eyes over towards Vitality, over towards Navi. Navi actually starting to get a little bit more active. They're sending 2 over to see if they can finish off Navi, collect these points before they eventually go down. Boostic has been left behind to see, make sure that GAM doesn't do a wrap on him, but doesn't look like GAM's going for it.
ฟอลคอนมาดีนะวันนี้เหมือนมาเล่นแบบกึ่งลุกกึ่งรับเหมือนกันนะฟอลคอนVP แม่งยิงเยอะทุกเกมเลยแต่T1น่ะแผ่วให้เห็นแล้วT1น่ะแผ่วให้เห็นเลยรอบเนี้ยเกม4เกม5เนี่ยเกม3เกม4เกม5เนี่ยT1แผ่วเลยนะคุณดูดิได้แต้มมา2เกมเองนะ T1 อ่ะเรายังอยู่ในเส้นทางครับยังโอเคอยู่เกมหน้าเราก็ต้องการไม่ตกเกมหน้า
Navi fighting for that compound in the early stages and wanted with the full 3-man lineup here really paid off. Shot comes in and Hackatory finds Tanwu. Two massive names on the mechanical
เรียบ
board for these two guys.
It's a heck of a start there for Navi. Get that first
ยิง
knock.
ขวาแล้ว
Going to immediately pick up his teammate and get him out of grenade range. See if
โอ้
they can get him back on his feet. Few shots will come through. As
ตาย
Falcons will spot out somebody. Nope, Gedrox.
บูโซนระเบิดย้อนหลัง
So his point goes over to nobody. Clories will have to
ดูไม่ได้นะ2 ลูก โอ้โห
from both blue zone grenades.
ไม่ได้
Right on top of
ตาย
He gets ticked down by two unfortunate blue zone grenades for him.
สวนจัดคิกการ์ด
Well placed there
บู
for
โซน
Falcons with the high ground.
Levance's favorite grenade. That's going to definitely have an impact for how Gam's going to be able to play this one here. And it's another game where we have a king of the hill situation where Falcons is maintaining all the control of that southern side, and they assert dominance over the rest. Now utility gets deployed here. Does it connect a little bit? Maybe it can connect to Shrimpsy, who is the front point man right now, but they've
กลาง
got
วง
so much
ฟอลคอน
cover, so much high ground to play around.
ถู
And
ก
it's
ต้อง
because of all of these mortars and red zone we saw in the earlier game. Could see a rest come off as Cam could get back to all 4, and they do, as Clarice does get rest by 1F.
แบบนี้ไม่ค่อยดีเว้ยเพราะว่าฟอลคอนอาจจะโดนก่อน
Falcons to hit these grenades.
ฟอลคอนถ้ารับไม่อยู่อ่ะโซนไม่อยู่อาจจะโดนก่อน แต่ถ้านาวีเดินตีแกมอ่ะฟอลคอนแชมป์ถ้านาวีเดินตีแกมอ่ะฟอลคอนแชมป์ถ้าเล่นประกบข้างซ้ายขวาโถมใส่ฟอลคอนอ่ะมีสิทธิ์สูง
It's not by any means easy for Falcons here despite their good position.
Yeah, you got to stop throwing curveballs instead of lob balls for sure if you want to hit those nades or not cook them and hope they roll into the small dips.
นะตีกันก่อนอย่างนี้ฟอลคอนแชมป์ละบูสติกว่ะ
That's a beautiful work by Boostic. The ones from the side, theirs are a little bit easier to hit as Falcons trying to see if they can peek down there and maybe third party, but Cam not going to let him get away with it. Tanvu keeping eyes over towards Navi boys. Navi just continue to make their way through. Hackatoy's going to get another one as Tanvu now the last player left alive for Cam.
Navi อยู่
I think who is that keeping eyes? Oh, good knock from Tanvu will slow things down though. And this now opens the door for Falcons as they'll start coming down here. Gam will go down to the blue in the end, but it's down to Spiro and Boostic. It's a 4v2 Falcons for the victory.
Come in, connects onto Tiggleton and gets him down to 62 with 64 HP here.
กูซับต้องช่วยเล่นกูซับต้องช่วยเล่น
No, utilities.
กูซับต้องช่วยเล่น
Only smokes available on Gustav. Boostic has nothing left but bullets.
โอ้สุนพอปะเนี่ย62 นัด 72 นัด
Third place here, fighting to get that second place locked down.
เขารอบูโซนบีบครับฟอลคอนเอาชัวร์เลยเมคชัวร์จัดฟอลคอนไม่เดินรอบูโซนบีบ
Using that BRDM as cover to see if he can start figuring out where these Falcons guys are, but it's so
สไปโลน็อกโซน
Spiro will go down to the blue in the end, and Falcons know exactly where Boostic is, and they will collapse down and finish him off to get the victory.
What a way to finish here for Team Falcons. Great game here, and all the fans in the arena are celebrating, of course. It's the defending club champions. They have won it before, and now they show that they're capable of doing it again. One chicken dinner here for Falcons, and great placement so far. Assert their dominance on the leaderboard. They finish on second place overall here, just behind Virtus Pro. We have one more game though, Poro. It's going to be an insane one.
Absolutely, that was such a tough victory there for Falcons. You could see what they were dealing with. I mean, the amount of patience that they had to show because they wanted to try to get active. They wanted to try to go and third party that Gam versus Navi fight, but just having Navi being disciplined and Gam being
แก๊งที่ตามมาจากซาอุแน่เลยแก๊งนี้
Their sole job was to keep an eye on Falcons and to take shots if they peaked.
เดี๋ยวมาเกมท้ายทุกคน
Those guys did their job and prevented Falcons from getting any more points off of that. So in the end, it great Falcons win. I know that we're wishing that they would have been able to get more points off of it, but both of these other squads doing as well as they did kind of prevented that.
And also considering how the circle worked out for them, right? We saw some shifts towards the center, and then it came quite far south, and they were just maintaining that control of that hill. They knew if we can maintain control in our quadrant, in our southern area here, we're going to be able to push up, have the high ground control, and then assert dominance of the rest of the battlegrounds here. And what a way to do it for them. Smart play, and it's somewhat what we saw from Na'Vi in the group stage, where the games that we know we can win if we're 4 guys alive, we're going to win it with 5 kills or 7 or 10, it doesn't matter. The chicken dinner is what matters, because those are the 10 points that are guaranteed, and that puts them in 2nd place.
It's going to get them right back within range of Virtus Pro once again. And if I remember only one thing from that game, it is going to be the mortars. Well, we have 1 game left, guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Managed to grab Trav over from the Allianz Vault, and it's time to get a little bit of an update about what's been going on in TFT.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, yesterday, Team Vitality, which came into it as kind of one of the mid-pack teams, to be honest with you, were knocked out, which is obviously a big thing for the Club Championship storylines. Other than that, though, the rest of it's kind of going swimmingly for the teams who are supposed to be doing quite well. AJL kind of powering through, doing a really good job. Virtus Pro have just been knocked out, though, by Team Vision, which was kind of a big storyline, because they were both sat on about 950 points. So that was one who was going to make that breakaway. And obviously, as you know, in Apex, they managed to get that top 8 position. So having another top 8 position makes them eligible for the Club Championship. And that has kind of been the biggest storyline today.
I love that. I love that. Obviously, we still got a little bit more left to go on your side of things, so we'll check back in just a little bit.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav, with the Club Championship update. And for everybody truly predicting Falcons, congratulations if you were able to have them on your pick'ems. If you weren't, make sure you put them in your next one, or put whichever team you think is going to be winning in the next one. Go to the EWC website and the app and put in your pick'ems. And don't forget to use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC2026. But finally, this is what I was getting worried earlier when we were talking outside. I was worried that nobody was going to be able to catch them up, or maybe they were going to get too much of a lead. But Falcons take advantage of the situation that was there.
I mean, to catch up to VP, you needed something crazy to happen. Well, this game happened.
PUBG Mortar Grounds.
Possibly one of the most explosive games in the history of PUBG, but it was Mortar Grounds, Grenade Grounds, Blue Grounds, Molotov Grounds. I think there was a point where I counted 1 or 2 actual firearm knocks in about 17.
Look, we talked about how cool the destructible environment is and how much it helps these teams and this and that. That was just a really unfortunate game for a player of those. My hearts go out to the players because those circles are so rough, and when half the teams are using mortars and grenades, most of the teams honestly just didn't get to play PUBG, right?
Yeah,
and so for those teams, honestly, this game, for me, for a lot of them, was also just a wash. But that being said, the Falcons able to control that chaos and come out on top with Trigonometry.
Dude, he started the war, bro. He started a 600-meter mortar.
Yeah, a 600-meter mortar. And to all the players that were landing mortars, still very impressive. But yeah, rough to play against, man. That's a rough one for the players.
You know, for a second, I thought we were on the moon there with how many craters we had on the map.
It was absolutely wild. But I do think, as we look at the match ranking, this kind of alludes to what we heard from the guys at the start of the day in Kalaris' interview. That sort of chaos breaks out. You have to be able to be flexible. You have to adjust. But Tulin said the changes are so fast and so furious that every team has to have a crazy level of agility. And I do think, as much as I think the players will probably say, I never want to go through what I just went through again, It's an example of agility. I think the Falcons did a good job of moving quickly and adjusting to the power. I think a good example of someone who didn't was Liquid. They were trying to use the old, let's set a mortar, let's push it, let's try to find a spot. And I think this is where you have to say break away from those old school systems and make something new up on the spot.
Even Gan with Tambu being able to get those kills with the mortar. This is a squad that I was talking about earlier that really haven't done anything. They needed some type of spark up today to not have too much of a gap to catch up to on the next couple of days, but they were able to respond at least with the top 4 in this last match.
Yeah, and also Na'Vi continuing to be consistent throughout the day and throughout the group stage finals, right? They've just been on point. Again, they know exactly what they want to do. They've kind of figured out this lobby, as we've noticed time after time. Na'Vi is actually getting into central position, into great early game positions that are ending up working out for them. So I think with this comparison as well, you can see 9 kills, 1,800 damage to the 6 kills and 1,700 damage from the Falcons.
And you when you look at this, you go, okay, Na'Vi has the better stats here. And also, we watched Falcons a whole lot more because they hustled, they grinded, they were moving actively. Na'Vi found a good spot. They held it. They kind of sort of watched their edges. They made sure that they were not caught in the explosive situation, right? And that's also part of it, is going, okay, if I send there, then I'm in mortar hell. And if I don't, maybe I have a better shot at this thing. So I do think that proactivity of knowing that's a giant field, I do not want to be in it. Let's play edge in.
It was a perfect mix of proactivity and patience,
Yes.
really, because they saw what they needed to do, but unlike Liquid, they waited for one team more to make sure that they weren't the victims of what came afterwards.
And for Liquid, we really haven't been able to see those superstars, right? Remember in group stages when we were looking at Luke 12, how he was able to pick up this squad. Earlier, we got a chance to see, I think it was Kickstar for Falcons being able to kickstart them after those first 2 matches. For Liquid, we want to see some of the players of the caliber of Cowboy maybe start showing up as well.
I think, again, for a lot of teams, that last game is just GG go next. You know, that just wasn't our game. And that's okay. That happens, right? PUBG happens. That's what we say all the time. That's one of those games. That's okay. But again, they need to come off the back of that and make sure that they are going to put up points on the board.
And I think if your team is on the bottom, there is a ray of hope here. That game was a GG go next, right? Earlier, that shift down towards Portona on Miramar, that shift was violent, the first one, and I think a lot of teams sort of went, okay, I just got to get some points on this. There has been a few aggressive shifts that we've seen in the first 5 games here.
Actually, kind of a lot of aggressive shifts so far.
So I'm not saying that it's right that you don't have the points right now, but I'm saying if it's your crew, if it's your guys, don't give up on them just yet, because it has been a wild first day, and we still have a lot of land for us to cross here, and it's not insurmountable for those teams on the chase.
And as we saw before this game, it was a 23-point gap between first place and second place. I want to see what that gap's going to be looking like now as we have VP there. Okay, 15, a lot closer as Team Falcons was able to deliver that chicken dinner in the last one. Na'Vi as well with the consistency, and Myth, even though Myth went out, they're still being able to get those points via kills.
Yeah, Myth on the grind. For me, the biggest disappointment right now is T1. They started so ridiculously strong. They were farming 17 on Miramar, and apparently if 17 avoids T1, they don't know how to get points.
So they had
a hard time putting it on the board in the last couple of games and have let that slide. Now, in a traditional day, giving up 2 games without a ton of points doesn't hurt you that bad. When you got the Virtus Pro playing out of their freaking minds, it does.
And that's the problem. Virtus Pro, even though they went out, or not early, but about 8th place, they still got kills. Virtus Pro is making sure that come hell or high water, regardless of how the game is going for them, they're at least going to accumulate 4 to 5 points a game, and that is what's making them so difficult to catch, even in these games where they go out, you know, halfway through.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing, right? 7 kills, by the way, they ended up getting in this last match. And for those teams that were hoping to even close that gap, yeah, you were able to close that gap, but you're going to have to do even more if you want to be able to close it towards the end of the day. So going towards the second page here, we see Shadow Esports there, where they really haven't been able to do much after that win. And a team that you guys said starts slow, but right now, with the way that those top teams are playing, I'm going to be looking at Twisted Minds as they were sitting there with 25 points.
System team, and I think this is chaos. I just don't think that the adjust on the fly is what they're sort of built around. I'm not judging their intelligence. I'm not judging their skill. I'm judging the fact that these have just been crazy games, that a lot of these players are going to have to go home tonight genuinely with their coach. They're just going to say, guys, we got PUBG. We're back tomorrow. We're going to do something different. We can fight this off. It's just been a really rough day.
I'm also just waiting for AGAL to wake the hell up. You know, where are they? Come on, guys. This was one of the best teams in the world at some point, and they're really struggling to put any points on the board. Even in group stages, we watched them struggle a bit, so they really need to wake up here.
Maybe they'll be able to wake up on this final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC2026 Finals Day 1. Game 6. Let's see who'll be waking up and maybe carry on some momentum to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have one game remaining left here on day number 1, and so far it has been the Virtus Pro show. High poor source, it is he, Mr. Avenger. And Avenger, you know I love stats, right?
You love stats.
I love stats.
Hit me with some stats.
I love deep dive stats. But sometimes very easy stats are enough to tell the story. Right now, Luca Rux and Nixie have more kills between them than 14 out of 16 teams in the lobby.
I wonder why. Maybe it's because they've been fragging out all day. And you know what? I hope that continues. We are over to Erangel on the Qiddiya City grid, on the stage here for Esports World Cup 2026. And yeah, it's looking great for them. A 15-point lead after just 5 games is absolutely next level. Esports World Cup last year was won by Twisted Minds with 93 points. And they've won more game today here. That is just unheard of. I wonder how far they can push this. Again, you have to remember, once we're done with tomorrow, we're going to be adding some points. We're going to be moving into the 3rd day for match point. But imagine if they've just built this unsurmountable lead that is just impossible to catch.
Just epic stuff from the Virtus Pro boys. And it's a heck of a way to start off your tournament if you have a nice lead going at we were waiting to see if this was ever going to pop off today. There had been some rumors of GK versus AGAL. And it looks like we'll wait all the way till the last game of the day to do it. Destroy
เฮ้ยอะไรวะซัดเลยเหรอ
for the rest of GK as they push around Sololzi.
เอาเรื่อง
That wall does have a flashback.
เกมท้ายแล้วจาน
Where EJ is. We'll try to make the push.
ยังไงก็ยังยืนยันว่ามิดเว้ยเอาให้มิดคะแนนขึ้นมาดีๆก่อนเพราะว่าวันที่2ผมไม่รู้ว่ายังไงเว้ยแต่วันที่3ผมพลาดไงผมอยากให้มีมิดอยู่ในนั้นไงเมคานิคอลครับใช้คีย์บอร์ดเมคานิคอลครับเมคานิคอลงามไส้ละแมงน็อก2จบเกมนี้ก็น่าจะไปนั่งเล่นเกมแล้วฮะผมไปนั่งเล่นเกมแล้วเปรี้ยวสุดยอดปะแม่งน็อกหมดเลยอ่ะงัดกับเกาหลีด้วยเกาหลีแม่งดึงจังหวะเก่งไงบ้านเราอ่ะไทยเวียดนามอ่ะเอ็กซ์ซีฟเก่งเว้ยแต่เกาหลีแม่งเล่นเชิงเนี่ยแม่งก็รออยู่อย่างเงี้ย
This could be interesting. You see him now.
เห็นปะดูมันยืนดิ
Yeah, so a lot of teams getting involved here. Twisted Minds. The knocks are destroys in the open. He could be spotted quite easily here, but Kelvin's bleeding out quite quickly. Destroys. Well, there's like 10, 12 seconds left on his knock here, so Destroy's just crawling for information. Navi also gets involved.
What is it with you Europeans, man?
Yeah, they're sniffing out at easy points here, bro. That's what it is, and I get it. It's smart because all the teams they know that in this area here, that could be the hot drops.
โอ้โหนาวีแม่งมาหาแต้มอีกอ่ะบูสติกแม่งมาหาแต้มอีกอ่ะโอ้บ้านนี้หายหมดอ่ะไอ้คู่กรณีเนี่ยไอ้2ทีมเนี่ยไอ้2ทีมนี้ไปก่อนแน่นอนอ่ะ GK AGAL อ่ะไอ้รอบนอกนี่รอซัดอยู่แล้วไม่รู้อ่ะหมายถึงคีย์บอร์ดอ่ะไม่รู้อ่ะแล้วแต่เราถนัดผมใช้แค่ของง่ายๆอ่ะผมไม่ได้ใช้แบบว่ามันไม่ได้ส่งผลอะไรกับตัวผมมากเท่าไหร่เอาที่แบบผมใช้แล้วถนัดมากกว่าครับเรื่องคีย์บอร์ดพวกเกมมิ่งเกียร์เนี่ยตายละมันก็อยู่ในบ้านอยู่อย่างเงี้ย
The rest of Vitality has come over here to join him as well, but it looks like Navi also kind of moving over in this direction. But this is, while in circle, it's on the south.
ไม่น่าเบื่อเว้ยและกล้องมันก็จับอยู่อย่างเงี้ย
Kind of breezing past and saying, if we see something, we'll shoot. But
why not? Why not a red zone power?
Yeah,
Tell me about it. Why not? Why are we not spicing up even further? We've already had a crazy day here.
And look at this. Now Myth is going to start making their way through too as well. So
นาวิวนหาบ้านอ่ะวงไหนวะเนี่ย
and continue making their way through, but Myth is going to drive right through Vitality as the red zone is falling, and Scappy's going to go right into the dip, somehow makes it out alive with 1 HP.
1 HP.
Gracious, and Baron will get the knock on a Levante.
เอาละเป็นเรื่อง
insane here, and then red zone is going to come in as well.
มิดเล่นว่ะ
Be rough for Team Vitality to try to recoup from. Baron continues to lay down the hammer as Scappy drives away with this 1 HP. Just insane scenes here. Yeah, why not throw some more 7.62 bullets at it as Kiss continues as well.
Why not? You gotta kind of feel bad for Vitality there, right? Like they're doing what they should be doing. They're being smart. They're keeping eyes on the kill feed. They know the drop maps. They know what to expect. They go over there to try to third party. And why not?
อ๋อกลางวงมันเจนจีนี่หว่าบ้านบอยบนขวาบนเลยไหมมิดง่ายดี
Just unfortunate timing for them, but it looks like they'll be able to get Levante back on his feet now that they've managed to retrieve him.
ยังไม่เสียใครนี่ว่ะขึ้นบนได้อยู่นะ
while we see an pickup has been fired, but it's only going to be Duckmai. It's going to be the lead scout here for Vicious as they make their way out of Nova.
แม่ก็จ้องกันอยู่เงี้ยไม่มีของไงทำอะไรไม่ได้เว้ย
Milta might not want to get deeper already, so I like the idea from Vicious here. It's going to get him a lot of information from the guys, and he's going to be able to spot some cars potentially to get some information. He sees that even the dirt road on the high ground and farm is unoccupied at the current time in the game, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds about to happen for the next circle pop here, and the circle closes in just shortly. It's very congested towards that central location south of the river. We do have a red zone around the river area where Team Rocket is also going in towards here. We're going to be jumping over to Virtus Pro, our current leader in this lobby, with 15 points.
บูตัดโปมันเล่นแบบฉลาดอะบูตัดโปมันเล่นแบบว่าตามเกมเรื่อยๆค่อยๆเล่นแล้วตอนนี้เห็นปะสังเกตปะค่อยๆเล่นละ
Also, if you look at from a club championship perspective, BP, Falcons, Navi, all high in the race.
Huge.
Most of the teams have already gotten their 2 top 8s in the club championship, making them eligible. They just need a win to ensure that they could get it even further to take their lion's share of the total prize pool of $75 million here for Esports World Cup in Paris for 2026.
It's a lot of pocket change, my mans.
Oh, just a penthouse in Paris.
Just Ben, my man.
Oh, you know what? Talking about pocket change here, especially when we heard from Barney and Ludi. Barney asked him, what can you get in Paris for $75 million? And Ludi, he said something in French I couldn't exactly see, but what a guy. But you know what I figured out?
อันนี้คุยเรื่องนอกเรื่องละอันนี้ไปคุยเรื่องของโฮสต์ละ
Means lunatic.
Oh.
Lunatic.
He's crazy.
I like it. Hey, you know what? If it works, it works, right? It does work.
Ow!
Oh, Nixie. It's okay. You know what? I'm putting that on Luka Rux. He just started running down the hill.
You know what the worst part about that is? When you go from first knock, which is 100 seconds, to second knock, it goes down to 30 seconds. So that's almost a just flush him and recall him immediately. You're just next to the recall box, just to get it back onto 100 seconds.
Boy, that would be some next level stuff there, wouldn't it? Hopefully, I don't think we'll see.
เกมนี้ตึงๆหน่อยเพราะว่าต้องการไก่เว้ย
But I just hate being on second knock from something like that.
Well, look at
the worst part. Oh yeah.
So we saw Vicious Gaming. They sent Duckmai over in 1E pickup to scout out the bridge and scout out farm, and they made a foothold, and now they've got a second E pickup. Because why not?
And their timing is actually pretty immaculate because it's going to be just when the circle pops, so they can decide are we going to stick to it?
รอเล่นพร้อมวงครับ
Next circle pops here. Are we going to go north? That would be insane. We do go central. We do have some river involved, but it's going to be quite central, quite with the donut on this game here as we have Perfectix and the guys from Twisted Minds quite central around the school and Abs area. Navi's locking down area 2 alongside Vitality, GNG, and T1.
Meanwhile,
เอาแล้วเว้ยลือเว้ยมาเว้ยมาเว้ย
And it's just on the edge of the news circle, so they're going to
เอาเว้ย
have plenty of time to fight this out. Oh my, Poro.
Why not? Why not? I mean, well, there's a lot of.
ไฟนี้สำคัญ
See if we could at least finish them off. If nothing else, like this was something I thought was coming at the beginning of the day. Is Minds will find BD wins it with 1 HP against Exempla. He's going to go down, and that's going to be Virtus Pro securing a foothold.
โอ้โหวัตตัดโปแม่งของจริงว่ะวันนี้
MS finds 2. Songjang though finishes it up as AGL goes out. GK managed to wrap this one up, and Nixie flushes Example. That's very unfortunate for Twisted Minds. So it's going to be rough for them to try to defend this area here. They had to disengage from their split. They had a 1-1-2 split.
ไปแยกเล่นน่ะ
aren't involved for this fight here.
ทวิตไปแยกเล่นน่ะ
It's just super unfortunate, but VP with a full pull-up onto this.
แล้วบ้าน VP บ้านดีด้วย
On the apps here, it's going to be crucial.
And if you thought Geeke was out of the woods after finishing off AGAL there,
บ้าน VP อยู่ดีด้วย จิ๊กซอว์
down there, and wouldn't you know it, Vicious dropped from their E pickup almost immediately.
ไปแยกคุมไกลเกินแล้วมันซ้อนไม่ทันเว้ย
So Geeke,
เห็น
while
ละ
they do
อ้าวใจร้อน
in the end, they are still
มาดิกูตาบอกมาดิ
compound.
ยังไม่ง่วงหรอพี่ชนยังฟังว่าไงจ๊ะเกมท้ายแล้วฟัง
So I do like the pull up and the third party opportunity here from Falcons. They have no idea about Vicious, so
GK โดนละผมว่า GK โดนว่ะเพราะว่าวิเชียรรออยู่ใช่ถูกต้องเปรี้ยวไม่มีของเอารถจิ๊บขึ้นได้หลังคาหลังเคลียร์โดดหลังคาละGK ออกไงอยู่ต่างจังหวัดอดเล่นนะอยู่ต่างจังหวัดอดเล่นนะครับ
They did end up getting killed in the end.
ลูกสอง
Why is EJ pushing in that solo like that?
โอ้โห What มีหมวกรอดเฉยแฟดไหมอ้าวโดนวิเชียรนะเฮ้ยข้อเท้าโอ้โหข้อเท้าเสียเวลานะเว้ยฟอลคอนอ่ะเอาจริงๆนะช็อตนี้ผมว่าไม่เสียเวลามากเลยเว้ยเนี่ยเสียเวลาเว้ยโอ้โหบีมีได้ต่อว่ะเบอร์ตัดโปมันหยุดไม่อยู่อ่ะวันนี้โอ้เรียบร้อยเบอร์ตัดโปว่ะแข็งแกร่งจัดแข็งแกร่งจัดเบอร์ตัดโปพี่หมียิงล่างยิงรีเฟกวัยรุ่นเติมเรียบร้อยจบ
Clean stuff from Falcons, and that's 3 points picked up. And now Vicious starting to look over in that direction. But would you know it, Flash and the Full Sense boys are wrapping down in that direction.
T1 นาวีไว้เอาตรงรุ่นนะ T1 นาวีเอานาวีออกก่อนเฮ้ยเอาเห็นไฟยัดโอ้โหไฟยาลิสว่ะโอ้นาวีเหลือกี่คนวะนาวีเหลือคนเดียวด้วย
Ferris under tons of pressure. The last player here from Navi makes it difficult. Gen G with a pull-up third party.
ดึงเพื่อนก่อน
Get furtherly involved in this fight.
We were waiting to see if they would get involved. They were hanging out on the top of Volcano, but it looks like it's going to be enough to get them to get into throwable range. Start spamming utility. Meanwhile, on the south side, Falcons disengage. But Full Sense now scrapping in. Look at Virtus Pro. They're going out in the blue to third party that fight because why not?
70 แต้มแล้วอ่ะตัดโปอ่ะวันเดียวมาเหมือน MITS เลยเว้ยจำลอง MITS มาเลยอ่ะเบอร์ตัดโปอ่ะ
A little bit unfortunate as Gam, Myth, and Falcons on the east side really getting deeply involved here. They find so much.
เหมือนมีวันแรกเลยเล่นอย่างนี้เลยเดี๋ยวเจนจีไม่ยุ่ง
Falcons setting up for some pressure onto Gam here and
สวย
close to Tickleton's gonna do some damage.
ฟังดูอยู่ป่ะฟังโกฟังดูอยู่ป่ะกองฟังไม่ใช่ฟังโกเรียบร้อยวิเชียรไปก่อน
Falcons, as they have multiple knocks out here.
กูเซนตาย2
Yeah, Duck Juice was just out in middle of nowhere. He was north of Yesnaya when that happened.
กองฟางโก
Fortunate case of timing for both Falcons and Gam. As it looks like Myth is going to try to third party this. We'll see if they can get anything off of it. Meanwhile, you see in the picture T1 now taking that fight to Navi. Gen G has disengaged. They pulled back up on the volcano.
โอ้ T1 กับไอ้นาวียังไม่จบเลยนะซัดกันอยู่ในบ้านอยู่เลย
They're coming out of the blue after third partying the fight down
Oh,
to the south, and they're going to find Gen G waiting for them.
Falcons now disengaging, maybe trying to get kickstart even here. There could be a possibility as Myth disengaged from this fight here. The circle doesn't start moving until 22nd. Levante hits Getbrax, that's a little bit unfortunate. But
MITS เรายังนิ่งอยู่
Oh, can he find Duck Juice here? Tiggleton does have lots of time on the res. He could start engaging once again, but you have to get this res off before the circle starts moving so Tig can start healing immediately. Circle closing now, and they're going to have to get an entry into this circle. They got quite the space actually in between both Shadow Esports and Myth here, so they do have an entry into this. But they're going to have to figure out if they're going to get involved with Duck Juice or if they're going to do a point on him.
It's an absolute point, and they definitely want it, and they're going to come over here and see if they can find him. Duck Juice has the grenade prepped. We'll throw it down. We'll try to do some damage. We'll take at least one down. No, he's not even going to get the knock on a kickstart. Cleaned up by Falcons as they collect their 6th
2 คลีนแล้วอ่ะฟอลคอนก็มาดีเว้ยรอบนี้
I mean, this is mostly by the grace of Myth.
คลีนเลย
Myth was in a perfect position to third party this, but they see the circle.
มิดยังไม่เห็นเลยเนี่ยในหน้าจอเนี้ย
Just wait for Falcons to push into them.
And that's kind of been the starter of Myth so far in the finals. They are prioritizing getting that positioning here. And then we have 2 teams in the very top that are playing a complete different meta. It's just a kill race for them towards the top. They have built
พูดถึงมิดค่อนข้างบ่อยนะหมายถึงว่านักพากย์อ่ะนักพากย์อิงก็พูดถึงมิดบ่อยมากเลยช่วงนี้
Just waiting for T1 to join that as well because that's exactly what we saw from them in the group stage. As Heather here is trying to hold on to this spot here. Spyro does have a Panzer. It's going to be a difficult fight to have as there's a natural smoke coming through. Salute finds Lukarux and it delays VP just a little bit. They're going to have to commit to this res here. So they're going to be all 4. Heather does find Spyro. Navi goes down in 11th place.
Just non-stop action from the word
มีบอลนี่หว่าวันนี้
in match number 6 on Erangel. Virtus Pro though, wouldn't you know it, still 4 alive, 6 kills.
มีบอล
fighting their way in from the south. They've got room to play with as we wait and see where
มีบอลนะครับ
to take us. Team Liquid slowly coming in from the north. They're going to be our last ones to arrive. 34 players left alive, 10 teams in it. Who will get that circle favor here? As you see Heather solo by himself.
Whoa.
He is going to get the zone too. A hard Western
มิดอยู่ไหนวะเอาขวาโอเค
Falcons, Shadow, Myth, Virtus Pro, all of them have to find a way to find some space
ได้อยู่
to play.
And with the amount of space that's been removed, that's kind of playable because it's not playable in the fields except for the last area that Myth has kind of an entry in. It's going to be difficult. Gen G continues their pull-up onto T1. They know that it's probably just Heather from the information that they have available to them in the match log. So now Utility's being committed to clear out this compound. With this western shift here, it is by far the best and highest priority. VP also continues
ไม่งั้นเราต้องยิงเยอะอะ
in the minimap just on the southern side here.
ไม่งั้นเราต้องยิงเยอะครับ
Fight with that. So Shadow, Falcons. Oh, Heather finds Soul and Gen G is going to try to clear this one out, and Soul is actually disengaged from the other guys as he tried to clear the other building. T1
เล่นขอบวงพอสวย
with an onslaught as Falcons rotate in just ahead of Myth.
That is a super scary solo player to have to push, and Gen G's finding that out the hard way here as Falcons will take the dip. Myth, though, do have plenty of utility to send over in that direction. Scappy have grenade in hand, hasn't sent it just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. Shadow also send it in, and it looks like they're going to find a spot. No, they're going to crash right on top of the Gen G compound as Heather finds another one.
Heather's just insane. We saw it. Lukarux finds Hansi now. And Myth is going to be involved with Falcons. We're going to have a lot of fights to try to follow here. And VP with the third party onto Shadow. It's completely falling apart. Gen G and VP is dismantling Shadow Esports as Corexi get the confirm onto Hansi.
Virtus Pro just coming in at the perfect time to third party, fourth party. All of these fights now from the top of the hill. Shadow Esports does get eliminated almost instantly. Somehow Heather still alive. Gen G down to D and Soul. as Heather has been holding the line. That is, we said he's a scary player to have to push solo, and that is why.
ของแท้ว่าฮีเตอร์
Nobody's gonna hold over this one. I'm gonna lock this down, and what a way to do it.
ไม่มีใครยุ่งกับเวอร์ตัสโปแล้ว
2 kills. Just such a mechanically gifted player, the superstar out of Korea. Can T1 try to catch on to this lead that Falcons and VP have built? It's going to be difficult with just one player in this game here, but he's going to try to do it, try to make the most of it. As D with the shotgun is below him, they're going to coexist.
โอ้มาเว้ยสวยเพื่อนรักอีกแล้วลิควิดเพื่อนรักลิควิดเพื่อนรักอีกแล้วเจออีกแล้วเจอตัวโอ้ยิงไปหาลิควิดเติม
From multiple sides, it's Tiggleton. Of course, the trigonometry continues.
Who else but Tiggleton as the mortars will land around Team Liquid? They
Oh!
And it's not going to happen. Another mortar will find its place. As
the
last player left alive for Team Liquid. Falcons picks up all 3 because of Tiggleton's mortar work. 9 kills now for the team.
ตามสเต็ปมิดดับเบิลแฟตเดินชาร์จสโมกปิดหน้าเฮ้ยC4สวยบาเลนหนี
Being inside this next circle here, smart play from them. Are they going to be able to
survive everything from both
17 and from T1 and Gen G? Xiaowu finds Baron.
โอ้โห10 คิวแล้วว่ะเวอร์ตัสโปไม่แผ่วเลยว่ะเวอร์ตัสโปไม่แผ่วเลยว่ะเจนจีตีทีวันไม่ได้เฉยงงวะเจนจีความมั่นใจไม่หมดแล้วเจนจีอ่ะ13 แต้มเองมิดไอเจนจีอ่ะ
Probably is looking like where Falcons is. 17 have to leave their compound. They're going to crash right on top of the compound of death, doom, and destruction. Still occupied by Heather and D, and Seoul is just off to their west.
ชาร์จบ้านต่อ
Falcons survive quite a bit here, managed to hold on to a 3-man alive as they have some hard cover.
ยิงเฟืองอยู่ตัดรถ
When both finds Heather and T1 is eliminated, we're down to 6 teams and 19 players. Tiggleton 4 kills, Gustav 3. And they are going to be able to survive for quite a bit longer here as they try to move across. The C4 is also in the pocket of Tiggleton alongside the 3 helmet and the Lynx. That's going to have some impact. Let's see how that follows on as we slow down just a little bit, but Vitality is going to have to make a push. He's going to have to make a push. Puts Tiggleton on fire as he's able to crawl into the smoke.
That was the problem, wasn't it? Myth was able to get within utility range. They were
โอ้พี่90ลูกรักเป็นเรื่องแล้วเป็นเรื่อง
He's able to retreat to the smoke for now, but that's going to be a very difficult res to get as 17 has taken over Heather's building. D still in there though with that shot.
ลืมหลินโกดหรือเปล่ามิดลืมหลินโกดป่ะวะไอ้ปื้มน้องปื้มลืมหลินโกดหรือเปล่า
Here towards Falcons, how much
you have
left? You gotta imagine it's probably pretty limited.
Oh, so
from downtown gets the full wipe on the Myth.
ต้องให้ว่ะ
And this is exactly why you do not stack up too close.
ต้องให้ว่ะ
Mortar still inside the
มอท่าว่ะ
opens it up onto Gustav. Yes, Falcon is on.
ต้องให้ว่ะ
It opens up the door for 17. Tiggleton though says no to Nixie. You're not going to continue your fragging rage in this lobby. Vitality is still alive.
ต้องยอมว่ะ
Get into this circle here, but it's
มอต้าแบบนี้เฮ้ยอ้าวเฮ้ยตายหมดแล้วนะหลุมอ่ะหมดเฮิมคูเล็กซี่ป่ะเรียบตะเบิ้มโอ้โหเบาหน่อยเบาลงหน่อยยิงกดเลยอีกตายบูโซนมีน้อง
4 bullets left though, 600 damage. He finds Wenbo. He's dismantling 17. They forgot about him.
Gen G, after
หรือเหมาะสมว่ะไอ้เหี้ยโอตัสโปวันแรกโคตรเหมาะสมเลยอะกินไก่ด้วยเผลอโอตัสโปอะเนี่ยเกมท้ายกินไก่ด้วยหมอตาแมนมากครับแต่ละทีม
What a great game it's been for 17, but the story just still continues being it. VP is just fragging out.
มีร้อยอยู่แล้ววันนี้วันเดียว100 6 โดด
The damage leader in this game, 800 damage and 4 kills for Beamy. Can Seoul have an impact onto 17 and make it even easier for VP because it is looking inevitable for VP to not win this game.
What a day.
Oh,
Seoul for VP. Seoul will find Tian. At least get that one down. As he continues to play from the side. Oh, taking shots in the back to Luka Rux. Fortunately, he's got the smoke there to retreat to. Panzerfaust may come out at any time here for Lil Ghost. He knows exactly where Seoul is now and will try to make that wrap. But Seoul smartly repositioning once again, playing the outside of the wall. Looks like Xiaowu may have heard the footsteps as Ghost will pull that Panzer out once again. Waiting for him to reveal himself. There it is. He'll take him down in the end as 17 will be down to just Lil Ghost and Xiaowu, and now it's just all academic here for Virtus.
เรียบร้อยโอ้โหคูเล็กซี่โคตรแม่นว่ะวันนี้คูเล็กซี่
Corexy finds Xiaowu. The last player left alive is going to be Lil Ghost, and this could be the cap, the exclamation point, the cherry on top of what has been an insane
100มีเกือบร้อย90 กว่า
In 12 games
ไป
last year, Twisted Minds were able to win it. But in 6 games, they're gonna do it, and they're gonna put it onto 90 points, just 3 points shy of what we saw last year in half the games.
สุดยอดว่ะ
Gets another chicken
สุด
dinner
ยอด
of the
ว่ะ
day on
สุ
the
ด
first
ยอดว่ะ
day of groups here at Esports World Cup.
Unbelievable
สุด
work
ยอดว่ะ
from the
โอ
boys
ตัส
in
โป
orange as they put the rest of the lobby on notice that they are here to win, and it is going to take a mountain of work to try to catch them. You just have to hope they slow themselves down in some way tomorrow because we've seen some phenomenal performances from other teams.
ไปทุกคน
63 points
ลงทีมแล้วทุกคน
That would be the story in
ลง
and
ทีม
of
ดีกว่า
itself.
ลงทีมดีกว่านะฮะลงทีมไปนอนดีกว่าไปละไว้เจอกันใหม่ฮะไว้เจอกันใหม่คลิปหน้าฮะบ๊ายบายไปนอนละพรุ่งนี้ค่อยเจอกันใหม่ตอนดูแข่งเลยบ๊ายบายจ้ะเจอกันนะ